culture united, culture united, culture united, culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Mic check, check, check. You're tuned in live. Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag See You Wednesday. We see you all. 9-second applause. Yo, if you could have seen the ridiculousness in the back end that we were all going through, trying to find the echo. It's a fun game. I wouldn't suggest you play it when you have a show to host. Thank you guys for tuning in for another edition of Culture United. This is a labor of love. It's a labor of fun. It's a labor of culture and community. We have a great time every week tackling the week's most crucial conversations. 1 second applause. This week, I'm excited about this panel. Been looking to put this particular panel together for a while because these are three people who I just respect their point of view on music to the nth degree. Joining us this week, first time joining us this week, in my opinion, he is hands down the best interviewer in hip hop right now in the hip hop space. He is the host of the Rap Almanac on OK Player. If you've known him for a long time, you might have known him representing Brooklyn Naughty. You might have known him representing one half of Tanya Morgan, the one and only Donwill. 9-second applause.
Oh man, I'm happy to be here. This is crazy. That was a crazy intro, and the panel is crazier. So,
word up. Word up, it's all happening. Also joining us this week, one of the most sincere, one of the most genuine, one of the most wide-ranging minds of knowledge when it comes to the connection between what's happening within the music and the world around us. You can find him reviewing and responding to music all across the musical divide, the one and only Professor Sky. 9-second applause.
Thank you very. I always usually cut off the 9-second applause, so I'll just do that this time again. But I'm very happy to be back here again. Nice seeing everybody. This is a really fun panel, and I have one question for Elle. Did you get a good grade on the paper that I helped you on?
Yes, I had.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know. I can go now.
Yes, I got an A, and I was going to person play video, so it was like, oh my goodness, is the presentation talking? So you took me up, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, great. That's what I needed to know.
Word up, back again, once again. Apparently, my man be traveling more than I realized. He was just out in New York for the Jay-Z shows. I saw him out here for the Ye shows. I'm pretty sure he's probably gonna be out here for the Hove shows again. Unquestionably, without a doubt, on the Mount Rushmore of reactors, the good brother, the one and only Screwface Jean. 9-second applause.
I appreciate you, man. And I will 100% be at the whole shows. I was going to tell you that I got the tickets, but yeah, I will be.
Word up. It's all happening. 1 second applause.
Shout out to the panel. Love being here. I'm amongst some greats, so shout out to everybody.
Word up, man. Thank you for being here this week. I'm sorry. In my mind, I'm still laughing at your the picture of what's her name, Sophie Cunningham. I think that was. I'm sorry. Maybe for another time. There's another viral moment from Screwface Jean. If you haven't seen it, punching yourself in the face. It was classic. Also, and here we go. Fresh from France, fresh in a new endeavor. This week she has dropped 3 videos, y'all. If you guys are not out here following, entertaining elements align, I don't know what you guys are doing with your time. If you're not listening to this person kick philosophy every week right here on Culture United, I'm not sure you're serious about your own future. The one and only Elle Janelle. 9-second applause.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for all of your pressure that you put on me, the whole community, when you guys told me to hurry up and drop content. I really appreciate it. Pressure makes diamond.
Yeah, success and completion. And you've been completing a lot of things lately. Congratulations on that. Word up. And also here, another co-host of Culture United, dropping incredible content on her channel, the Look at the Material blog. Been stacking W's all year. The one and only BK. 9-second applause.
What's up, everybody? I'm happy to be here. This is like one of my favorite panels like in a minute. So I'm excited.
This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. We've got some macro topics, some evergreen conversations in line today. It's a hot summer, and there's going to be some hot conversations going down right here on Culture United, #CU Wednesdays. Quick note, if you guys have been here before, you know how we get down. If this is your first time tuning in, this is basically 2 shows in one. We have the main discussion for the first hour and a half to 2 hours, and then we move into the second show. The second show is driven by your comments, your super chats. So that show tends to go where you want it to go. Now, we have topics that we're going to tackle here on the main show. And there's a few things that we want to say for the second show too. So anybody who's on the panel wants to stick around after the main discussion, you're more than welcome to. And big shout out to Lils. We also have a fact checker. Lils is our fact checker. So if anybody on this panel says something that someone else on this panel finds suspect, call for a fact check. Lils will check it out. And then it'll pop up on the screen like we're MSNBC. 1 second plus. All right. So now that we're all in agreement on the wallpaper, thank you guys for rocking with us. Let's start our main discussion now. Now, this week has been, I guess, the XXL Freshman Cypher actually dropped. I know the announcement for the XXL Freshman list came a couple of weeks ago. We talked about that here. And this week, we got a chance to see them in action. For those who may not know who we are talking about, here are the 2026 XXL Freshman. Now, 2026 already just feels kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like, we're pushing 20 years of this platform. And so we've seen so many of our favorites come through. This particular celebration is something I look forward to every year. This year's class is Chris Patrick, big fan of his out of New Jersey. Belly Gang Cushington, I'm not mad at it. It looks like a white Jeezy. I've been listening to him for a long time. Slayer is very, very talented. I like to cipher quite a bit. You've got Lareezy, seems like everybody's favorite. Every time I go online, people are talking about how much they love Lareezy. I think he's a star in the making. Trim, representing South Carolina. I'm happy about that. She also, I think, has just the energy and the style to actually make a mark in this space, which is very difficult to do. Trap Dicky, also from South Carolina. This is already one of my favorite XXL freshman lists because I'm from the Carolinas. So 1 second applause in the middle of it. Trap Dicky is on TDE. He's got some dope joints that are out right now. Babyface E is in this class. Hurricane Wisdom. YK Niece is already a chart darling. We got Skrilla. Soso Kamo, I always pronounce that wrong. Miles Minnick, and I think Miles Minnick overachieved in his XXL freestyle that came out this week. So this is the official class. Now we've had the freshman ciphers that have dropped, and I don't want to play them here because I'm not sure how the copyright will react to it. But and I also know that Screw's got one more to react to. So open floor, we'll just start right now. Open floor, have you guys seen at least one of these ciphers so far?
I've watched them both. I watched them right before the stream. So there was one that was more my speed. I'll just say that. And there was another one. Yeah, the first one. And there was another one that I understood what was happening. I got it. But I feel like personally, it just wasn't representative of what those artists could do in the studio.
Right. And I think that is part of what we're running into now in consecutive XXL freshman ciphers. Right. We have a mix of artists, which I think XXL has always done a great job of. But what's happened over time is that what it means to be an MC or what it means to be a rapper has evolved quite a bit. And there's certain things that rappers, I guess, just don't do the way they used to. And one of those things is freestyle. Professor Sky, what was your reaction to this cipher?
Well, I always have pretty low expectations. So I'm like, if I generally like it and there's 2 or 3 that I think are really good, then I'm like, that's a pretty good percentage. And I don't know, I've reviewed, in the last couple of weeks, I've reviewed Slayer and Lareezy. And it's like 2 kids who are like under 22 who are producing their own stuff, rapping on their own stuff. Like the internet kids love their music. Like it made me filled with hope because it's like they're doing really interesting stuff. And it's like, I don't know, at some point I'm going to do a video about the children of Tyler, but it feels like Tyler, the creator, like has all these artistic kids and you think it's all Kanye, but I think it's actually all Tyler. And it's just like, they just keep producing and making interesting stuff and like going in all these different genres, which has its ups and downs, but I don't know. I felt really good, but also I watched it through Screwface John's watch, and he was very positive, and I get very influenced by what I'm watching. There was like 5 reactions that were like, "What the f is this crap?" And his was, you know, positive and pausing on the bars. So I that maybe helped me feel more positive. And I haven't seen the second one. I didn't know that one was up because I'm waiting for you, Screw.
1 second applause. I like that. The children of Tyler. You know what I mean? Look, with Slayer and Larizi, that's a great point. And I look at both of them as examples of just as you described it. You know, these guys are producing their own beats. They're young. They're having big ideas. You know, they're not, you know, just no disrespect, but repetitive SoundCloud rappers. Children of Tyler. What do you think about that, BK?
Well, it's interesting that Sky said that because Larizi has, you know, noted Tyler as one of his really big inspirations, especially Call Me If You Get Lost, which I feel like was a really exciting submission from Tyler. And I think it gets us from Flower Boy to Chromacopia. It's kind of like a bridge album. So he really, like, I feel like Tyler is definitely on the mood board for Larizi in the sense of, you know, showcasing how expansive Blackness is. I think that's what I gleaned from, you know, the credit that he gave to Tyler and the impact that Tyler has on his, you know, musical output, that, like, you know, I don't have to fit into this one box, and, you know, I can express myself in a variety of ways. And so I would say that. I feel like Slayer is like, you know, is kind of on the Kanye side of things, and Cardi and Pierre Bourne. He's like really producer heavy. I saw both ciphers. The first part I enjoyed quite a bit more. I was actually really impressed with everyone. Like, I think they all did a really good job in the first part. And then kind of like what Donwill said about the second part, like, I understood what was happening. I think that's the best way to describe it. I think that maybe it could have been like curated or produced a little bit differently, because those artists just represent different ends of the spectrum, like with what's hot, with what's trending, with their ability. You know, they just aren't spitting the same way like the first kind of half of the cohort did. But then also you had some freshmen that skipped the cypher, like Trim did not like perform, and I was really confused by that. I feel like there should definitely be like requirements to participate, you know, in each part of it, just so we could see you in you know, just different settings, with a beat a little bit more stripped or a little bit more repetitive, or just, you know, something that's not like so reliant on the production. But I feel like this list was one that I was happy with, or happier with than I have been in the past couple lists. I feel like it was really balanced with people who can actually spit and care about the craft versus like people who do just make the bangers for the club. Like, and that's just like what it is with this generation. As we encroach on, like, you know, hip hop being over 50 and stuff like that. So I think there's pros and cons to it. I was really proud of Slayer. I've been like following him closely for the past couple months, like just kind of newly getting onto him. He really impressed me as someone who, like, if you listen to his music, he is leaning into the more like heavy synth, more Cardi, Pierre Bourne, like I said, like Uzi, but then like can actually do like a freestyle, can actually do a cypher. Like, it seemed like he was coming off the dome at a certain point too. It's like he kind of picked up and like did something else. So, and then Larizi just blew it out the water, like performing with his whole body. Like, I'm just the biggest champion of him right now. So I was really happy with it overall, but I think the second cypher left much to be desired, but then it's kind of like these artists just like give us different things, if that makes sense.
1 second applause. What do you think, El?
I think my old ass might not understand rap no more, because I don't know what the fuck was going on. I don't know why everybody sounded exactly the same. Like, I just don't understand what the rules of rap is anymore. And I'm trying not to project my understanding of the rules of rap onto the next generation, because obviously things evolve, but I have a sneaky suspicion that things have devolved more than they evolved, and they basically became a commercialized version of some shit that we saw already a million times, and people are actually thespians instead of rappers.
Actors. You think these guys are actors?
Yeah, I think everybody is doing their best improv version of a rapper that they liked a lot, and then coincidentally they picked the same nigga. Or they all picked the same niggas who was biting off the same niggas or something, because it's no way that everybody or so many people hopped on that beat with that same exact cadence. Of course, if you just simply listening to that beat, that would be the most basic cadence to pick, of course. So in some ways, it's like everybody did a science fair project and was like, which liquid freezes the fastest, and you're at the science fair and everybody's doing, this is how I check to see which liquid froze the fastest. Mine were in a bunch of different plastic cups. Mine were in ice trays. Mine was in bowls, but everybody's doing the same science fair project. And I just think there was a time when that would have just left such a nasty taste in a rapper's mouth that they would have felt like, I need to get on this beat and do something different, whether I slow it all the way down or speed up hella much, or I jump side to side. And I think something has happened where it's like, no, you just have to have an acceptable improv performance and you did good. But like I said, maybe I'm just old.
Open floor. Does it feel like that to anybody else? Is there one dominant style? It sounds like what you're saying is there's a dominant style that everybody's doing and everybody sounds the same though.
Was the beat good? Did y'all think the beat was good? Like, and for that purpose? Like,
Great
did it
point.
support the weight?
Was the same shit.
That was
The beat is
honestly,
also guilty.
yeah, that was a question that I had that I was thinking about. Like, one, do the participants get to find out what the beat is ahead of time? And two, like, who picks it? Because the beat, okay, the question was the beat good? In my opinion, all respect to the producers, I did not enjoy the beats. Like, I just kind of thought of the beats as a tempo for them to rap over. Like, the beats did nothing to complement who was performing over them, in my opinion.
Well, I was gonna say too, because I didn't really get a chance to speak on that. That I was gonna say that where I think where the first cipher was, because I haven't watched the second one yet. The first cipher was good, but I kind of agree with L a lot, where I do feel like things are getting very passable, where it's like, oh, okay. And then you're like, we kind of go, that's good because it's not bad, but that's not what it used to be. It used to be like good was kind of like the floor level, and then you had to get better than that. But now it's just like, if it's not horrible, it's good. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm just kind of like but where I like the cipher and they were good, but even in my reaction, I said like, nobody said anything in that cipher, which is your moment, and these are all spitters, that made me go like, whoa, like, wow, like, or gave me like the super, like I got the super, like the ugly face sometimes, but nothing that made me like super, super, super memorable. And I also think that a lot of this has to go to XXL, because XXL, I feel, fumbled the cultural relevance of the XXL cipher a long time ago. And I think that because it used to be like a moment. It used to be like a thing that we all would stop and we pay attention for. And I've been doing reactions long enough where I remember when, oh man, my screen shit. Or I remember it was like a holiday when it dropped. And I remember when everybody's like, oh, it's a XXL cipher. And I've seen the interest wane more and more and more and more and more and more. And I think now it's just gotten to the point where it just all just feels like a fizzle. It just all feels like a, nah, okay, cool. Because I also feel like, I don't know if it's 2016, but the year that had 21 Savage, Kodak, I don't think they've ever really topped that year, and they've been chasing that year. And when you even look at like the cover of that year, those are still the biggest rappers. The rappers from 2016, and it used to be like before that, the biggest rappers would be the people from the cover, but it's been like so many covers since then, and nobody has topped really the people from 2016. Maybe like a few exceptions of people who came and had moments and gone away, but really it just feels very meh now, where I wish it was more. When I listen to a cipher and I hear rapping spitters, I want to hear stuff that makes me just like, what did he say, and rewind, or she say, and rewind it, and but I didn't really. It was good, but I was expecting maybe a little bit more than that. I guess.
What's second plus?
Do you think they had ghostwriters for their cipher?
Nah, I mean, maybe some people.
I hope not. I legitimately hope not. And I'm not even saying that as someone who is immediately antagonistic to collaborative writing. If you were going outside every day, you're trying to compete with Adele and you're trying to compete with Olivia Rodrigo to win awards, it's going to take a team, right? I look at these things very differently if you're going out to make music. But in a cipher, and also to Screw's point, like the quality of the cipher, like they're dope, but they're relatively dope. Like the cipher, the main cipher, and I'll show a clip of what I mean, right? And this is, to me, Larizi is amazing. Slayer's amazing, I think.
Well, and the mix was terrible too. The mix
Miles, the mix sounded really bad.
The mix did the rappers no favors. Like that was on the first one, it was awful.
Yeah, the reason why I said that was not to be anti-collaborative writing, but I really am stuck on too many of them hit that same exact cadence through the whole thing. And so I guess in my mind, I'm trying to think of the reasons why. Like, what could be the reasons why everybody hits the same exact cadence through the whole thing? And maybe it's because that's the ghostwriter special.
I think it's an easy pocket.
That, but I also feel like this like kind of like lack of regionality that we talk about often too. Like it is kind of like the pop-ification of hip hop, like it going from this kind of niche thing to this more mass-produced thing. And typically when that happens, like the average is gonna be what's sold and like mass consumed and mass produced. And I feel like that's what we're hearing too of like the late 2010s, early 2020s, where everything just did kind of sound the same. So I noticed that too. Well, I noticed that especially on the second cipher, where I was like, okay, everybody kind of hit the Babyface E, whatever type of like pocket that was. But I think the first one, like with Chris Patrick and with Larizi and with Slayer, there was a little bit more texture there. But I agree with everyone. The beat didn't give them any favors either. So, and then I think that's probably why some of them, I think two of them just cut the beat. They're like, just turn the beat off. I'm just gonna do my thing. Like,
I thought that was actually smart too.
Me too.
I did compare. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say they cut the beat. They saved that for the end of the cipher, where it's like, all right, cut the beat, and like, I forget who it was that did it, but it definitely made it stand out in a way that what I'm saying, like, because when Larizi made the beat his own, like cats like him and even Miles Minnick, like, performed it like it was like, okay, this beat is not necessarily my favorite thing, but I'm here and I'm gonna make sure people remember who I am. If they don't remember my verse, they got to remember something about me. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna take a moment here. I'm gonna play Larizi right now so people can get a feel for what you're talking about.
Come on, Larry. Come on, Larry. Hey, come on, Larry. Get in there. Come on, Larry. Get in there. Come on.
Wow.
Come on.
The man on the corner just called me your prophet. The man in the mirror just got up and locked in. I am the man that did not be forgotten. I come from the side where the prison is rotten. 21 years consuming McDonald's. Niggas gon' turn into nuggets out here. 70 years if you lucky right here. Let's get things clear while I'm thugging right here. Just made a thug spot from in the ear. He was mugging me outside on the corner. Who this nigga smile around here? He ain't want it. Ain't that dude with a shout from his idols? Ain't that dude with a shout from the goat? The wizard of reason, the way I went through potholes to get on the yellow brick road. Stand on shit till I prove it. Can't know what fast to the booty. Penetrate chin to the pay attention to the student. Pay attention to the music. Selling dope shit like I'm Frank Lucas. I'm keeping the goofy like the Three Stooges. Salam alaikum, well you goofy. Woo, woo. Stay up on that beam. My name is Larizi from New Orleans. Uptown, I'm keeping it G. I'm utilizing my time right now cause society be a time thief. You think it's for you? Now this one for me. This for the 12, the 7, and 3. You think it's for you? Now this one for me. This one for me. This for Larizi. This straightforward like a shotgun house. Boot paint on the porch to keep ops out. But need that for bomb. You gotta put me on Q-tip to the bullshit. Getting blocked out. Can't lose focus on the feed right now. Best that I follow my dreams right now. Show the whole world who Larizi is not. Cause I feel like the black Jew breeze right now. You there?
So that was Larizi, right? And I think Miles Minnick, I think they definitely were the top two in this one. Chris Patrick was really dope. I'm not sure. I think was Cushington on this one?
Yeah, he was the
on
one
the next. Yeah, he took the beat off.
We should talk. Okay. Screw was like, don't say it. Don't say it.
Okay.
I was like, please no.
I thought you were talking about this year. That's why I was like, yeah, I thought you were talking about this year.
Right.
You're talking about the two separate videos. Okay.
Right, but Hurricane Wisdom also rapped a cappella on this one too, and so
right. But so then, that was the thing about what I was saying about Larizi making it his own. Like he got everybody in the room to kind of hype him up.
Yeah,
and he made it more like a unified thing happening as opposed to just I step up, I do my verse, and I fall back. And as a sidebar, a quick aside, they found the goofiest shots of DJ Drama they could for the B-roll. It is I'm like, who edited the video? They just found he was just looking crazy the whole time.
Crazy. Well, you know, I look at, and again, I think this is a great definition of a 50-50 XXL freshman list, right? I mean, this freestyle, these are the more lyrically inclined half. And then the other half is just very far away. And it's happened the past 2 years, perhaps maybe the past 3 years, but there's been a real debate about whether or not the Cypher needs to be a part of any new artist showcase. A freestyle needs to be a part of a new artist showcase. I think when we talked about this a few weeks ago, I think I thought it was Yachty, but I think it was actually Uzi who wouldn't need freestyle on the radio, right? And so that's 10 years. We've gone from Uzi being reluctant to kick freestyles on radio appearances to people questioning if we even need ciphers anymore to introduce new rappers. Are we in another era now to where the gulf is so wide, where there's a whole, like the real estate you can occupy and not be able to rap, the heights you can reach without coming close to reaching to be the top guy lyrically? Well, I don't think we've ever seen this before. Should XXL even still do this? Like, do we still need to, is this the best reflection of how talented artists that are coming into prominence at this era still is? Open floor.
Well, I think there's like the competition between On the Radar and XXL, because On the Radar, like you compare Larizzi and Chris Patrick on there, and on this, it's like it was a better beat. There's a better selection of rappers. Like I did a breakdown of that, and I said, you know, anyone who I grade over a B, I'm gonna like review their album or buy their album. It was like 3/4 of them were all like super thumbs up, you know, A- type stuff. So I think this does need to happen, but maybe it doesn't need to be. Maybe just let. I mean, I still don't know what On the Radar is, but whatever it is, maybe we just let them do it. Does anyone know what that thing is? I still don't understand it, but you don't have to tell me. But, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
it's
an
like
media
a
company
platform.
to sell content to other niggas.
Because at first I thought it was a platform where they like exclusively debut like small/underground artists in hopes of giving them like a broader audience and like giving them more exposure. And then I saw Drake doing On the Radar, and I was like, okay, I guess that's not what this is, you know? Like, so it's a little bit. I mean, I'm sure they also follow the money, follow the clicks, follow the eyeballs, but I think it's an interesting question because it's like if XXL, if this is what the field looks like right now, and XXL does want to pick production heavy artist or studio heavy artist, then they need to create a showcase that fits that. Or else On the Radar is gonna like steal their lunch money by like actually showcasing lyricists. Like I feel like even On the Radar's Cypher garnered so many eyeballs and so much conversation. It like held the conversation for a little minute too. And we were like, whoa, does XXL even matter? Like whatever. And so I feel like XXL kind of countered that, in my opinion, like responded to that and gave us a more well-balanced, like you get a Larizzi, you get a Chris Patrick, you get some of the other guys that I don't even remember their names, but it sounds like they care about the craft. But then you have like your Trim, your YK Niece, and like others, Babyface E even, that are like cool for like the club and cool for like certain party settings, but like are not focused on MCing. If they want to like feature both of those, I think just maybe create an environment where both of them can thrive, because they're serving two different purposes. They're not, whereas like in the past, like Kendrick was like on the cover and like look at what he matured to be, or Cudi, or like just the giants of like the genre were being featured there. That's not happening anymore. I mean, we're even questioning like Gen Z star power. Are the eyeballs and ears to podcasts and shows versus music? Like we're just or streaming, we're just in a totally different like ecosystem. And so it's just kind of like, how do we accommodate that? If they're gonna platform people that can't do a freestyle or opt out of it, then like I think XXL needs to restructure their vision and their goal and like, you know, what they're even doing anymore.
OJ the Juice Man was on the 2010 freshman cover, right? And OJ the Juice Man, he was the subject of one of my favorite spoof raps ever. I eat red crayons because the red ones taste the best. I used to love it, right? And it was about how, you know, OJ the Juice Man wasn't really that great of a lyricist in the first place, right? And if you take a look at this, the majority of this list are people better lyricists than OJ the Juice Man, I would say, right? Like this list here has Freddie Gibbs, Big Sean, J Rock, Fashawn, Donis, J Cole, Pill, Nipsey Hussle, Wiz Khalifa. That was the list, right? I feel like there's the OJ the Juice Man level lyricist has taken over. I feel like what L was saying. I feel like people have gotten to the point now where we're really far away from the craft. Like just, and not even saying that with criticism, not even saying that from a standpoint of, hey, the better days were before. But I personally think it's fair to say that, generally speaking, at least from who XXL, which is probably the last biggest platform outside of Complex, definitely the last biggest, print edition outside of maybe J. Cole's new magazine, right? If they're under that pressure, because I personally think that is pressure to keep the lights on. Like I honestly think that XXL's relationship with labels also still yields revenue. I think that just like everything, just like radio, just like television, if you're not up on what the hottest thing is on Rap Caviar or SoundCloud or whatever the trending topic is, you are behind the conversation. I think a lot of institutions are just, from a balance sheet standpoint, too leveraged or too heavy to take certain risks. And so to a degree, they have to follow what is happening. And what has been happening for a long time, and I'll use 2016 because I think that was a great reference point earlier, was that that more and more OJ the Juice Mans became more popular. And now we have what L described adequately in the beginning to me, people rapping in the same pocket. Do we still need this as an example of showcasing what dope is? Like, I look at this and I'm like, this is brand risk for XXL. Like, you mean you're gonna have years go by of people debating whether or not these freestyles are good, whether they should be here? Open floor, am I crazy?
I want to say that I agree with L in terms of it devolving and in terms of the things not necessarily meeting the moment. I feel like, to play off of even the school theme of the freshman list, like the freestyle session should be an elective. Not everybody got to do that shit. You don't have to show up. Some people, because they can't meet that moment. And even when you look back at the previous list and just look at XXL as an institution, there used to be an editorial voice. And there used to be sort of like a, hey, this is what the culture agrees upon. These are the MCs that we as a staff have like fought in the boardroom about featuring because we believe in their talent and we believe in their voices. And like you were saying, man, like when you're in a competition with social media and you're in a competition with free media, like, okay, well, we're making a print edition magazine. We got to keep advertisers happy and we got to keep the lights on. It becomes more about shit. Throw Blueface on the cover. He'll get a click. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I full disclosure, I was like in the first freshman class. My group, Tanya Morgan, was, but we were in the rap group section. So our name was on the cover, but we were like ushered into the back of the magazine. And the group thing lasted for maybe a year. I don't think they even featured anybody else outside of like they didn't do that beyond the gatefold thing after that. But it just, when you just look at like year to year to year, there was just a turning point where it became like, okay, how do we make people online come to the magazine again? How do we make them buy the magazine? How do we generate interest in the magazine? And it's just, now it's kind of about like, I watched the video where they had like the freshmen reading mean tweets about themselves and shit like that. And it's like, is this a humiliation ritual? Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, look, Richard Mary basically said the Cypher itself was a humiliation ritual. Basically said it. Basically said, he sat here and said, it's a trap. We have this right here. We looked at this a couple weeks ago. I'll put it back on the screen right now, and then we can move on to the next topic, because I don't want this to turn into let's bash new rappers. But I do think that we're in a cultural conundrum here with something that has defined what it meant to be a great rapper. And I'm not sure that has anything to do with what it means to be a great rapper in 2026 for the majority of people who are engaging with these artists. Because I also think, as we move into our next conversation, this will be a part of it, I also think that when you're a fan of an artist, that no longer means that you're most likely a fan of a genre. And I think those two things getting farther and farther apart makes certain things just not really that necessary. And for example, here's Richard Mary. He says, if XXL is supposed to introduce new artists, the format got to evolve with the generation it's covering. This current format is not a showcase. That shit's a trap. And is he wrong? Open floor.
I think he's a little assumptive. It sounds like he's saying, we are the new artists, so now it's your job to show you us. But I think XXL is supposed to be showing us new people that are still doing the thing that blew them up. So new people who are rapping. And it sounds like he's saying, well, since we're the new artists, we're calling ourselves rappers and we're getting views, then they're supposed to cater the introduction. Like, first of all, that just sounds crazy. The more I think about it, it's like, hey, aren't you supposed to be introducing us to other people? If so, maybe you should do it this way. It sounds very entitled, but at the same time, like I said, I'm not necessarily trying to bash the young rappers because I feel like that's kind of hate in a way. If they are winning in this way and they have accumulated an audience where they're getting their views, their clicks, their money, or whatever, I don't want to say that I'm against it. I just think what I'm against is calling it rap. I think it is in some ways stolen valor, where all of these people before them has done all of this work to add this value to the name of being a rapper, this fun to being a rapper, this respected art style to being a rapper. And they're like, well, that's what I am too. But I mean, don't ask me to freestyle or anything. Like, y'all are doing too much. Y'all are trying to like set me up and put me in a position where I embarrass myself. But I am a rapper. But like, don't ask me to rap. So it feels like a little bit of a bait and switch to me. But I mean, that's cool. They should be new. They should be called Vibers.
I also think we're pointing to a larger structural issue. Print is going through this issue. TV is going through this issue of you have respected legacy publications chasing clicks. And so like Amiri's statement is indicative of where like we are like media wise, like they are chasing them. They are going to what's hot, and like what's hot used to be Big Sean, J. Cole, Kendrick, like actual spitters. What's hot now is totally different. And you see them like trend chasing, rage bait marketing, going to where these younger artists already have hundreds of thousands of eyeballs and are like, okay, we want that. So like, let's cater to you. And so it feels, I don't know, it feels like for the last couple of years, we've talked about the XXL ciphers in a humiliating way, right? In a like, oh my God, like let's rush to see like how bad this was. Let's rush to see how bad the beat was, how bad the mix was, how bad this person fumbled. Let's have them read hate tweets about themselves and like chase that versus actually like curating a serious list. But then also like the serious spitters aren't topping the charts in the way that the more serious spitters back then used to. So
But see,
I don't know.
I'm so glad you said topping the charts, because I was just about to say, I sense a scam. And I'm not saying it's a scam. I'm just saying my auntie antennas are starting to wiggle. I sense a scam. We have to focus on this because this is what's hot. This is what everybody likes. Everybody doesn't like that old school shit that actually set the groundwork for this, that people still play to this day. If you travel internationally, they're still playing songs from that golden era of hip hop. People don't want to hear that shit. People want to hear this shit. This is where all the eyes are. Why aren't they on the charts then? Why are their first week sales so low?
Well,
I smell a scam.
I think it is the media consolidation and like the execs that are trying to like squeeze the most out of the most like minimal product. Like I think the larger system breeds a situation like this, which is unfortunate.
What you got, Screw?
I was gonna say, I kind of forgot now, but
It's a scam to you or it's not a scam?
just basically with the overall subject, I think it's just a weird lowering of the bar. I guess this whole lowering of the bar culture is getting to the point where it's like we're saying things where rappers shouldn't rap because we're picking rappers who aren't good at rap. That doesn't really make sense to me, because if there's a generation that doesn't focus as much on dunking as three-pointers as there's been, they're not going to remove three-pointers from the NBA. I mean, dunks from the NBA. So it could be, no, the rules are the rules. So, and
have you seen the dunk? Have you seen the dunk contest? They've been remixing the dunk contest every other year, trying to figure out a way to make it work.
But that's what I'm saying. They're not
thing.
going to, but they're never going to remove it from the game, though. I don't think they're going to because ciphering isn't like a special rapping on a beat is not a special, unique thing like dunk contests are. It's just a fundamental part of rapping. That's just rapping on a beat in front of people. Like
in 2026, it's starting to feel like the dunk contest. Okay, like I look at this cipher, I wait once a year for it to come out. I'm waiting to see what the best of this next is going to do in this particular format. And then over the past few years, we've had a real debate about whether or not this is the best way to highlight these artists. I do think there's a comparison to a dunk contest.
But it's like the reverse, though. It's the reverse because
I was going to say that regardless that they're not going to remove the aspect of rap, because what we're saying when we're saying like a cipher is essentially just there's no other different element than just rapping. It's just rapping on either a beat or not a beat with other people around you. So it's when we say things like the 2016 year, we also said that this was like the year when we're like, oh, the mumble rap, but they had a great cipher. They had a very memorable cipher. They had a cipher that people still talk about to this day. And I think some people think like when the XXL people, when they say a freestyle, they think like people are really rapping off the top. Maybe some of them, but when they say freestyle, these are written verses that they wrote and memorized before and came and rap, and they rap multiple times and they do multiple takes during the thing, which is why sometimes like it comes out and they feel like lackadaisical because they've had to rap that same verse 7 different times and stuff like that. So, but some people do freestyle. But I think saying that we should remove the XXL cipher or the cipher part of the XXL because these people aren't good doesn't make sense to me, because what Elle was saying was also true, because we always say like what is the hottest, these are not the highest selling people, nowhere near. They're not the hottest. We just told that. I've never understood that, because the highest selling people usually, when you look at it on the metrics, are usually people who focus on rap more. Like it's usually like on the overall aspect are like the Eminems, the Jay-Z's, the Drakes. Even if you don't like Drake, he still does rap at times. The Kendricks, the J. Cole's. There's not really too many people selling more than these people. So I do think that it's a weird narrative that they keep trying to tell us that these are like the best selling, but like they're not. Their out first weeks are awful. They come and they go. They don't beat those. They don't outsell those people that I said. So those are always continuously the top highest sellings, and they've been for so long, because I keep thinking that people keep telling us that it's these type of things that sell, but then it's not. It's just it's never been like, I guess maybe it sells a little bit, but not like on a major level.
I really wonder like what standard are they using? Like, are these people like throwing a bunch of shows and then the shows are like super selling out super fast? Like they can bring like
I think the majority of these people are either already signed to a deal, and they're about to release their major label project or whatever. I think these artists have also had some version of mixtape success, streaming success within their own market as a new artist. I think those artists are also prioritized. Usually there's a one-to-one connection. XXL's bet is that they can pick 10 people who are going to be around for the future, who are going to have longevity. And to do that, they look at who is invested in these artists. And I think that is the starting point.
Because the industry is not producing longevity anymore. There is no editorial process. There's like such a gutting of that. Like there is no integrity, like shaping, like someone like to mentor and groom and be like, no, that sounds like shit. Let's go re-record it. Like, I just feel like there's also a lack of that. Like, whereas even, we've spoken about this before, like artists and performers of, years ago used to be able to like dance and like work on breath control and like work a crowd, like all that basically within the first 5 years of like their, when they were presented to us. And that's just like not happening anymore. It's like, we're finding someone that has like a crazy viral thing on TikTok that's been like viral for a couple years, and like we need traffic, we need clicks, and so let's put them on there. Like I just feel like the the industry, the way it's diluted, the way it's consolidated, the way it's just capitalized on super fan culture versus quality, like, of course you're gonna get shit like this. I mean, there was some good stuff, like some highlights, but I think that's just kind of where, like, the industry itself is not setting up these artists for longevity at all.
Word up, word up, word up. That ends our first conversation. We're going to move into the second one. Thank you for rocking with us, Culture United, right here on the Company Man channel every Wednesday. Hashtag CU Wednesday. 9-second applause to you all. This next discussion moves into this because I think, broadly speaking, from a macro standpoint, what we're talking about is evolution, right? We're talking about evolution in terms of what is celebrated or prioritized from a cultural standpoint within this medium. And I think, you know, just about everybody on this panel has seen an evolution in what it means to be a part of an audience, a part of a community, and have a platform and see your audience evolve as well. And there's this conversation here between Rosenberg and Rory actually jumped out at me this week, and I want to play a clip from this. What they're talking about is the evolution in audience preference. Don, Sky, and Screwface are three of my favorite. They're legitimately my go-tos when I'm looking for real music insight. And so I'm curious to see how you guys react in particular to what they say in this clip. Is this the right one? Yeah. All right, we'll do 1.25. We're gonna do 1.25 on this. We're gonna let it just do what it want to do. We tell them what to do.
The audience now, to me, for the most part, is content fans and not music fans.
Yeah.
So it's even tougher. Like, we have a booking agent at Volume, Kelly. She's great, and she'll bring artists into our group chat that I think are amazing, and like I would love to have them on, and like I would love to nerd out and talk about their album. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, fortunately, my audience comes first, and I know what they like, and they're not gonna like that conversation.
Right.
And it's not like, oh, I have to make sure views are okay, which I do. I mean, at the end of the day, there's an overhead and ad money. But yeah, a lot of these people now in 2026 are content podcast fans. They're not music fans. Like in 2015, we were a music podcast. And the people that listened because it was friends talking about music.
Yep.
And they were nerding out because they were the same type.
Yep.
And now, the younger generation growing up on YouTube, which I don't fault them for that. If I was born in their era, I'd probably be the same way. They are fans of content. And if there's music attached to content, i.e. like a rap battle, it's less about the music and more about the content.
Yeah.
So we turn down sometimes artists that I think are great. I just know it's going to be awkward for them. It's not going to do well.
Yeah, they'll end up feeling bad afterwards when they see the comments.
And like we just had Joyce Rice on our podcast, who's an incredible R&B artist. Outside of her being our friend, Joyce, I know, is going to come on the podcast and have great conversation about her personal life,
sure,
about what's going on, and then we'll find a way to tie in some music there. And some people will be like, her personality's great. Maybe I will check her stuff out. She's rare though.
Yeah.
A lot of artists don't have that, and it's fucked up because they signed up to be artists. Now, times 10, artists have to be a personality.
Times 10, an artist has to be a personality. Have you guys run into this? Have you guys run into a shift in audience preference from more interested in the pieces that are more about the content, i.e. the drama, the stuff around the music, as you versus living in and digging in and appreciating the pieces that really break down the nuances of the music? Open floor.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a nuanced conversation, I think, because I think Rory specifically and Maul's podcast 100% also changed. I think he speaks like his audience randomly changed, but it's clearly the Kendrick and Drake stuff where when you're Maul during that, you're gonna change your audience. Like you're not like, even if you look at, I say this a lot, but if you look at like people like academics, you look at like post that battle and pre, nothing is the same it was, and a lot of things have been changed in a different way. Now it's about how you steer the conversation and how you make it, because on my platform I cover all of the drama too, but I also like to cover the music too. I also like to cover, now I do cover more of the stories and stuff as of late, but I like to get more into like, if it is drama, it's more attached to like a battle. When you start just covering the drama for the drama's sake, that's when I start going, yeah, you're going down the lane where you kind of have to keep it about music, even if you are covering the mess. But sometimes it just gets so you spiral into just covering the gossip where you become like e-news after a while. So and I've seen some people become that. But yeah, and if you get caught up on, I think specifically Twitter too much, you start getting into that. If you start getting your stories from Twitter and like, what am I going to do today? You check on Twitter. And I even fell into that for a while too. And I had to learn to just like, let me not be on that platform as much. And it's helped a lot. So
was there a decision or a reason why you started covering the stories more than the music? You just mentioned.
I felt like quiet is kept. I don't know if it is quiet is kept. I feel like less music has been dropping in the last 2 years. I like, as a reactor, it feels like just overall there's less music being dropped. And I don't know if it has to do with labels not wanting to clear budgets and this, that, and the third, but it just doesn't feel like there's as much dropping randomly. It feels like you have to wait a long time now, and then there'll be a few little things, and then there'll be something big, and then you got to wait for a long time. It just feels like there's not as much to cover to me. And obviously the biggest stuff seems to be the other stuff. I try to talk. That's why I started covering like literal battle rap battles. Like I've been like talking to people in battle rap to see if I can do like actual battles to cover and stuff, because I feel like as long as you tie it to music, that's a better way of helping it.
I don't know if you realized Drake dropped 3 albums, 43 tracks this year. That didn't move.
Yeah, but I mean like those, and I don't want to turn this to Stan Wars, but that's kind of what I was speaking to, where that's kind of exactly what I'm speaking to, where I even feel like those 3 albums weren't albums about music. They were albums about content. So the conversation came, and I'm not even saying on some stand, the conversation came and went, I feel like, of those 3 albums so fast for how much he dropped, because there wasn't a lot beyond like the drama. And I don't think a lot of the stuff was the conversation, whereas GNX covered the drama, but I feel like a lot of people were talking about the mustards, a lot of things were coming from that, where this one was just like, is Janice Joe Budden? And then just like kind of went on. That's kind of like, it just kind of, that's what I feel like. The album wasn't based. I feel like he made that album because he was on Twitter too much. That's what it sounded like. Those 3 albums. It sounded like he was on Twitter a lot.
Word up. Open floor.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I only ever go on Twitter when Justin sends me something, and every time I go, it makes me download the app again. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely.
1 second applause. And also,
Tomato.
I'm not sure anybody needs to download that app.
Yeah, well, or update. I don't know. It's not a very well run app, but like this thing happened. I think it really was the battle, because I think you could just be a music reviewer and just going along your day and everything's okay, and then all of a sudden you get these AdSense checks where you're clearing like thousands of dollars more a month. And I think we were all there when this happened. And there's this kind of feeling where it's sort of like, this is going to happen. Should I quit my job? No, I'll keep my job. I have health insurance. And then like that goes away, and like, it is rough. It is rough. And I'm lucky because I have health insurance, because I have an actual job, and this is just a hobby I picked up in the lobby. But like, oh my God, it's terrifying if you are like a full-time content creator and you have to talk about music and people don't click on it. And then Drake says something stupid on Twitter. Like there's no debate. Like, yeah. So I mean, I hate to blame the technology, but it is partly that. And then I hate to blame the audience, but it is partly that. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I mean, Fantano gets a lot of views, and he talks about music a lot, and he got more views for getting dissed by the Strokes than he did for reviewing the Strokes, but still, there is, and Screw talked about 38 Special this week. That was cool. I wasn't expecting that. So,
I mean, I think a lot of this stuff is all relative. You know what I mean? I think, there are some bigger channels whose views don't necessarily look the way they used to. Like I think in general, I'm not sure if the algorithm thinks there's a bag in music the way they did in 2024 or prior to, for example. I want to bring this on the screen. I'm going to ask you, this one here is for Don, because I'm curious about your point of view on this. I thought this was really fascinating. This is a conversation you did with Cabbage's Hip Hop, and they were basically talking about the different types of acts that you will interview, whether that's Bun B, Homeboy Sandman, Raekwon, or whatever. Here is one of your quotes in here. He says, there are some guests who are willing to play along, or somebody just might be having a day where they just fucking don't feel like it. Donwill says of these encounters in this particular phase of his public life. The way I've handled that is by trying to make sure I've researched so that if nothing else, I can fall back on knowing who the person is I'm talking to and putting them at ease. There was a quote in here. Let me see if I can find this again, because there was another quote I wanted to pull.
Summer Jam screen.
That was right. You're right here. Where's the one? There was a quote in here where you said, there was a quote in here where you were talking about how sometimes you'll find yourself in between when it comes to selecting people to interview. And sometimes, people will pitch you artists that are there for more of the content, the conversation on the, around the music more so than the music. And normally you turn those down, and sometimes you do say yes to them, and then they end up turning it down when they realize it's more of a music-based show. Did I make that up, or is that really in here? I think that's in here.
You didn't make that up.
Yeah. Can you elaborate on that? Because I thought that was a really interesting point.
So yeah, like I created the show with the sole purpose of having a place where blue-collar, working, middle-class musicians could go talk about their albums. That was kind of like the whole thing. To talk about music, just to talk about the art, their career, and just kind of celebrate, like, beginning to end everything. And since the show's growth, I've gotten bigger booking opportunities. It's went from being me pulling in my homeboys and a couple friends to sitting with Raekwon or sitting with Layla Hathaway, like stuff like that. We get pitched guests. Occasionally people's PR teams just on a promo run just want them to stop by the OK Player offices, and OK Player's like, yeah, we got this show, the Almanac of Rap. And I'm trying to be diplomatic and not say the names, but I'll just say the names. Like the first time it happened was with Sukihana. And I was like, I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to talk to her about. And then I went and did some research and I looked into it, and the song that she was promoting, she was rapping. Like she, like for what it's worth, as a person who had never really interacted with her music, I was like, okay, this song sounds like it would be a gateway for me to like look into the rest of her music. Interview didn't happen. But it was the first time where I had like this existential crisis, like, oh, do I need to like move into like nudging away from this serious discussion of music and like sometimes being silly to just like, I don't really want to talk about the controversies. I don't want to talk about it. I'm personally interested in seeing other people talk about it, but my personality and what I'm trying to accomplish, it doesn't really jive with me. And then there have been other people who, I will redact this name. There was somebody who was supposed to be on the show and they were promoting a song. They canceled twice, but when they would cancel, the next day or so an interview would come out, and it would be kind of like one of those drama filled everything but the music, because at this point that fuels a curiosity about the thing in the same way talking about it seriously does, I think. So for me, when I'm like saying yes or no to guests, more than often it's yes, because a lot of times the people who are booking the show with me understand what I'm trying to accomplish. But sometimes there are just those like, if you want to fuck around and find out, so-and-so wants to do it. And sometimes I've said yes. I've said yes to one. I've said yes to that one person and they canceled twice. So I'm like, maybe that's just not my ministry. I'm going to stay out of the dirt. I'll stay out of the mud and keep interviewing people about, the silly, whimsical curiosities that I have, instead of like, doing an interview that I'm not fully, even to be completely honest, in my opinion, fully equipped. Like for some of these like controversial people, I I don't want to sit across from the table and ask them the hard questions, because then I gotta follow them up, and that starts to become a journalistic integrity kind of conversation, and I just don't want to be under that microscope. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? Why the reluctance?
There's always that, oh, you should have pushed back harder, or why didn't you, or like I don't really have the. I'm good at interviewing people, but in some formats, I don't know if I have the journalistic chops to like be like Barbara Walters and ask the hard questions and sit with the hard answers. And like if R. Kelly's in front of me, like, I didn't try to hog tie anybody, I don't know if I could have like seriously had that conversation with that man in that moment. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's more about like, I like playing in the end of the pool that I like playing in, which is the art, the music. And if I have to sidestep controversy and like drama to get to that, I don't really enjoy it personally.
1 second applause. How much of this is just the product of social media showing us so much of these people's lives on a regular basis that we just become fans of them, perhaps more so than we are fans of the music? BK, what do you think?
I was going to say, I feel like the medium incentivizes this type of participation. Like, I'm always going to go back to the algorithm overlords. I'm always going to go back to the people who literally turned up the rage dial, like on the back end, and like astroturfed our fucking platforms. Like, you know, I know as a creator that a review of Jack Harlow's submission was not going to get clicks, but I knew that me going off on him and calling him all types of sons of bitches and shit, like because he put James Baldwin on his fucking mood board, which was crazy, and I'll do it again. But I knew that was going to get more traction, and it did. It's like it is one of my like higher performing videos. So I feel like with the thumbnails, with the title, with the tone, like it can pick up when you're angry and you're saying I'm angry. Like the medium does incentivize that. Now I will say, like, because the space is so vast, there are plenty of, I think, major small creators, but then big creators and everybody in between that like do really well just by breaking down the music. Like LC, or even like New York Times has their little section where they just talk about the music, or I think Rap Latte, I think like even Rap Life Review with Ebro and Nadeska, like I think they keep it pretty, they may cover the controversy just because of how big a platform they are, but they also talk about like in depth, like the texture of an album and the sound and the trajectory of an artist, and they do their research. Like I think those spaces do exist, but I think like we do ourselves or the conversation a disservice not to recognize that like the medium fully incentivizes you to do the most shocking thing. And I hate that because it does. I mean, I've seen Sky, like, you've run a couple like experiments on your page of like, let's just see which one is going to get more like views. Like you can see the analytics, you can see what's going on behind the scenes. And I think that it doesn't speak to like a lack of quality, in my opinion. It's just like, you know what these algorithms are driving. So I feel like that's a really big part of the conversation. And it's late stage capitalism, like all the bloat, all the, everything's a fucking ad, everything's a game, everything's a trick, whatever. Like it's just the logical endpoint to late stage capitalism, in my opinion. Like that's why everything's shit, everything's slop. So yeah.
And it's also made
shit slop too.
It's made to be digested. It's like the news cycle, you know. It's like you think about all the things that happened last week that you thought you'd never forget, and then you just kind of forget it. I mean, it's like, you know, Baby Keem came out this year, and like that album was a masterpiece, right? I swear to God it was, but I feel like, wait, did Bully come out this year, or was that like even the music, even if you really study the music, like the burn rate that we have, even if you're trying to talk about music and take it seriously and cover everything, like I don't know, it the way I define it is like there's different weights of clicks. So you can get a lot of what I call really thin clicks if you talk about the garbage and the drama, and you get a lot more clicks, but like they're not the people who join Patreon. They're not the people who leave super comments like Romango. Shout out to Romango. You know, they're like just the people who show up, and if you say one thing that they don't really agree with, they'll just kind of let you go. And then like if you're really doing the hard work and you're really doing good stuff that has meaning, then you get those like nice heavy clicks, and it just, you wish there were more of them, but you can't, you know. So I'm doing like 3 videos in a row that's all like hip hop is doing great, and I know that if I called it hip hop is doing terrible, I would get double the views. But like, I don't know. I like these young guys, so
yeah. But I mean, my best. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can.
Very good.
I was gonna say I also wanted to point out that this isn't new though. I feel like we have a tendency, as I think it's just human nature, to just think everything's new under the sun when it's happening. But this is just like same stuff they were saying when like they were saying stuff like about this with like Yo MTV Raps, about like the hip hop magazines during the East Coast West Coast beef. They were talking about this is just we're seeing it faster because it's the internet, but it's just people, it's human nature to want to look at a car wreck. And sometimes I think we want to make it more complicated than that. It's always been, it's always gonna be. It's something that we're wired to do, and people are going to find a way to manipulate that wiring every time. So I don't even think there is like a solution really, because I don't think it's something new. I not since I've known things. I feel like this is how it's always been, but
well, I'll say this to that point. I agree with you 100%. And I also think that if you look at any legacy or legacy publication or institution, we've watched their content strategies evolve over time. I remember when VH1 was just Kenny G and Michael Bolton, and then it was Flavor Flav. Right. I remember when MTV played music and then they played ridiculousness. Right. And I think that we're seeing it maybe on micro levels, particularly as independent creators. But where I do think there is a difference, particularly in the music space, is I think there are less people who are fans of genre. I think that when you have access to all the songs in the world, for example, or you can make your own playlist of just your favorite songs, for example, there isn't that go-to place that has, you turned on Yo MTV Raps, you knew you were gonna get rap for 30 minutes or an hour, right? There isn't a place, you turn to certain radio stations, you knew they were gonna play music within their genre. And that is where people had to go for entertainment. They went to video games, which were generally at the crib, unless you had a Game Boy, or maybe a Game Boy with a light on it. You were playing games at the crib. You had music, movies, and television. And then you had outside. Then you had sports. But now you've got mobile games, every mobile game in the world. You have social media all over the place. You have podcasts. Like one of my favorite comments, was it last week or the week before? I can't remember. Can't remember who said this. Somebody was like, Justin, there's no way you could ever get me to listen to 19 Future songs in a row, but I will listen to 6 hours of Culture United. Like just the things that people go to for entertainment has evolved to the 1 second applause, right? But the places people will go for entertainment now are so wide. And when it comes to genre, not necessarily fans of music or fans of art, genre itself, I think more of that is regulated to super fandom. These are the music that I listen to as I go through life while I'm doing all these other things. While I'm gaming, while I'm, hiking or whatever. I think that is a shift. And so particularly in our space, there are a lot of people who just like commentary. They like the creators and how they deliver their message. They like the way the certain people's accents or whatever ad libs or drops that they have. 1 second applause. People like that kind of stuff. That isn't necessarily specific to the topic at hand necessarily. Am I off by that? Elle, what do you think?
I think the music industry might have gave away their fan base to content. Like they took they robbed us of everything that was required to make the type of music that we enjoyed in our body. That was like a visceral response where you could still play it to this day. It's 30, 40 years old and your body still activates. That's why I think when BK says it's late stage capitalism, I think she's 100% spot on. They pulled all the wires out of that, everything that was required to make that. and they said, well, this person is just interesting, and this person is just in all of these crazy places. Just look at them. It's not about the music. Look at them. And that kind of was the on-ramp to, well, let's just look at people instead of listen to people. So I think maybe the music industry or the powers that be in the music industry don't see it as a bad thing because they're tied into benefiting from the social media stars as well. But I think people would rather, like you said, listen to conversations on a wider spectrum than music, period, now. And that is kind of insane.
I feel like
music was so important to us growing up. Like, it was so important. And it's just like, now it's like, actually, I'm listening to these people argue about whether or not Black men and Black women love each other for real. Turn the music down. This is the good part.
Tomato. Even
Insane.
Spotify being like, now when I open Spotify, I see someone's face in video and someone talking. Like, that just wasn't the case even on that platform. And I have so many other ethical issues with Spotify, but just thinking about how they're funneling that and like what pops up on my Spotify algorithm, because it all is curated based off of data they collected off shit I clicked before. There's like not much new discovery outside of the echo chamber that like the algorithm has crafted for me based on data they're collecting, like discreetly or overtly, or it's super fucked. And I feel like the I don't know, the money is selling the data, but
that's another thing too. I know somebody was about to say something, but I just want to say this real quick. I also think that algorithm shit is fake. I think that is another late stage capitalism thing, because they kind of had me convinced for a while. They're following me around. They're listening to me in my phone. They're looking at what I'm clicking. They have to know what I want to look at. But then when you think about it, it's kind of similar to my argument about, well, why aren't these people charting? Because to be honest, I really don't want to see this shit. 80% of the shit that pops up on my shit, I'm like, get out the way, minutia to find something good. So to be honest, they're really not that spot on about things that El Janelle wants to see. They're really fake. They're freestyling to the same cadence, just like the fucking XXL Cypher.
A thing that I always say is there's no music industry. There's just a tech industry. Like, it's just tech. Like, and it started out, like when you think about Mozart and sheet music, and then you think about the vinyl press, and then you think about cassettes, like all of this stuff was, music still existed. Music existed, but it was in service of when you wanted to like interact with the person you wanted to buy it, you had to like interact with tech. And it was like now the barrier between the tech and you is just, it's non-existent. Like, the music is in your phone competing with your text messages, your emails, your phone calls, whatever you're doing. And it makes artists rethink how they make music, because as an artist, when you're making an album, you used to have like to fill up a piece of vinyl like 45 minutes, and you got to like figure out what goes on side A versus side B. Then the CD, it's like one big container. You got 90 minutes of songs to sequence however, so you don't got to think about the programming that way. And then all that, so on and so forth, until you got artists saying, well, songs should only be 2 minutes long, because that way, people, the click-through rate on it is longer, so you get more of a play. But if they click away in 10 seconds, then they don't, like, it starts to become a whole other conversation about what the song is, as opposed to, is this shit dope or is it whack? Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so for me, it's just tech has kind of become the conversation, and music has become just a conduit to keep having that conversation.
Well, second applause. I mean, yeah, and even that, I'm not sure how new that is, right? I mean, Rapper's Delight's a long ass song.
Yeah,
Rapper's Delight might be. It sounds like it should be on Mural. You know what I mean?
15 minutes, right?
Something like that. It's so crazy. You know what I mean?
Were the mashed potatoes good? I need to know.
Right. But do you guys think this is a good or bad thing? How do you guys feel about it? Open floor. Like, this environment that we're in right now.
It's hard to project good and bad on it. Here comes philosophy. Because then you have to start saying good or bad by what standard? I mean, we're all talking about capitalism in the end, even when we're talking about music sales and things like that. So it's hard.
I'm asking personal opinion.
Oh, it's
like,
terrible.
How do you feel?
Trash. Ouch. Painful. Kicking the ribs. I hate it so much. I miss the high of hearing the first millisecond of a song and going, oh shit, it's my shit. I don't do that anymore. The most you get out of me is a hey, one of those. So yeah, I absolutely hate it. If it's just personal opinion, it's terrible. The worst thing that ever happened. I don't think these people can tap their feet on beat. They have no shame. That includes the media companies, that includes the streaming companies, that includes the tech, that includes everybody. Nobody has any shame. They're not embarrassed to put out trash, and I hate it. It hurts my ouch.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree and say I don't really love this moment. Mostly because for me personally, in my experience, I miss music discovery, and I miss like communal experiences around music. You know what I'm saying? Like the other day I was digitizing some of my old cassette tapes. I found a shoebox of my cassette tapes with like freestyles. Me and my friends would carry around tape recorders and like rap into it and shit and pass it around. So I have all these cassettes from 30 years ago where it's just like me freestyling with the homies and I'm listening to it. And then every now and then, because cassette tapes, you record over some source material and there would be a stiff on the cassette tape. So every now and then, there would be like a 15-minute chunk of songs that I've recorded over. And I'm like, oh, what was I listening to back in 96? And it would be like a Nas freestyle, a Nas song, and then like Helter Skelter, and then the Fugees. And I'm like, this was all I had. Like, and I would just run this shit on loop in my car over and over and over again until, like, it took a lot for a song to break through and become a part of your life. And now there's almost, I won't even say too much music, but there are too many ways for music to get to you, but not enough ways for it to stick with you. And as an artist trying to release music in this landscape, it just feels like you're about to spit in the ocean. You know what I'm saying? Like it's very daunting. I will say that.
Well, I'll be the contrarian because like I dislike all the things you all dislike, but like we wouldn't be here. Like, I mean, so like I love music and I love listening to it the same way, but at the same time, I would spend half my time listening to music and like Boston sports radio. Like I listen to people talk and like, I think maybe it's too bad Open Mike Eagle isn't on the panel because he'd be pretty interesting to talk to because he is an amazing artist who's releasing an album next month. It should probably be his best album. Looking forward to it. And then he's also like an amazing content creator who manages to do both those things. And if I have to be honest, I listen to Open Mike Eagle talk more than I listen to him rap, even though he's, probably a top 5, top 10 active rapper for me right now. Cause like, I love hearing people talk about rap and talk about hip hop. And it doesn't always have to be garbage. It's also like, I probably watched your Raekwon interview longer than I've listened to Raekwon in the last month. It's just, it does bring us a lot of great insight in addition to the junk. So I'm not saying it's good. Don't worry, BK. I'm not saying late stage capitalism is good and we need to, but there are a lot of really good things about it.
I mean, I agree with that, but I just think, and I know you agree with this too, that like shit always gets ruined when like the profit incentive is prioritized. Like it's too easy to slip into something that is gonna like clear the check, like clear whatever you need to clear for the month, like especially if you do this full time, as you spoke about earlier. It's just, I think it's ultimately bad because it's turned the consumer into these like wannabe execs that are like, well, what was the first week's sales looking like? And it's just like, when are we ever actually like, why does that fucking matter? I mean, I think it does, tell what the pulse of the culture is. It does tell like what people are into. Like I get that from like an instructive kind of like technical standpoint, but I think diluting everything and just making everything rage bait, everything slop, everything like let me consume the slop and talk about the slop and then react to someone talking about the slop, like it's gone beyond at this point, and I think it's an overall net negative. But there's so many great things. Like I think the democratization of the internet is great, and I think but I prefer it when it's like forums of people who all like this thing and we're all kind of talking about the thing and like, interacting in that way versus like awesome stan shit, which is where it is now. So.
Well, Sky has the always positive music show, and I think I'm over there with him. I love it, because for multiple reasons, right? One, if getting back to the prompt itself, right? I think there's plenty of ways to talk about music and still talk about the culture, the drama, the other side missions and threads that branch off of stuff, right? I think Sky's a fantastic example of that as a channel. I think FD's a fantastic example of that as a channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, the stuff that I've done has always been, throughout my career, no matter what I was breaking down, there's always an element of the culture and how this is impacting people that is connected to it. And I think now we have more opportunities to actually follow those threads because we have more access to all of these people, whether or not we appreciate it, but you can go look at their social media. You can go look at more analytics around them than ever. You can go see more people react to things that they're doing than ever, right? That is the stuff that moves me at the core because these are things, this is still a result of the impact that music is having. It just may not be represented in people on a dance floor. It may not be represented in traditional physical music sales, but Stan Wars and no Stan Wars, there are people out here riding. They riding for these cats that they love. They might not love the genre, and maybe that's the evolution. But that to me is still the story. That is fascinating in a lot of ways. When it comes to the sales, the only thing that I really think about sales from a macro standpoint. Yes, this is a people with investment and marketing and the success they're having in relation to each other. Yes, this is a good, or maybe the best indicator we have of the business of selling music. I also think it's a great weapon in the Stan Wars. My guy put up more points than your guy, right? I mean, that is not far away from lunch table conversations I was having. We weren't talking about necessarily the sales, but I would argue to the death why Bone Thugs and the comedy was amazing and they didn't need similes and metaphors. I would argue to the death about that, right? So these conversations are still they're still happening, right? I think it's a shame that the experience that most of us had with music growing up and the impact that it had and the rarity of it, how you had to actually put effort into the exchange to get to it. I feel sad that people don't necessarily experience that in the same way. But I also think that, that's just how life evolves. And I think maybe I've accepted that for a long time ago. But in terms of my ability to get an understanding of things that are happening that I would have never spent dollars on to learn. Like if 2006 and Playboy, you wouldn't be able to find me in a store going to buy a Playboy Cardi album. I would never know how dope Whole Lotta Red is unless somebody gave it to me. There was no way you would ever get me to go check out what Slayer might be talking about, right? Now I get a chance to get closer to how things are evolving more directly. And I actually do appreciate that overall. And I think it's really dope that you can now have conversations with people on multiple levels within the same medium, right? It's easier to have a cultural conversation around music in France now than it ever was before. I think these things are actually pretty dope.
I think also, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I think also sometimes what we tend to do as we get older is we're comparing our experience now to our experience as children or as youth, instead of comparing the youth's experience to our experience as youth, if that makes sense. So I think this conversation of if it's better, and of course it's a personal question if we think or not, but for me to answer it, I think we would have to, because when we talk about back in our time, how we consumed and we miss it and we would have to pinpoint the time we're talking about. And instead of talking, because what we tend to do is we talk to a bunch of adults about that experience. I think if we want to know what it feels like for we back in, when we were high school, we had to go to the store and it made us appreciate the music more than these kids now, or than we do now. I don't know who we're comparing it to. I feel like in order to answer that, we'd have to talk to the kids now or the high schoolers now and to see how they're experiencing music and how they're doing it, because a lot of the stuff that we're saying right now is eerily exactly similar to what every single generation says to every single generation. It's literally, and we watch it every generation do it, and we're always so convinced it's the truth when it's our turn to be the adults. But this is exactly what our parents were saying when we were kids. And man, when we had the 8 tracks, we appreciated it more. Now you can just go to the LimeWire, and that means you don't like it as much. And I'm from that generation of the LimeWire and stuff. It was like, no, it didn't. Like, you're not talking to us. You're talking to a bunch of adults who listen to 8 tracks and comparing that experience to LimeWire. Talk to the kids who are consuming through LimeWire, because I have nephews, I have nieces who, the way that they love music, the way they love Tyler the Creator, the way that they've gone to Tyler the Creator shows, like when the Not Like Us was happening, their whole schools were involved singing this stuff, talking about back and forth. So I feel like our experiences, we're just doing a lot like nostalgia and remember berries a lot, but I just think this is, like we've said, the natural evolution. But I just find it hilarious because when we're talking about the age we're talking about, we're always like, what are the adults talking about when we're that age? And then when we get to the adult age, we're like, no, our parents were wrong, but I promise you now when we're saying it, we're right. I promise you. So it just feels, I think we're just getting older. I think we're just kind of missing what it used to be. And I don't think it's easy to know what their experience is compared to our experience, basically, because they might be absolutely loving it, and then when they get to our age, they're gonna have podcasts be like, man, do you miss when we could just go on Spotify and listen to a whole bunch of podcasts? Nowadays, all we got is gonna be the same thing, I promise you. So it's just like, it's the natural progression. We're just getting older, I think.
I do think that, like, although I'm very I'm staunch in like defending my generation, I'm like an older Gen Z, so like I do remember like floppy disk and like the phone book and dial up and shit, but fully like grew up with Instagram and like Snapchat and all that too, so it's kind of like a limbo world. And so like I agree, like, you know, just because it's different, it's not automatically bad, but I do think that there is a sort of dark underbelly to the passive consumption that's being prioritized right now, particularly with music, because in the same way, it's super easy for me to like discover someone new without like heavily investing my money. I can kind of do that. It's like a double-edged sword. Like I can do that in order to shit on it without like completely understanding its context. Like just hearing a clip and then being like, oh my God, this sucks, blah, blah, blah. Like it makes it easier to kind of just discard something that an artist like put time and energy and attention into. And I guess like there is nothing new under the sun. I get that, but I feel like the way that music can just be consumed and discarded, and like that burn through rate that Sky was talking about earlier, like that does to me have an inherent like dark side to it, which is what we kind of see, where it's like people are talking about things that they have not even fully like bought into, consumed, understood the context for. Like that's not a new human knee-jerk response, but I just feel like the where we are in terms of like tech and social media like accelerates that.
But I mean, so like I get a lot of really young people in my comment section begging me to review stuff, and it kind of goes back to what Justin was saying about genre, and I think it really is it. I think there's a lot of kids who really do love music just as much as we do and don't burn through it. But whether or not you're talking about rock or jazz or rap or whatever it is, young people just don't care about genre. They don't care about it at all, and it makes for great music. It might be bad for hip hop culture, because it deprioritizes the Black American experience, just because you have people just throwing in whatever the hell they want into hip hop, right? So it may be bad for the culture, but as far as like making good music, like interesting things, there's a lot of great things happening. You know, like the next thing I'm reviewing is this guy, Matt Proxy, who's like this young kid whose like father was just deported by ICE, like, I don't know, a year ago, and he's like making this crazy like rap music, but that's also like rock, and it's also kind of like hyper pop, and it's like, and he's self-producing. He's amazing, but like, it's not what I was listening to. It's not Jay-Z Volume 3. You know what I mean? And I don't know. So I feel like it'll be really interesting, because the stuff that the kids seem to really care about, like not the stuff that just kind of washes over them, but that they really care about, is this mush. And that goes for rock and roll. If I any like underground rock groups that I like, it's always this, it's kind of this, it's kind of that. And maybe we're just used to genres when they mattered, because you had to count on a genre to know what you were buying. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was a great tool to market and sell products. Oh, you like the ones with the scratcher records? Go to that aisle. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of thing. But to that point, and this is another, and bring it back to the previous segment, because I do think XXL needs to evolve with this freestyle thing, and I think all this conversation speaks to the reason why I say that, right? Because I'm not saying that they don't need to find ways to showcase or just stop doing freestyles at all, but these kids seem to be more at home doing a viral video about how they made a song that they already made already. How did they write a verse that people already like? Like that kind of thing to me would connect with the priorities of this generation more than forcing them to do this thing that you're supposed to do. But if you really look at the publication itself, I mean, I can't remember who made the point in the beginning. Maybe it was you, Screw, in the beginning, who said that, you end up being like a tabloid if you just sit here and follow the clicks all day, and that's how you got to push the needle down the road.
Well, one thing I was going to say about that XXL thing that I also think it's a myth. Another thing, I don't know if I'm just being, I can't even think of the word, but I believe the XXL has branded themselves for people to hate it, no matter what. I think we need to be a little bit honest with that. And because when people say, man, XXL just needs to do something else that's more personal, XXL does a lot of stuff. Nobody watches it. They do a lot of stuff with those freshmen. They do they have their own verse, and some of them sing or do a verse from their song and have their own little thing. Nobody cares. The people are there for the XXL Freshman. I promise you right now, if you did something else and went, this year we're going to do the XXL Freshman, and then this year we're going to have it where they just sing a song, nobody's going to watch the sing a song. We're going to be honest. The brand is XXL Freshman Cypher. So if you want to stop doing the Cypher, that's a wrap for that. Anything else, people aren't going to watch. Like people don't watch stuff on that XXL channel, but that Cypher, if you really look at the channel.
It's a sad thing too. They have like 4 million views. It don't feel like it. It don't feel like 4 million subscribers over there does not. It's a lonely place. Outside the ciphers, you over there by yourself looking at 4 million characters on the screen. That's about it.
When they say that this new generation would be better if they showcase their like music, it's like they do that already. Like they have their single verses where they're doing that, and nobody watches those. People wait for the ciphers.
Well, I think they did a good job. At least we have a good cipher, and then we have the OJ the Juice Man cipher. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at that. At least don't mix them in. Last year it got complicated. I got 1900 Rugrat, and he the best.
Tomato.
All right, I want to move on to this last topic. I think this is going to be a reoccurring topic because I do think that this is a much longer discussion than we're going to have time today. But I do want to tap into this briefly here. I'm going to put this on the screen here, and this is from Dr. Trisha Rose. 1 second applause. And she's been very consistent over the years, and I think as time goes on, she brings more people to her point of view. And so we're going to take a look at this, and this is Dr. Trisha Rose. The question here is, mainstream hip-hop does more harm than good. Does mainstream hip-hop do more harm than good? Here is Dr. Trisha Rose.
If someone had told us 30 years ago that hip-hop would be the hegemony,
Oh, I would have said I would have lost my whole bank account.
We would not have imagined that it would look this way. We would have been thinking something totally different in that context.
That is so true. I will say, Andre Willis, I'll give it to him here on the air. My husband, we've done thought about hip hop for a long time. He saw it. I just thought we had more reserves. I just didn't see the way it was getting at the fundamental kind of infrastructure. There was so much eroding going on that we just couldn't afford that as much as I thought we could afford. Do you know what I mean? I wanted to give that sense of freedom. And of course, Public Enemy, Native Tongues, Tribe Called Quest. And it's not just old timers. There are people that follow them, Andre 3000. There's a lot of people who've done amazing.
Most Def,
Exactly. Done amazing stuff. Most Def and, Black Star. And there's a lot of amazing people along the way. But I think you really have to be honest that the genre is, if you had to think about it holistically, does more harm than good. I honestly think that's where we are. And that's because the saturation of the market with the normalization of the worst impulses of living
Right.
in this moment. High
Right.
consumption, disrespect of women,
Mhm.
implications of violence as a result of responsibility, the acceptance of a kind of masculinity that is untenable except anywhere but on your way to prison, the disrespect for staying in community and caring for others, all that toxic nonsense that we're now seeing in the White House. Hip hop is too close to that, and we can't afford
Absolutely.
it. We just can't afford it.
Open floor.
Well, when I originally heard this, I thought she said hip hop did more harm than good, which of course I was going to disagree with. But when I just looked at the words on top of that, it says it did more harm than it should. Now, that I might be able to agree with. Maybe it did more harm than it should, but I don't really know what's the value or weight in saying that, because I could say, I'm hotter than I should be, or I'm, like saying what something should be. It doesn't really hold that much weight. So yeah, I think it did more harm than it should. Do I think it did more harm than good? Absolutely.
So I, as like the academic here, like it's worth mentioning that like Trisha Rose is not like some hip hop scholar. She's she is like Rakim and Public Enemy and Nas like rolled into one. Like she's like the biggest name. Black Noise is like 30 years old. It's like the foundational text of all. Like she's a black black studies teacher, and hip hop studies didn't really exist. And if it wasn't for her book, I'm not sure that it would have happened. But it would have taken a lot longer to happen. That said, I teach her in my classes. I teach that book, and then I teach this one, The Hip Hop Wars from 2008. And she's saying, I mean, I'll read you the opening. It's beautiful. Hip hop is not dead, but it is gravely ill. The beauty and life force of hip hop have been squeezed out, wrung nearly dry by the compounding factors of commercialism, distorted racial and sexual fantasy, oppression, and alienation. It's great writing, but like she said all that, and then Kendrick existed, like she said all that, and then everything since 2008 happened. And as much reverence as I have for her, she's still talking about Talib Kweli, like that was the last rapper to do anything, political. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like why she is so great is that she's a real academic. This whole book is not saying that rap is bad. It's presenting the debates, and I make my students take one side of the debate, and she does all the work. She provides both sides. It promotes violence. It doesn't. It's good for Black America. It's bad. It's good for women. It's bad for women. And I don't know how much she can exist in a soundbite culture where you just want to say like, she's just saying this. When in reality, like she is saying that, but then she also provides a lot of context on the other side. Sorry, Justin, you made me reread this book this week, so I've been thinking a lot about Trisha Rose. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I got you. I'm gonna put this back. I'm gonna put this back on the screen real quick, just so everybody can see it. In the copy, in what she actually said, she does say the genre is, if you had to think about it holistically, does more harm than good. So that is her thesis of this part right here. So just to let you guys know.
Oh, well, then I disagree.
And I wrote just a couple notes on this because I figured, and thanks for the context, Guy. I figured, okay, well, we are, watching a clip of this. I wonder if there's context before to know that she wrote all the scholarship on it and does contextualize that it's not like she's not just placing the weight on the genre alone. But if we just are to react to that clip, the quote that I did write down before Justin pulled that up was, quote, the genre ... holistically does more harm than good. And I can't agree with that because I fundamentally disagree with a Black genre being the scapegoat of like erosion of culture. She used the words reserves, fundamental infrastructure eroding, we can't afford it. And I guess it's like, well, what is being eroded? I'm sure like 30 seconds before this clip, like she maybe fleshed that out, but what is being eroded? And if it is Black culture, Black community, respect for one another, I can't place the blame on hip hop as a genre for that. I think, when they speak about hip hop becoming this kind of hegemonic force, right? Like it was pop, it became pop, it overtook rock and roll, like it's this preeminent genre, to the point where Justin talks about it all the time. All of these chart topping songs and groups use hip hop elements to you know, climb the charts as well. But I think that what we see with hip hop, kind of like the quote that, you know, Sky read, was like, you know, hip hop's not dead, but it's ill. I think that's a more accurate prescription. And I think what we're seeing is not just hip hop as the hegemonic force, we're seeing hip hop in the hegemonic epicenter. Like, it was birthed here in America. And so, like, of course you're going to see hyperconsumption. Of course you're going to see glorification of capitalism, objectification of women. But like, patriarchy, white supremacy, capitalism predate the genre of hip hop that is 50 something years old. And so I think, like, I always think it's more instructive to talk about systems and like the context around a genre, more so than being like, yeah, holistically, if we take a step back and look at it, hip hop did more harm than good. I don't think you can actually make like a clean case for that, considering the context. So,
what's your applause?
Yeah, I don't agree with it at all. I mean, I feel like, if anything, the co-opting of certain aspects of hip hop has been awful. You know what I'm saying? But late stage capitalism kind of, it all comes back to that, in my opinion. It's just about, you know, discarding the part of the Black experience that gives the art form its nuance and richness and fullness, and just kind of like letting Post Malone throwing some golden braids and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's an aspect of it where, for me, it can't be all good or all bad, and it can't be this sort of like Trojan horse for bad things to happen. It's an art form that has been just slowly chipped away at and then sold off and part and parcel of things. You know what I'm saying?
Word up. What's your applause? You got anything, Screw?
I think it's a complicated thing, and I'm a rapper through and through and everything, but with the more I do think of stuff and say things, I don't think it's an easy question to answer, just like yes or no. I don't think the culture of hip hop has negatively, or has done more bad than good, if you know what the actual culture, where it started, and how, you know, it started to stop gangbangers from fighting each other and battling instead, DJs, stuff like getting your aggression out in a different way that was nonviolent and stuff. So absolutely not. But I do think we do, as Black people, we do tend to always go, when something like this is brought up, go, yeah, but what about this? And then, but what about them? And then what about that? And as much as we can't say it's all, yeah, I do think that there are elements of hip hop that has negatively influenced the world, of negatively influenced everything, just as much as it's influenced positive more, I would say. But there are some real dark things that have came from hip hop, and I don't know if it's the creators of hip hop's fault as much as it is the people who are pushing hip hop. Because when we say, one thing that almost broke my brain was drill music. Like, that era was like something where I can no longer just go, no, this didn't affect, because that was like, that's a thing that I just feel like needs to be unpacked way more, like things like that. And even when, and because people could be like, yeah, we weren't celebrating that stuff and stuff like that, but we absolutely were. And there's people like dissing on my cousin, now his ass all in that wood, huh? There's a lot of people who we quote and we dance and we say, we're listening to this nigga talk about murdering somebody, and we know who he's talking about. So it's like, these are things that I think have gone to like numbing. And I don't know if it's just hip hop's fault or if it's just a microcosm of, like, even when you get on the internet, like you get on Twitter and then you see someone get in a car accident or stuff like that. I just feel like that's also been reflected in hip hop, and there are negative things that come from hip hop. And I do think we tend to not address them a lot because it's a hard conversation to have, that it doesn't spiral into just blaming hip hop for everything. But then it also is hard to talk about or fix any problems because I feel like we're so hyper sensitive to making it feel like you're scapegoating hip hop, which everybody tends to do. But there are some absolute crazy things that I think that we celebrate a lot, that if we stopped and looked out and be like, yeah, that's a little crazy, but
I guess to me it's just not endemic. It's not like hip hop is not the source material for that. Like The Godfather being like so popular, or like the Mafia, or like I think that's just like money, sex, murder is like American culture, like to the T.
Westerns.
Yeah. Like I think I think that's where it's two different conversations, where I think it is a mistake to deify hip hop and to be like, oh, it's just this benevolent thing, that's and it's just so right. Like, and I think that a big reason as to why like things like misogynoir, things like violence towards women aren't talked about is because of like just the system of patriarchy, right? Like it's men rapping to men and men talking about men rapping to men. Like the system of accountability is like not really there for like calling that type of shit out. And I feel like that type of stuff should be called out. However, to make a statement as Dr. Rose did of like holistically, she said, if we look holistically, it's done more harm than good. And then we talk about, like, she listed off things like overconsumption and glorification of this type of masculinity that leads you to prison. That is like white supremacist patriarchy at its core. Like that is just like that. It's not, and like hip hop and rock and all these other things kind of take from that, like media and all that. Like the gangsters that we glorify typically are of a different skin tone. You know what I mean? And I think that also like drill, where it's like, man, this shit was hard as fuck. And you listen to the content a little bit, like YB is one of my favorite artists. Like, so like, I totally get it. Where it's like the content is like, oh, we just confessed to some crimes there. And like, oh my God. But it also is very reflective of someone who jumped off the porch at 12 years old, that had like 4 kids by 14, that like, came from like one of the poorest, most impoverished, small counties, like, or parishes in the country. And so I think it's almost like just a mirror of like the environment that they're in. And there is a level of glorification or whatever, but I think again, like that's American chauvinism. That's like we are we're gonna play cops and robbers. I'm gonna hop on my horse and shoot you down. I'm gonna be the biggest kingpin. And like those are some of the like major pop cultural fixtures that we put up there. And it's, I don't know, we view it differently when the skin tone is differently, in my opinion.
But I think you're absolutely right in that. But the only pushback I get back is that the reason why it's different for the Westerns and stuff is because the consequences and stuff are different for us. Like, where the things that you can't, basically my point is what you said in the beginning, where you cannot, just as long as you don't deify it, you don't make it just be like, there's nothing wrong, you're not seeing what you're seeing. And I feel like that's what happens sometimes, where I go like, no, but this is a little crazy. No, because I do get it. It's like the black on black crime thing, where it's like, it's hard to have a conversation about crime, like violence against black people and black people, especially in public, because when the other people hear it, it becomes they're not having the same conversation we're having. We're trying to fix something. They're trying to promote something as the standard of what it is. So I just feel like sometimes that we do tend to not talk about what she's saying. I feel like is we tend to, maybe she's not saying, but what I'm saying is we tend to not talk about some of the worst parts because we don't want that to be the face of hip hop, but those things do exist, is what I'm saying.
I mean, she responds to herself on page 5 here. The excessive blame leveled at hip hop is astonishing in its refusal to consider the culpability of the larger social and political context. So I think she's on board with all of us here. And I think that she really does, in general, and a lot of her work, she does talk about that it really is, She mainly blames it on late stage capitalism as well and on systemic racism. The one place I would actually push back to her if I ever talked to her, but I'd be terrified to talk to her. But the thing that I think a lot of people who say like, oh, rap isn't conscious anymore, like that's sort of true. But the emotional range of rap has grown so much. Like I love Public Enemy, but what do I know about Chuck D? Like what do I really know from It Takes a Nation of Millions, like about his internal life and how he feels? I mean, the political stuff is really important, but like even like rappers who aren't great are really way more encouraged to talk about their life and what they've gone through. And I feel like that brings a humanity to a lot of the rappers that I feel was lacking even in like the golden era. And that would be my pushback, that like, if you're not paying attention and you just kind of hear it, then you go fine, but then you actually dig into it. And I think rappers these days are way more emotionally open than they were when rap was good in the 90s. But I don't know if you all agree with that.
I kind of was thinking about that too, only because of Isaiah Rashad's most recent drop and even Keem's drop this year, where it was like, oh my, we just like entered the depths of this person's soul and like their heart and maybe even in like their sexuality and their expression and gender and like all these things. Like, I think there's so much more to the genre now, even if it isn't the most lyrical heavy. So yeah, I agree with that. I don't know what y'all think, but
yeah, I agree with that. I feel like at a certain point in time when you think about the Public Enemies and the X-Clans and the Poor Righteous Teachers and groups in the 90s, a lot of it was they were rapping about leaders in a time that has like it's kind of become empty caricatures of those same things, like the MLK, how people say, all people know is I Have a Dream speech. Nobody knows about any of his other work. It becomes this thing where now the rappers are just introspective, and now it's about emotional intelligence. It's about understanding yourself, because you can't be, I love Fushnickers, you can't be a character. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be Nine. You can't just throw in a voice and that's the whole thing. It has to be about mining the depths of yourself. Like, okay, but who am I as a person? And even within that, everybody's aware that, at this point, it's like, oh, anybody that appears to be in a leadership role, you kind of get scared because they either get co-opted or killed. So it's just like, it's like that decentralized thing where like, if we don't project leadership onto anybody and we just kind of like become leaders within ourselves, then they just got to kill us all at that point. They can't kill the person that we're pointing to. So I don't know. I've been going back and forth on, like just thinking about her quote and thinking about I forget what the original prompt was, but I just can't say it's all bad, because if that feels too much like an indictment of blackness, and that just kind of stings to hear, and if like again, like I think that what you said, BK, is like in terms of her clip not really being like the current culture of like contextlessness not really serving the purpose of her clip, because we don't know what she said before that or after that. And even when you read that passage from the book on page 5 and she just kind of like not agreed with us, but like you saw that like it was more nuanced. I mean, you could definitely wag a finger at like the people, like wag a finger at the young kids and look at hip hop and look at rap and look at black culture for being like this thing that was, I just keep saying co-opted because I keep thinking about like how the word woke became became an insult.
Nigga. That's what it became. Nigga.
Yeah, and it's just like, like that stings. And but it's also like, it's not our fault. You know what I'm saying? It's not our fault. Like, it's not our fault that we make some fly, cool, dope, original shit, and all of a sudden, here come somebody like co-opted it and taking it and flipping it and bouncing it on some bullshit.
Look, I look at this, and I always think about this conversation I had with Russell Simmons. And we were having, it was when, I can't remember if it was an interview or if it was a phone call. It was an interview, actually. And during the interview, he told me, the music always reflects the drugs people do. Whatever drugs people own, that's what the music gonna sound like. If people are on uppers, the music gonna be up. If people are on downers, the music gonna be down, slow, drip, whatever, right? And I never looked at the world the same after he pointed that out to me. This had to be like 10 years ago, 12 years ago or something. And so I never looked at the world the same. And when I'm very familiar with Dr. Trisha Rose, but when I saw this comment here, which is, it comes around every couple of years, it hit me different this time because I really think America is sick, if not dying. You know what I mean? And just look at how we treated the opioid crisis. Like, we literally, we treated it the opposite of we treated the crack epidemic. I think those reasons are pretty obvious. But if you just look at the wide-ranging effect that has had, look at how we treated people who lost their houses during the Great Recession. You know, look at how we treated people during COVID. What was it, a $600 check, two $600 checks, and you couldn't do nothing? And there was no moratorium on your rent? I feel like America's got a problem, as the song says, or the album says, or the song says. And I have no expectation. I mean, I think I felt, when I started thinking about it this way, I started feeling like I was the one thinking about this inappropriately, because what else would I expect, not even just hip hop, but the art, the entertainment, how we treat each other. How could I expect it to be anything other than what is actually taking place right now all around us? And so I don't necessarily blame hip hop, but under the banner of hip hop, we have justified destroying our neighbor's humanity for profit at scale with clever rhymes and infectious beats. And in that sense, to me, it's still doing the hip hop thing. It's still a reflection of us. Now, whether or not us is being marginalized to these things based off of an industry that the music side of this culture is connected to, that's definitely the case. But we got way bigger problems than what is happening strictly with hip hop. And I'm someone who does believe, still in my core, maybe naive or otherwise, that the tenets, the energy, the culture of hip hop is a way out. I'm just not sure if everybody is still thinking about hip hop or is only focused on the profitability of a rap song.
Profit margins.
We're a bank disguised as a country. That's what we are.
Like 3 corporations in a trench coat. That's genuinely what it is right now.
Right. Anybody else have anything on this topic? Otherwise, I think we're at a good stopping point. Word up. Man, this is a fantastic discussion. This is some deep conversation, deep thoughts. Brand new thoughts, as L's live stream show is called. 9-second applause to you all. Word up, man. Thank you guys so much. That is the end of the main discussion. We have some super chats here. You guys have time for some super chats? I know Screwface, you got a heart out pretty soon.
Yeah, wait, I did kind of want to speak on, because you said something that was like super profound, and I don't know if you said it while I heard it, but you said something about how you attach hip hop as basically the entire Black experience. You said something like that, and that's kind of like what I was speaking to, where I go, I think what happens sometimes is, since hip hop is what we're all like born into and we all know, we kind of attach the entire Black experience or culture to hip hop. So it makes it hard to speak about it in a certain way, because it feels like you're attacking Blackness when it shouldn't always feel like that. Because if that's always the thing, then sometimes we do get to not talking about some of the real actual issues. Because what I always feel like, and I did this too, and maybe because I'm getting older, growing up, I always felt like it was whenever somebody says a problem with hip hop, we'll go, yeah, but okay, but what about that? And then we'll talk about that later. And we never get to actually talking about the problem. Like, so it just always just comes and keeps manifesting into something different. And that's what I was basically saying. And that was like the way you said that. I've never really heard that said before. And I just kind of had to point that out. Like, yeah, no, that's some real, and I don't even know if that's good or bad. Like, should we make the experience is way more than hip hop, but at the same time, hip hop is so the experience that how do you separate the two? How do you talk about the thing? But that's the way you put that just had my brain just like, that's true. Like, damn.
Well, I have to jump in because one of Trisha Rose's most famous quotes is "Love black people first, then talk to me about hip hop." Like, that's one of her slogans, and she's kind of frustrated because she's such a great hip hop scholar. That's all anyone wants to talk to her about. But she has all these other books about all this other stuff. But like, that's her whole position. It's just like that you have to start there, and then everything else can. I think that's why she says these things, is because maybe she sees those lines getting kind of crossed, and anyway, so everyone should read Trisha Rose, by the way. That should be the takeaway. She's amazing.
What book would you recommend first? Because this is my first time encountering her.
Yeah, so Black Noise is like the foundational text for hip hop studies that came out in 94, and then the Hip Hop Wars is kind of more contentious, that came out in 2008. I would suggest those. And then seeing as we're talking about books, sorry Justin, I know you're also a fan. Flyboy in the Buttermilk just got re-released. No, so it used to be you had to buy it cost $100 to buy this on eBay for me a year ago. It's now $18. I'm not sponsored, but one of the other best books about hip hop. I had to bring that here. So if you're interested in reading some great writing on rap. But yeah, so that's where I would start with Trisha Rose. And also she has good like, if you go on a YouTube channel, she's given talks, Brown, Harvard, all that stuff. I mean, she's a very, very big deal, but she's not, maybe made for YouTube with all the clipping.
Yeah.
Right. And I honestly, and I should have said this earlier in the segment, talking about audiences who are fans of the music versus fans of the culture around it. That is one thing I think is terrible about this era. And that is, they've made it very difficult to share music in this era and still run a media business. They made that very difficult. Yeah. Like the fact that I have to make I have to take a risk on whether I want to highlight a song that I like, or I have to go out of my way to describe this song in such detail without playing it, I think is a travesty to everybody that's a part of this ecosystem. I understand that the labels and the lawyers feel like, yeah, we're going to just grab all the money that we can. But I also think they're having a real impact on their own exposure and their own clients. I think that is terrible. Yep. So, all right, let's get to some super chats. There's some questions in here there's a lot of really deep super chats in here, so let's see where this conversation goes. I do want to put this one on the screen real quick because this one just isn't true. It's not even a super chat. It's from, shout out to Mex. Mex says, even Justin got into journalism because of the money and the love. Nothing is new under the sun, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just to go on record, I definitely didn't get into journalism for the money. That was not a part of the equation at all. I actually hoped that I'd be good enough to get to the point where I could make money. Money was fine. I was doing just fine at my job in investment banking, and I actually left that because ultimately at my core anyway, being fulfilled was more important than money. So I don't know if that's a typo, but I don't want that just lingering out there, because I say this all the time to people. If you want to get into, if you really want to make money, go sell money. That's what banks do. They sell money. Okay, go sell money. And I'm not even talking about being a banker. Go be a janitor at a bank. Go be an admin assistant at a bank. Go be a security guard at a bank. Okay, any place that sells money has more money for everybody that works there. That's why the tallest building in every town is a bank. Okay, don't care if your town is in Nebraska, if your town is in Manhattan. The tallest building there is a bank. That is how consistent and how easy it is, not easy, but how consistent and how sincere I am when I say, if you want to make money, go someplace that sells money. Okay. Sorry for yelling. All right.
I think he did apologize in the chat since then. So
okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Or she. I shouldn't.
Yeah, I happened to look at that. I'm like, wait a minute. No, I didn't. My dad thought I was crazy. I had to explain to him that things were probably going to be okay. I'm not going to be destitute. I already learned how to sell money. I could go back and do that if it doesn't work. Okay, everything's going to be fine. Word up. Big shout out to Romango. Romango says, I think it's a mix. Art's leaving schools, everyone chasing get rich, quick success, less mentorship, anti-intellectualism, and weaker media literacy. That makes it harder to create thoughtful, lasting hip hop.
Yes, I think, again, it's a systemic issue. It's the gutting of our systems. It's the mass consolidation of our systems, the fact that like you only have 3 labels, the fact that like like 2 people own everything, in combination with defunding of the humanities and the arts, in combination with like everyone chasing get rich quick success is also part of the capitalism issue. Like niggas need money. And so you're trying to find a quick way to like pay this bill or pay off this debt or whatever the case may be. Like it just creates a system of scarcity and people end up like going really low to like get compensation for that. So I like talking about it in more of a like systemic, holistic way. I think that spurns more like interesting and curious conversations than just like, yeah, these niggas suck and it's all bad. You know what I mean? Like it's, I don't know.
We should call it get not hungry schemes. You know, get not hungry quick.
Not hungry scheme. What's the applause?
Like some people are fully scamming and grifting. Like I'm not like DJ Vlad exists. Like other like, academics exist. Like there's people that absolutely are like just doing the most nefarious things to like get rich quick off of this. But like I think some of the more like smaller fish, like low level niggas, like it is get food quick. Whatever you just said, that was brilliant. Because like I feel like that's what like is at the core of a lot of this. So.
Word up. Thank you, Romango. 1 second applause. Andy Pandy says, I don't understand why their team hasn't just prepared them to write and memorize a freestyle in advance for the Cypher. LOL. Cypher should be mandatory. I think somebody in here said, do we think that their team is actually writing the raps?
They are writing the raps ahead of time, by the way, and memorizing them.
Yeah, and they're also doing multiple takes and editing the takes. It's not like just one shot and done. It's a production.
I think when people read freestyle, because I see this all the time in like when the radio, it's not like off the top of the head. That's not what that means anymore, really. Like, especially when someone goes up to the radio or like a cypher, and you don't want that either. Like I always find it interesting, maybe because I've been rapping like my whole life, when people really think like the majority of freestyles off the top of the head, and then they get mad when people just like, bro, you don't want the majority of freestyles to be somebody rapping off the top of their head. You want them to prepare their best stuff and rap it as a piece of art. That's what you want. Like, you don't want people to just start rhyming hat and bat and cat. That's what every freestyle is going to be. Not everybody is prolific a freestyler.
Where you get 8 bars to check it out, and I do it like this.
Yeah, I'll say this one thing I do miss though. I can't remember who said it earlier. Maybe it was you, Don, that said this earlier. You were talking about how, or whoever said this. I feel like somebody said this. Maybe I made it up in my mind. And my mind went there later. But how you miss the places where you engage with people with music. Or somebody said some type of effect. And I do too. That is something else that really stands out to me. Just post-COVID, in general, I think people were interacting differently, but the scene I started my career in Brooklyn is so pivotal to everything that I've done now. Like Donwill was a part of it, Brooklyn Bodega, PNCRadio.fm, Southpaw, Williamsburg Music Hall, EO Dub. Like there was a whole culture community of MCs, bloggers, photographers, videographers that we would all just be at these same events, just celebrating the love of hip hop and all the artists that were on stage. I miss that so much.
They don't exist. A lot of those places are gone. They're the ideas now.
Yeah, I remember when Southpaw closed, they actually gave me, where is it? Somewhere else. They gave me one of the old radios that was behind the bar. You know how they had all the old artifacts and stuff? They gave me that when they're closing, which means everything to me.
when I first started doing music, I remember South by Southwest was the end all be all. Like you had to get there, and that was like one of those where everybody would meet up, and it was like a community thing. Now it's like people don't even care. Like so, it's like yeah, and I'm not even. I'm a little past your era of stuff because those communities are already leaving, but there was even those back then that are gone now. That it's just like yeah, it's kind of like everybody's just having a singular, but we always say it's the death of the monoculture because it's not just music, it's everything. There's not really communal experiences like that.
We used to call South by Southwest rap summer camp because that's where you would see everybody. You know what I'm saying? And now it's I mean, yeah, I've been recently, and it's definitely a ghost of it's like the La Croix. It has a hint of the flavor.
But see, that's what they say about Comic-Con too. Like that's just everything now. Like where it's just like everything is slowly dying with communal experiences.
But I do feel like that'll come back. I feel like people are touching grass more. Like the kids are like, we got to get offline. These apps are keeping us apart because the social part of social media has been eroded by like it's just not social anymore. It's like all commercial, no TV show. You go there and you just scroll past ads, and then your friend will say something, and you're like, "Nice shirt. I want to go buy that shirt." Everything is marketing, advertising. Nothing feels really like me just seeing a picture of BK's cat. Like it's just like they'll
it's
be.
Like I'm selling like kitty litter now, and like yeah,
right.
But I did want to shout out in Dallas. There's probably more, but there's two particular communities. Shy Boy hosts listenings where like DJs will come and like they'll show their like secret vinyl collection, and like we're all in a room and they like play their favorite vinyls, and it's their speakers around, and like we're all kind of commenting on like the music. Also Spinster Records in Bishop Arts does that too, where they'll have like listening parties still. And like I think that Gen Z and maybe Gen Alpha too, but definitely older Gen Z, like we're in search for physical media, like the wall, the books, like the magazines behind, like we're like I do have like the whole Bloody Affair, the whole like beef on cassette. And I feel like it's because we're just rejecting everything as an ad, and everything is kind of mushed together. Like you said earlier, I'm listening to music on the same device that I like Zoom into like meetings for my internship, and also talk to my mom, and also talk to my friend. Like, so we are kind of like, I think, creating those spaces again where it's like, no, I just want to like stand around and like listen to music, or no, like you bring your favorite CD, I bring my favorite, and like let's listen to it and talk about it. Like those spaces are, I think, now popping up more than ever because people are like rejecting that. So
that's what I was going to say, because I have a couple of kids, who are 20 and 18, and with them and their friends, the only people who complain more about young people not going outside than old people are young people. They're constantly complaining about how they don't go anywhere and how it used to be better. And I mean, there's a reason that like these things, I mean, I'm not saying that'll translate to anything because there has to be enough money for people to do it. And, we can't all be billionaire journalists like Justin. So, like
it's so expensive to touch grass now. Like
it's
like, okay, well, if the drink is like $14 and the cover was 20, and like, I don't know, it's just expensive to touch grass, and the defunding of like the third spaces, and it's just like, okay, where can we just go and sit for free? It's just,
I live in Vegas, so like yeah, it costs like $100 just to breathe air out here. So
yeah. But like a question I have about physical stuff is like J. Cole just dropped that magazine, and I got it in the mail today. I got my copy and opened it up, and I was just thumbing through it like, oh, this is so dope. And I immediately wonder like, who bought it? Was it people like me who were trying to like remember the feel of a magazine, or did like the young audience buy it because like I'm curious on the demographics of that, because that might introduce a whole another audience to like that feel. You know what I'm saying?
Paper.
The reason why I'm a little skeptical of it coming back is because for two things, like Pandora's already out of the box, and the other thing is, one thing human beings are very good at is finding convenience. And once you find convenience, we don't go back to non-convenience. So even if they're saying it, let's see how it plays out, because I think all of this is just to we sold our ownership for convenience. So now it's like, oh, we got everything on our phone, but we don't actually own anything. But I don't think as human beings, because we just love to get as close to lazy as we can, I don't know if it's ever going to go back. I think it's too convenient, and I don't think ownership means as much to people as it does to the people who, because some people like born up now don't really even know what it means to own like a physical thing. So how do they know what they lost? You know, like, so.
I think well, I can speak for myself. What sparked me and my friends going back physical was dead ass like a couple of our favorite shows being wiped from the streaming service we used to like consume it. Or like I remember one day Isaiah Rashad's one of his albums was like just taken off of Spotify one day. And I just wonder like how many people were like, well, actually, let me go buy that real quick just in case like the expiration on the IP expires and now instead of it being on Netflix, it's on Peacock. Like that's what it spurned for me and my friends, where it's like, I literally was watching SpongeBob and Shrek and like all these other things like on Netflix. And then one day it was like, no, the same people that own that don't own that anymore. So now you're going to have to buy another subscription to access that. So that's the only, I guess, hope for that I have.
I'm going to say my dark fantasy real quick. My dark fantasy is that one day for just an hour, Apple, Spotify, everybody's server just goes down. Nobody can access anything streaming just for an hour. And then it comes back. What will the response to that be? What'd you say?
There might be some bodies behind it. I don't know if people will know what to do with themselves if that happens. Like that might
I just keep YouTube open and I'm fine. I don't know.
I just want everybody to remember, like, oh yeah, we don't own any of this. Just a brief reminder. That's it.
That's terrifying if you think about it.
Big shout out to Examine It says, what's good, see you? I'm editing my album reaction for Bulldog dropping Friday. Y'all should check it out. Also, do not sleep on Elle. Homegirl is a genius. I'll be in your streams tomorrow. Mad love for this whole panel. Man, thank you so much, man. 1 second applause. Congratulations to you too on your Bulldog review, man. That's going to be, or reaction. I can't wait to see it. That's definitely one of the better albums that's dropped this year.
I didn't want to cut it. Oh, sorry.
I just want to say thank you. Like we are in there nerding out, having fun, doing all sorts of creative tech stuff, waking up early in the morning, having a wall on the lives, and we were in there having fun. So shout out to you, Examine It.
Word up. Big shout out to Crowned K. At what point did culture pacify the industry norm amongst the mainstream in our media spaces? We used to be so loud in our pushback, e.g. Pac, Hammer, KRS, and everyone versus Vanilla Ice. I think maybe when KRS-One did that Sprite commercial. That's just me. What do you guys think?
That killed me. I remember that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, not him. And then George Carlin did a commercial for like 1-800-COLLECT. I'm like, there are no heroes. Everyone's a sellout.
Yeah, it went from selling out to selling. Selling out to selling. It just became selling.
Wait, what do you mean when KRS-One did the Sprite commercial?
He did a Sprite commercial in, what was that, 97, 98?
Was it the Lions, the Voltron one?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Let me pull it up for you.
And it was like, how can you be KRS-One and help these corporations sell sugary soda?
Sell commercial products.
The confusing part, I was gonna say I gotta go, but I gotta say this. The confusing
95.
I have about the capitalism conversation is, okay, so there are people who are demonizing KRS-One for selling Sprite while drinking Sprite.
It's more so that it's in conflict with the ideology he was selling. I think that's when you have like a massive, like especially back then, outside of like just stand shit. I think when you have like a message, a brand, an ideology, a politic that's like one way, and you do something like a partnership with a corporation that seems incongruent with the message that you've been pushing, that's when like you get the massive fan reaction. It's not, and it's also like, yeah, you can critique things you participate in, so like there's that, but I think maybe there's a sense of betrayal if your politic is communalism or mutual aid or whatever people perceive you signaling it as, and then you do something or enter in a partnership that seems incongruent with the message you've been pushing. Like maybe that's kind of what that was about.
And it's 1995. Like that is a huge part of this conversation.
So it's, but like he's selling records on a record label, right? At the time. So isn't that a demon, like the demon? Right? What I say is like, I feel like with this capitalism conversation we have, that I genuinely, like, I'm not even pushing back, I'm genuinely confused, is we seem to like parcel it out where it's like, well, if him doing the Sprite thing is wrong because he's helping out corporation, I mean, like, I don't know if he's signed it wherever, Universal, wherever, but like he's selling records on that too. Are we just?
Well, this is before the consolidation in the space also.
Yeah, and I would say
I mean, even if it's not, I'm just saying of the other thing that he participates in, because they had the song "The Super Ho." They had where they were in down the Scott LaRotte and him with the leathers and that was all. Look how fly I am. Look at my car. Look at my da da da. So it's a little confusing, but
I think that to that point, like prior to that, like MC Hammer was the one. He was the pioneer of the air quote sellout. You know what I'm saying? Like when he came with the cartoon, like not even the cartoon. He was like the KFC and all that shit. Like he was the one who was like, product placements, let's fucking go. I'm getting this bag. I'm putting on for the town. British Knights. And while rappers like you had Run DMC with Adidas and shit, like marketing and brand alignments, it was, I think KRS-One just felt weird as hell to see him selling Sprite. Like it could have been anybody else. It could have been Fat Joe Crack. It could have been, I'm thinking of like even, I wouldn't even say like I don't even know if Rakim had a politic that would have made it seem weird for him to be selling, because they did St. Ives commercials too. So like there was that whole thing, but it was just something about KRS-One branding himself as like the teacher, like the
right. He's a teacher. Turns into a corporate pitchman. I'm not saying that from a macro level. I don't think that people who are critical of capital should not take capitalistic deals. I'm not someone who looks at that. I think every situation is different. I think like you have to put yourself in 1995 and you see KRS-One, the teacher, the guy who is probably more critical of everybody around him, pointing fingers all the time. That's hip hop. That's not hip hop. PM Dawn, you getting kicked off stage. You're not hip hop. All these things. In the middle of the Keep It Real era, in the middle of an era that was still very much tied to the cultural aspects of what hip hop is, right? And the guy who was basically setting or maintaining that standard for him to do that looked like, oh, well, the whole world must be ending. Or, well, now I guess it's okay for all of us to really go do it, right? Because he had that much impact, that much clout, his voice carried that much weight, and these were all things he was very much not about. Starting with, I would say, starting the day after Criminal Minded. Because Criminal Minded is a bit of an outlier from the rest of his catalog and a lot of things that's going on. Like he is shooting people on that album.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, so he grows past that pretty fast. But when he gets to like Spiritually Minded, when he gets to Follow the Leader, like things after that, for him to be him and to do that is what rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. So it's like Pac versus Hammer, right? Well, I think ultimately they end up being friends or whatever, but like Hammer was the guy that everybody was pointing the finger at. And the biggest finger in that direction for hip hop selling out was Chris. And when Chris did that, a lot of people were like, come on, man. A lot of people felt that way. Not you too, is what it was.
It'd be like Trisha Rose doing a feature for Future, You'd just be like,
I guess
thought you had principles.
That's a bar though.
With the way that I'm looking at, I guess I look at things is, if Trisha Rose had a feature with Future, I would be like, this is very interesting. I want to see what this dynamic and I guess, because this is something that's been brought up a couple of times, because I've heard this conversation with like Jay-Z and stuff too. And I genuinely have a confusion about it because I guess KRS-One, I know where it's like specifically him, it's just so ironic because of what he's saying. But I guess as a whole conversation, it makes me a bit, I get confused about it sometimes because it seems like we all have to participate in this capitalistic system because that's the rules that they put. But then we tend to sometimes blame other people because we perceive them as higher on the thing. But we are, especially like people with like platforms, we are that to somebody else. And I'm not talking about to KRS, but like the KRS situation. I was speaking more like with the Jay-Z and just the capitalism conversation. There's a lot of people who I've seen will have platforms and be like, this guy is wrong because he does this and he does this. But then I go, but if you extrapolate that theory and you look at, you got $100,000, $1 million or whatever, and to somebody who has $100, they could probably be saying that same thing to you. So that I get confused on how we tend to, when we blame the people and not the system, I guess, with the thing, because we all have to participate in regardless. But I guess it's sliding scale. But like I said, I'm just rambling at this point. But I think
a lot of it has to do with how many fingers you point. Like, how preachy are you, right? And I think that is universal, and I think it is something that ruffles feathers regardless of what generation you're from. If you are pointing fingers or come across as you're pointing fingers, and all of a sudden someone catches you doing the thing that you pointing fingers about, that's the response you're going to get.
That's why I said not particularly KRS One, because that's hilariously ironic.
Right. It's funny. It's funny.
But shout out to all you guys. Thank you so much. I had a great conversation. I love being on this stuff. That's why I always stay later than I'm supposed to. But
I appreciate you. Screwface John, the one and only 9-second applause.
Thank you guys.
There we go. All right. But yeah, I mean, I think that was a healthy conversation around that super chat. What do you guys think? That's pretty good. I think that was pretty good. Let's check out Nigel. LLM Nigel, not the LLM, but Nigel. Everybody get ready for a very specific personal question. In the spirit of supporting the younger cats, what's a song from these XXL freshmen you like? And who is your favorite younger musician and favorite younger musician who plays an instrument? Guitar, bass, keys, drums, bass, strings. Open floor.
Ooh, this is a good question. Shout out Nigel. I'll answer it backwards. My favorite younger musician who plays an instrument currently is Willow Smith. I think she's taught herself how to play like every fucking instrument known to man.
Yeah, I know you have so many options for younger musicians. Why would you steal Auntie Damn only younger musician she was gonna think of? God damn it!
Look, that speaks to Willow's greatness. That like
Fire.
She could penetrate, and like to the point where she was like, I love how she specifically was like, I think it's lame to just hold a guitar on stage. I need to actually know how to play it. Like, I'm going to lock myself in a room and I'm going to challenge myself to like be bad and then be good at a thing. She's so inspiring. So that would be Mad Person.
Me too.
Period. And then a song from these XXL freshmen that I like. I like Lareezy's whole debut project. I think God Forgive Me is a really good song on that project. I like Hot on that project, and I also like Family Busy because, you know, he was just shouting out his family and the boot, and I'm from Louisiana, so I feel like he puts on for the state really well. So that was like a couple. Family Busy, I'll just go with Family Busy. And I like Eyesight by Slayer, and I like Nobody by Trim. So I'm sure there's other songs, but that's just what was coming to mind right now.
I'll answer it backwards too. I like, as far as newer artists who play instruments, there's a cat, Red Veil.
I love him.
He's so dope, and he plays keys. He sings as well. I think he plays drums too. He's like, his album was one of my favorite things to drop at the end of last year. So I got to give him some love. And I'm honestly not really up on the songs of the freshman class, so I can't really speak to that. But I do like Lareezy. Lareezy's the one whose work I have like heard the most of. I'm trying to think if there are other people. Chris Patrick. I don't have a song for him, but he's one of the ones that I was excited to see up there. And yeah, so Lareezy is my guy too.
Did you get a chance to listen to his project Skittle Bandana, or have you got to jump into that soon?
I haven't. I heard the project, the stuff that came out right before it, but I haven't had a chance to jump into Skittle Bandana. It's on my to listen list. I like to really. I'm an intentional listener. I don't really passive. Like, I'll make a list of things, and then when I have the time, I'm into it.
Yeah, that list is like growing for me because like 2,000 albums drop every Friday. So it's just...
But I'm realizing what time it is, and I do need to leave too.
My brother Donwill, man, welcome anytime. Thank you so much for joining the panel this week.
This has been an amazing experience, and I'm honored, and I would love to come back.
Dope, man, my man. 9-second applause.
Yeah, it was really great to talk to you. Just wanted to wait, did he leave? I wanted to tell you before you left, I love Joe Lupe interview. I was so shocked watching it, like, wow, you really got him to share so much. And so when you said earlier today, like your interview style or whatever, I was really taking note because that was an amazing interview.
Thank you. I was hoping he would let me be a part of his rap crew. He still hasn't let me join. Lupe, I know you're watching. I need that text back.
We need Donwill and Sosa.
And Sosa. I'm in the same situation, Donwill. Don't worry. One day we will.
Listen, Lupe got to text us both. It's all good.
Word up.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
So I'll
so much fun.
For Larizi, he's got a song called "Family Busy." Have you all mentioned that already?
Yeah.
Not yet. You did. Oh, my bad. I missed it.
Yeah.
I stepped away
Okay,
too.
so I stepped away, and then because I compared Larizi to Baby Keem because I think the way he describes his youth, I feel like he gives an insight into his generation and his life experience in a way that just feels like very like, wow, this feels really honest, really raw, really true, and not really trying to sell an image. And then Slayer has a song called "Having Anxiety Is Really Annoying."
I love that song right now.
That's the kind of thing that like these young kids will do. Like, I mean, that's not a rap song. You can't call a rap song called "Having Anxiety Is Annoying." But man, I'm anxious as hell. It's very annoying. That's a really good song. I mean, yeah, Slayer's just, I'm telling you, like in like 5 years, we're going to look back and we're going to talk about Slayer and Larizi and like this Culture United. We're going to be like, yeah, they've each had like 3 awesome albums. They had like 2 bad ones, but they had 3 awesome albums in the last 5 years. I think we're going to be saying that. I think we're going to be talking about this time because this generation feels like it's turning into something, but maybe I'm just too hopeful.
Pressure makes diamonds or pressure busts pipes. I feel like this generation's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
They're like just generationally, Gen Z, Gen Alpha got totally different things that we had to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, we grew up in an optimistic era, all things considered. I grew up in an era where I just thought everything was just going to keep going up and rights were going to keep becoming more expansive to different people and everything was going to be fine. And then 9/11 happened. And then remix, nothing was the same.
That's a great point to make because I feel like Gen Z and Gen Alpha are fighting nihilism with every bone in their body.
Yeah.
And we are seeing young artists like put up take the punches, like actually, when really like if you're trying to convince a young person why it's worth like living and trying and going to school, it's really hard to convince them why that's valuable, like considering what they get in return. So I'm always just going to be supportive. If you're trash, like, but like there's some young people that are fighting against like a lot of shit that also were in like very formative phases of their life during like lockdowns and like everything going from physical to digital. So I don't know. I give some leeway, not for like absolute trash, but I feel like, I don't know, watching Slayer's performance with the XXL Cypher, but then also like his lunch hour or lunch table, I think it's like Lunch Table Lyrical Lemonade does their thing. I was like, oh no, like he cares. Like he is actually putting in like effort and time and like he cares about the craft. And he's like, he has a line where he's like, I'm double paying my dues. Like I'm trying to, like, it maybe sounds a little different. And I think your earlier point of like them rejecting genre is exactly what I'm hearing. And that's what I like. as like an older Gen Z, is like the kind of warping and bending and going in and out of genres. So it's interesting to watch.
And we're living in a year where if Vince Staples doesn't have the best album of the year, it's one of the best albums of the year. And even if he's not Gen Z, he's playing like we want that. We actually want the genre bending. Same thing with, I mean, that's why I call them the children of Tyler, because like, you know, he won a rap Grammy for an album that wasn't rap, and he accepted the Grammy and said, I didn't make rap. You know, like it doesn't mean that he's not still doing a lot of what hip hop does. It's just, you know, not always in this, you know, in the bars way.
What album was that? Yeah. Was that Flower Boy?
No, it was Igor.
Igor, right? Yeah, I remember that. He wanted it to be in the alternative category. Yeah. And I was in the committee meetings for that year. And he didn't make it in there, but he still got the Grammy.
Yeah.
Would you consider Igor a pop album?
It was alternative. So alternative is a genre it's a genre on its own, but it's a very, I think they only have like artists and group, if that. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of subgenres underneath alternative. Run the Jewels, I think, got in there one year, for example, perhaps, or at least they tried to get in there one year. It's very difficult to switch genres. A lot of times it's difficult for the genre that you're already in to let you go when it comes to the Grammys. And then a lot of times it's very difficult for the genre you want to go to accept you, which was Beyonce's challenge for a long time.
Yeah. And just going back to the generation thing, you know, as a college professor, if you didn't have to go to high school in COVID, I don't think you have nothing on kids who had to go through COVID in high school. Like nothing. Like you have no conception. Like 9/11, I think was nothing compared to going through COVID for a year in high school. Like trying to like form your brain and understand social rules and like it's just, anyways, I'm such an easy grader now, way easier of a grader than I was before. Cause I'm like, these kids don't have a chance, you know, like, especially so many of them right now are like, just like they were just, you know, freshmen or sophomores. That shit. Anyways, yeah.
Do you see a lot of, reading comprehension challenges with your students?
Yeah. A lot of reading comprehension questions, a lot of reading resistance. I mean, like it's really tricky because you want to reach students. And so if you really want to reach students, you can't give them too much to read because you'll just force the majority of them into being liars. It's been that way for a long time, but definitely like you have to sort of, you know, dance and sing and have a PowerPoint and like tell them this is the most important section. Don't even read the rest. Read this paragraph. You can read the Wikipedia first and then read this paragraph. And then, you know, you go into class and then you read that paragraph again and then you tell them again and then you tell them it's going to be on the final and then you give them the paragraph and then you pray and hope that they got out of it what they were supposed to get out of it. And sometimes they do. But yeah, it is
sometimes they do.
And sometimes they do. But
that's
I mean,
crazy.
It's a selection bias because I was a great student in college. So like, I can't be like these students. It wasn't like this in my day. Most of the people in my classes were screwing up and not doing it right either. So who knows? But.
Word up. Yeah, when I talk to college professors, they all talk about the amount of quote unquote hand holding they have to do with their students to get them to. Like, you can't just say, go home, read this chapter, come back and tell me what it's about. Apparently, you can't do that the same way. Or that's more challenging. But yes, I mean, you're probably the best teacher most of your students have probably had, to be honest.
I was going to say that. Your level of investment, it's crazy.
But part of that is because I say, like, you know, like I give them this to read and I know they might not read it, but then I also give them an FD essay and I give them Justin's essays. And like, I make sure that I find stuff that they know and like, is it better to read the source material? Yeah, but like they'll learn, you know. I think the main thing is like converting passive learning to active learning, because that's the main problem. Like I'll watch a YouTube video and be like, damn, I feel so smart. And then you ask me something the next day, I'll be like, the Spanish Civil War happened in Belgium? No, like I just like it happened in 2042. Like I'll have no memory. And so that's like the main thing is that students are so acclimated to just sitting and watching not producing. But anyways, now you got me on a whole nother thing. I feel like I'm breaking the Holy Trinity here at the end. I'm going to be getting all these tomatoes in the chats.
No, not really. I was thinking about
No, you're good. No, it's
about
good.
how you loosened up the grading and how that could apply to loosening up the grading on a cipher.
Yeah,
so my mind started to do this run of, well, they don't have the things they need. They wasn't prepared correctly. If you expect them to actually do it the same way, then they won't be able to do it. So the right thing to do is to loosen the grading standard and hope that at least they're on beat.
Right.
Hope that at least they caught that same cadence that everybody caught. That's actually good, because if you really look at what they have, so my mind, so I don't think that conversation was bad. My mind started spinning on, should this generation be graded on a curve?
I think they should be contextualized first before we determine I think that's what's missing, is that like rarely do you find generations, like older generations, contextualizing why. It's always just like pow pow, poo poo. And it's never like, okay, well, if I had to try to learn like through a screen, and then like it never went back. Like my master's level courses are like asynchronous. Like we don't sit for like a lecture at a specific time because COVID taught them that they could just work around that. And so it's like when the structure is like, when the university is like, oh, we don't have to like pay to keep the lights on in these classes, we could just put it all online. Like COVID taught us that. Like when the whole structure around changes, the incentives are different, the context is different. And so maybe say the standard is still up here, but you know what? I get your context a little bit. Okay, we give you some supports here and there, but still strive for something. Like he still expects the work to be good. Like you're still going to grade these students. You're still going to, But I think the issue is too, before they even get to Sky's class, what I saw was I was working with fourth graders during COVID. Before they even get to Sky, they're being just pushed through. I mean, I was reading test questions to the kids. Like I'd be like, okay, so what do you think the answer is? And they'd be like, well, I don't even know what the question says. And I'm like, how did you get to fourth grade without like even?
Is the push through grading on a curve?
I actually don't know.
I mean, all of this stuff gets so complicated because then the whole system's been moved towards grading, using test results to grant funding, and so then you have to teach to the test, and then there's just I don't know. I mean, I think I'm like, when it comes to like the grading stuff and all that, like how ready students are, like I call them generation guinea pig more than anything, because like what we've done is we're just like, hey, what happens if we give like a bunch of like 3-year-olds iPads? I don't know. Here you go. Give them all iPads. Maybe they'll play Angry Birds. Hey, what happens if we give a bunch of 10-year-olds Instagram? Well, they're going to post nudes of each other. Okay, don't do that. They're going to destroy they're going to film themselves hitting old people. Young people are bad these days. And like, what if we just give them all vapes? What if we just, everything is just like, they just keep getting experimented on by all these tech companies, and then their brains change, and then all of us Xers and millennials are like, how come you don't think like us? They are being absolutely formatted to just a bunch of billionaires are just playing around with their brains. Just like, what do we do next? What are we going to throw at them?
Gambling groomers.
That's right. Like Rick Rubin, by the way. Did you know Rick Rubin's a gambling groomer?
I just learned that the past couple of months.
Tomato.
$300 million. That guy's worth $300 million. Buy some shoes with your gambling money, Rick Rubin.
Big shout out to OCRTR, says too much overexposure. There's no more mystery of the artist. At the same time, the artist has become a micro TV network to listen for music and watch like a TV show, and they know how to get viewers.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing at Professor. Buy some shoes with your goddamn gambling rumor money. I'm sorry, I'm too tickled by that. What was the question?
It was a super chat. It's on the screen. It says too much overexposure. There's no more mystery of the artist. At the same time, the artist has become a micro TV network to listen for music and watch like a TV show, and they know how to get viewers. Yeah, it's a whole. Everybody when I say everybody's the media, I legitimately mean it. Like even people who are just on social media, who are not actively putting out content for money. Like if you put out content, if you put out a certain piece of content or the right piece of content, actual media will cover it. They'll say this, you said this, and it'll be a part of another story. Everybody's a source now. Everybody's a part of the media. And with people who are intentional about it, we're all little mini networks. And I think that's what OCRTR is talking about.
But I mean, I think like going back to Open Mike Eagle again, I feel like he tells a lot about who he is through his music. You learn a lot about him through his podcast and through his, YouTube thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like it's too much. I feel like it all kind of goes together. There's a really good young rapper, Gais Guevara, who's very political, and he's on Instagram, and he's basically always crashing out about people being mad about the sound quality of his last album. And it's sort of like this other thing where it's sort of like, man, he is really upset about this. And maybe that's more of what they're talking about, because like he had this sort of aura in my mind of someone who's just like this like great up and coming political rapper, and then like he just is so like just constantly like yelling at Instagram. I'm always like, dude, it's okay. You're a great artist. Just calm down. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I may be biased, but like I love being able to like interact with my favorite artists in that way. And I think about maybe not all of them. Some of it is very much never meet your heroes, because damn nigga, you fuck. Like this just made me just not really even like the music as much, but I'll still listen, whatever. But I'm thinking about like my engagement or interaction with Doechii, right? Like I went to see her show here in Dallas. It was incredible. She went out to the clubs after, which was great. People in the city got to party with her. But then also I'm in her like the Swamp channel like on IG, so she's always like, hey, like I'm about to post something, blah blah blah, so like I'm up on that. And then I follow her Finsta, where she's like, I'm studying 14th century stained glass art, and this is going to help me with my album. And I'm like, oh my God, I love that. Or like she had this whole conversation between fandom and community, and how like she's trying to create a community and not necessarily like a fandom, and now fandom can be exploitative, and how she feels like a product and how she wants to be, so being able to interact with her like that outside of like a curated interview, PR, whatever, like I personally love that type of access, but I could see the double-edged sword nature of it. Like, so.
1 second plus. Let's see what we got here. This one is from Mo Keenfe. What's up, bro? 1 second plus. Question for everybody. How much of this perspective is shaped by comparing today's average with the past greatest hits? I'll say this. I think the 80s is overrated. I think a lot of times we look at the 80s and we're like, I think we look at the 80s as if it was this bastion of amazing music, but it had amazing hits. But there's a lot of very weak stuff in the 80s. The 90s is way better. Way better than 80s. And the 70s is way better than the 80s to me. 80s is very plastic. I think they're like it's the 80s is very representative of the Reagan era to me, right? We could talk about hip hop. I think hip hop is probably the most culturally connected that it's ever been. But look at everything else. Look at the hair bands. Look at the women on top of cars. Look at all the electronic synthesized things that were very hit driven. A lot of great songs that didn't get past the rest of the albums themselves. If you look at it from a standpoint of broader genre, I don't think the 80s compares to the 70s or the 90s, to be honest with you. And so I think obviously nostalgia is a hell of a drug. We look back at a time period that reminds us of youth or freedom. We look at a time period that, where we had disposable income and plenty of time to just run around and do things, and everything just looks a lot better compared to the pressure of paying bills and supporting a family. But I don't necessarily think what we're seeing, at least for me, I'll speak for myself, I don't think any critiques I might have for new artists that are heavily promoted by the modern music industry, I don't think that my criticisms are based off of nostalgia from the past. My criticism more so are, we're just taking people who have phones or an app or a computer program and made something that was popular or viral on a social media app and we're giving them budgets and expecting them to be able to perform like they had music classes, or they had a garage band, or they actually, learned, went through having to freestyle or cypher against other good rappers before someone else could find you and give you the opportunity to make bigger music or have your music go farther. I think people are less prepared now. The barriers of entry are so low that it's great if you want to get into something that you're really passionate about, but it also moves the quality of the product much earlier in the supply chain. What we're getting from a lot of these artists with their debuts or their debut mixtapes or whatever, would not have passed, would not have got out the studio in previous generations. And that's because quality control was also part of the process. That's because once you got signed because of your talent, you also had to be developed and also molded and crafted and cared for and helped to find your sound. You know what I mean? Now you start with the fact that most of these labels are acquisition companies, and everybody is vying for what is already popular. I mean, take a song like, God, I can't think of the name of the song, but Jello Ball. Jello Ball had one of the biggest hits last year. He went on the press. He is Lonzo.
Swerve on him?
Swerve on him. That's right, Swerve on
I've
him.
been wondering, what the hell happened to Swerve on him?
It did exactly what it's supposed to do.
No, but it completely disappeared. Like, is that going to happen to Spendat? Is it going to be like, that never happened? Like, did he release an album? Did he release a second single? What happened to... Anyways.
Young Miami, but look at Young Miami. She was in a group.
Yeah.
One, she had a TV show she hosted. You know what I mean? Like, she's had joints. Like, Spendat is going to be, she's going to be fine. Jello got there by one proximity, largely, right? He is like, I wrote a piece a long time ago called "DJs Are the New Black Actors." Right, and it was how you didn't even have, like, you used to have to be like a trained black actor and be really great. Then the movie industry realized, we could just put Ludacris in a movie. He sold 2 million records last week. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened to DJs. Like, you used to have to be like a trained DJ. Now it's like, well, shoot, he hangs out with an OnlyFans star. Of course he should be spending tomorrow night. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is Jello Ball. He took a song we used to love when Cash Money made it, basically, and pimped his proximity to his two way more famous brothers and more famous father. Got the buzz up to the point where, reportedly, I think this number is highly inflated, but he got a $9 million deal, and that is what happened. Def Jam bought that for whatever millions of dollars, and I'm sure they made more of it in return. But anybody expecting Jello Ball, who was on the freshman list last year, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 years ago, whenever that was, for him to have a career, I'm not sure anybody was worried about that. But that was an acquisition. Like, that song blew up, and they said, we got to have that.
And
that's where we are now.
About, like, I think too, there's this idea where, like, okay, there's this larger, like, sustainable strategy. Like, it's like about the here and now, seemingly. And like, that's why tech is their long-term investment. Data brokerage is their long-term investment. Surveillance is their long-term investment. And then, like, whatever money we can make off of this new hot thing, that's what we'll do in the intermediate. But it's like, it's cheaper for them to buy someone that already acquire someone that already has a loyal fan base that's gonna buy and eat up whatever they put out, even if it's literally like shit on a rag. And like, that's just the cheaper way to go about it. Then pay an A&R, then pay people that do artist development, then pay for workshops and all that stuff. Like, I think they just literally were like, let's look at our margins. What's the cheapest way we can, like, make some quick money? And if it's Jello this year, then in 2 years is some other fucking person that has the most viral thing on TikTok right now. We'll just go with it. Like, they have money and capital to, like, spend, like, frivolously like that. And I think their long-term strategy is tech, like Donwill said earlier.
Hey, can I get a fact check on the 9 million? Lils, can we, because I'm curious, if it's 9 million, I want to know that forever. I want to have that fact in my pocket and be able to say, like, that song got a $9 million deal, because I imagine it's true. I just want to know it's true, Justin. I'm not doubting.
I think the number is highly inflated, but I believe that's what the initial report is. Like, if I'm just looking at the space through my lens, there's no way they gave him $9 million.
Yeah. I've just never been on since the fact checker came around. It's very exciting.
I want to know that forever.
Yeah. I think the number was reported 9 million, but I am, like, just my lens on the space and conversations I've had with people who've acquired songs that were in a similar space, I'd be shocked if they actually paid $9 million for it. But
yeah, I don't think I'm comparing today's average to today's greatest hits. I think I'm comparing the people who are platformed to the people who were platformed there. And it may just happen that today they're platforming the average versus platforming the greatest hits before. But that is kind of my contention.
Exactly. Like when Justin pulled up that cover and it had like Big Sean, Wiz Khalifa, J. Cole, like
that motherfucker was a banger. I was like, God,
they were at
damn.
the pinnacle though. Like that was the hottest shit. Like that is what was being circulated. So it is kind of like, I mean, it's hard to not see the disparity when, like Screw said earlier, those legacy acts from the blog era are still reigning today. Like I think they benefited from this lack of saturation, this lack of consolidation. The fact that like I was hearing fucking Problems on VH1 20 Countdown when I was getting ready for like school or whatever. Like I was gonna hear it again on the radio when I got in the car with my mom. And that's just not the way we're, I don't know, consuming music anymore. But that's I don't know. So.
Well, the thing about the blog era, because it still was an era very much of freedom, right? But it was still curated. Like, SK had great taste, Mecca and Shake had great taste. Jake Payne had great taste. Andreas Hale had great taste. Like all these blogs, Steve Ray's and Chuck and Greg, they had great taste, right? So they're curating things, and people from an industry level, you still had an analytical view of what was happening, right? You can look at these pages and see, oh, look at all the views that they had. Oh, this artist has all these views across all these different blogs, right? But it was still curated. It was outside the industry, but it's curated. When you get to SoundCloud era, that is just numbers and comment sections. And so, and I'm not knocking the era, I'm not knocking SoundCloud. There was some curation. Obviously, they would promote things that seem to be more popular than other places, but it's all within one place, right? And so the blogs were also magazines. So you had people who also like to read the news or also might want to see an interview with somebody. Those early streaming years were very thin. The curation was light. The accessibility was amazing. And then we got to see a lot of people do creative stuff with it. We saw Soulja Boy come up with ways to independently get his song, not playlisted, but, more searchable or whatever, right? And so I think that is really where you find the gap, because you are now away from, you're running into less and less curation. And so now you just have young people liking things, and they're not necessarily thinking about it the same way as younger people from previous generation liking things that were curated for them, and I think that is a necessary, or at least I think that's the point that is worth making sure people really understand, because yeah, we have a lot of curation now, but it feels more gatekeeperish than I would say even before with the blog era, because bare minimum, it was very easy for people to start their own blog. like bare minimum, I mean, I started my own blog. I went outside in Brooklyn and I went around to these places where Donwill and Tanya Morgan, these people were at, and these people, and Homeboy Sam and these guys, and they read my blog. You know what I'm saying? Like, so even if you weren't on a major blog, you still could have an impact and cure.
So I'm never gonna let that
go. Even Justin did it for the cash. That's why he's over here writing about a product people don't buy.
He apologized. It's not at him. It's just fun.
Shout out, Max. Love you, bro. Love you, Max. My bad, BK. Yes, sir.
No, just that lack of editorial control, quality control is pervasive in so many different elements of media. I feel like the Ellisons owning CNN, you can see the difference now, or just the consolidation of media in general. I sound like a broken record, but that it really is the source of a lot of things. I even think about the hot water Essence has been in for a couple years, and when you look at okay, what's the strategy? Do they understand their audience anymore? Who is their audience? Is it changing? They're a legacy publication that's gotten into hot water for disparaging Black women. It's Essence. How is that happening? And then you see, they had to furlough majority of their staff, and like they're hiring 1099 workers to fill up to pick up the pace of like a salaried position that's what that was before. And like the incentives are different. They're like, okay, well, we need clicks, so we can't print magazines anymore. And so I don't know, it's just, I don't know, you just see the degradation of like all forms of media being affected by that too. It sucks.
When did Essence happen already? I feel like this is Essence season. Did I miss it completely?
Essence Fest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
This is like the second.
It's in June, so yeah, I think it definitely did happen.
That's crazy. Oh,
but
man.
also, like, this is the same year where
You're from Louisiana.
no, there's so many things I could speak about that actually cannot. But the fact that the CEO went into litigation of sorts with Essence. Okay, I don't know what just happened. But
wait, how did you just get fireworks?
I don't know.
Do it again.
I did like that. I don't know what happened. But
what the wait a minute.
That happened to me in a video last week. I don't know what happened.
Did it do it?
That's funny.
Hey, there's one of these.
But that's, I don't know. That's how you know it's like, I mean, they were literally screenshotting tweets and of former writers, and then the CEO came out and was like, y'all disparaged my name over the last Essence Fest, and it was 3 hours behind schedule. Like, it's just a lot. Anyway, that's a legacy publication going through that shit. So it's not just music.
Yeah.
But
Well, they have new owners, and that's part of the challenge that they have. You know, I understand what they're trying to do, and I have so much love for the entire diaspora. I think we're better when we work together. But I do think that you need to make sure that your anchor is your anchor. like whatever the biggest thing that this organization is doing, you want to make sure that is, what people expect. And I know they ran into that last year, and I guess so much so that this year I missed it. How did I miss that? That's wild. To me. We got our fact check in here. According to ESPN, 13 million was the ceiling, though 8 million was the expected amount. I think that 8 million is inflated. I think the 8 million is inflated. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's been fact checked. We can now say it forever. It is officially at least $8 million, minimum $8 million for Swerve That.
Tweaker, I think it was. Yeah.
Tweaker,
is that the name of the song? The name of the song is Tweaker. The Swerve bumps the hook.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and also as
Thank you,
it
Liz.
happened earlier this month, July 3rd to July 5th,
Yeah.
and it actually had Cardi B, Brandy, and Monica, and this special Aaliyah tribute that I only found out about the Aaliyah tribute because one of these, oh my gosh, I forget the DJ's name, but they made a video that was like, that was an AI tribute, and like the AI rendition of her didn't even look like her, and like, I don't know. That's now it's coming to my memory. Like, that's all I remember from this year.
I heard an argument that the fall in Essence Fest is connected to the DEI and all of the black aunties of that era losing their job and not having enough money to go to it anymore. And then everybody started adding all other reasons on top of it. Like, oh, actually is this. It's like, no, that demographic was just hit pretty hard in different ways where now they're kind of too broke to invest into an Essence Fest weekend. What do you guys think about that?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you're talking 1 million black people between black men and black women been laid off, because of the change in policies at the federal level and at multiple state levels.
And I would think those was the people going to Essence Fest too.
Well, and also too, they had like an activation that was free the year prior that they charged $100 for like the year after. And I remember that being a really big stink because they were like, wait, like the lounge was something that like locals would like go to. And then now you charged 100. And then once we pulled up, the samples were missing. To me, it felt like a logistic issue. And even some legacy acts coming out and being like, from the, like, who was running the show? Like, who was coordinating? Like, there was a lot of, like, back-end things that were, like, falling through that I'm just really confused about. Especially when you say, here's a lounge with, like, sample products that was free one year, and now it's, like, $100? Like, and it didn't deliver? Like, niggas was making TikToks about it? Like,
yeah, and I also think that regardless of which one had more of an impact one way or the other, I think that from a management standpoint, from a business standpoint, you have to understand your external threats. And so if you know that you're now operating in an environment that has changed, if at a macro level, the environment that you're working in under has changed, then you need to make sure that you prepare your product for that market. Now, in this case, when it comes to events and when it comes to Essence, that means communicating that to your audience, communicating the challenges that you're experiencing from a business standpoint so that people understand why these decisions are happening. And last year's Essence, I can't speak to this one, but last year's Essence, the communication was a huge problem with a number of things that were happening. Whether or not people liked them or they didn't like them, these were things that were just rolled out and presented as if, hey, congratulations, we're changing what Essence is. And I think that the timing for doing that, the way that they did that, couldn't have been worse. You know what I mean? Shout out to Essence Fest. 1 second applause. All right, we got a prominent. Besides the one in the freshman classes, who is an artist y'all wish to highlight for what they're doing and are stars in the making? Open floor.
So I'll go back to that same guy that I was talking about, Matt Proxy, and in particular, it's not like he's my favorite, but like there's sort of been this thing going on in the underground, what I call the interground, like the underground internet stuff. Where there's been a lot of dudes, a lot more like me, you know, suburban white dudes making a lot of rap music and like getting a lot of clout online and like speaking in internet languages in a way, and it's sort of sapped a lot of the audience from more traditional like hip hop artists. So I feel like him and Slayer are like making rap that appeals to internet brained kids, but doesn't remove the authentic cultural expression that is where hip hop comes from. So I think that it'd be good if more traditionalists were paying attention to people like Slayer and Matt Proxy as like artists who are finding ways of, you know, I think Matt Proxy's from Minneapolis and Slayer's from Philadelphia, you know, like they're just normal rap experiences and lives, but they're able to cross over into the weird internet stuff that kids like these days that's just a little bit off. So I would make that like push to everybody to try to open up a little bit and just say like, what is it that these kids like? I mean, there's like one song on the Matt Proxy thing that's just like for like the first 3 minutes, but then the back half is like ill. It's like great rhymes and like awesome beats and everything. So anyways, that's who I would suggest. And I just made a whole bunch of nerds happy. So
yeah, I feel like the I don't know if you agree with this, but there's a lot of like hyper pop that is being infused with like this like underground, and the hyper pop is like very internet coded, like, and it's glitchy on purpose and it's muffled on purpose, and can you really understand what they're saying? And like that's like on purpose, and I don't know, my brain just is wired to like that. So but I would shout out Eris the Planet. She's like a young MC who was a YouTuber first, which I feel like you'll start to see too. Word to Black Boy Max, who's like the first streamer to ever have a Grammy nom. Like this mix of I was an internet personality and I'm making music, or like vice versa, is definitely like, it's popular, it's in. I think Eris is, she's underground for sure. She hangs out with like the Tia Corinnes, the BK the Rulas, the Denzel Currys, like the Baby Osamas. Like that's kind of like the space she occupies. But I think she's fly and like braggadocious and like cares about music too. So I think definitely shout out to her. I think she has like star qualities, but then it goes back to the conversation of like, what does Gen Z star power look like? What does star power look like when there's such decentralization, when there's such a lack of monoculture, when there's such a dilution of like things? So yeah, that's who I would say. Eris the Planet.
I'm gonna go with Marco Plus. I think he should have been a freshman. I'm gonna go with Marco Plus. I think he should have been a freshman. He wasn't a freshman. Marco Plus versus the Underworld is really dope. He's from Atlanta. Great songwriter, emotional, personal, also lyrical. He can do all the traditional things that rap fans from my era might appreciate more than other eras, but he is also someone who is really comfortable expressing himself and how he feels about different experiences he's had. So he has a lot of range, and I think the reason why I really feel like I'm disappointed he wasn't on the freshman list is because I also think that he represents for an era of Atlanta, or a thread of Atlanta, the JID line in Atlanta, the Outkast line in Atlanta, the Goody Mob line in Atlanta, and so check him out. He's dope.
I want to bring attention to Rico Dreams and Ty Henney, just on the street rap side. I don't know if we really delve into that much on this show, but Rico Dreams never like ceases to amaze me. Like when he starts rapping, I'm like, oh, this nigga is getting off every time. And it's pure, just like, it's not really about being conscious, but in some ways it is conscious to a street nigga. So I just want to highlight them. But if I had to pick one, I want to highlight that girl that just rapped against her ego, but I couldn't find her name. Do y'all know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
She kind of looks like Missy Elliott in the video.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try to find it.
Yeah, her ego was really big standing in watching that was one of the first times where I was like, hold on. I feel it brewing. Because
Was that a Colors performance, or was that just
no, I think that was her
okay. Did it look like Colors, or I'm thinking about somebody totally
different? It was black and white, dramatically contrasted.
I might be thinking about something different.
That doesn't really look like Colors, but
I definitely remember Colors.
Oh, you might be thinking of Earth Sign Chels if you're thinking of
that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Daddy Died. Yeah. But I think Iman the icon, or Iman Europe.
Yes, that is who it was. She has this new video out where she's rapping against her ego, and the ego going crazy. All the boombastic shit. The ego going crazy, and she just started like, I gotta kill you. I gotta kill you, ego. I gotta kill you. And it's like, damn, like I didn't see that coming, because we're so used to I'm being egotistical, and that is what it is. And the video is so dramatic because in some parts the ego is hella big, looming over her, and then and she still has this calm demeanor, as if it's almost like David versus Goliath kind of insinuation, arguing with her ego. And so my theory is that we're in a cycle. And right now we're in the make it rain bitches cycle, where everybody's just so comfortable and they have everything and they don't have to push back. And I know it's not true, because I know in your mind you're like, wait a minute, these niggas is broke. Yes, I know, but they're still in the acting mode of it. And I think we get around that hump and it's like, actually, this shit is kind of fucked up. Let's tell the truth. I want that pain. I don't want to hear that fake ass shit, man. Ain't nobody making it rain. So I think we're kind of like right at that curve where people are starting to admit to themselves, like, no, you're not just making it rain and you're the richest nigga ever and you always win and you're actually the hero. No, you're not impressed. Like, I feel like that's such a great daydream to have if you're just like, I'm tired of being presented as the loser, because I do think that happens a lot with rappers and really Black people in general. I am tired of being presented as the loser. I'm tired of being presented as the overly oppressed, where I can't get right, where every time I do something, somebody's gonna come kill me. It's the boogeyman I have to watch. I'm tired of being presented like that. What if I presented as the superhero and I always win and nobody can fuck with me? And I think that has been over exaggerated to a point where it's almost like, nigga, maybe I'm the oppressor. You bitches get in line and you niggas too. Like, hello, everybody calm down. And so I think we're just getting around to the circle where that's corny. And I'm just excited about what's going to happen, where a person was like, no, this is what's real. And then that breaks through. So that's what I think is going to happen. Hopefully I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to that point, I feel like escapism just don't hit no more, or like it's not hitting harder than fucking reality's hitting.
Yeah,
so, like,
that escapism, they can't find that escapism vein no more. They trying to find that vein. Like, yeah. I'm trying to escape. That motherfucking vein closed up his head. Like, nope.
I think the vein closing up is the contradictions getting too sharp.
It's so obvious. So I'm just waiting. To be honest, I'm kind of waiting with my hands like, this fake ass shit can't last that long at all. It's almost like there's this game. I don't know, not to bring up Baby Casino that is Chuck E. Cheese, but there is this game where they have these coins, right? It's this thing that pushes. It's like it keeps pushing this thing like this, and it's all these coins right here. And you're trying to drop a coin that lands in the right place. Yeah. So when it pushes again, it pushes coins over. It's a fucked up game. Don't ever play it because it's a fucking trick. It's very hard to get the coin in the right place. But I feel like we're at a place where it's so many coins everywhere that we are just that one coin away, and all of that shit is gonna come tumbling down. But that's kind of part of the trick. It's supposed to look like that. And that's what makes them put you, that's kind of what makes you put the coin in there. But it's hell of them now. So that's how I feel. Somebody said they love that game. You are crazy because that is a torturous game. But Justin, do you know what game I'm talking about?
I know exactly what game you're talking about, and I stayed away from it in the arcade. It looked like a setup.
Yeah, so I think
I'd rather lose my 50 cent on Mortal Kombat than watch it just sit there next to other people's coins.
Yeah, that's what's so terrible about it. It's almost like the morgue of misplaced confidences, because it's like your little single coin, it stopped and it looked back up at you. The coin look at you like, really? You just dropped me off in this machine. So, but that's how I kind of look at it, but with hella coins to the point where, yes, I do think we're a coin or two away from it all falling down. So,
it's a beautiful image.
Word up.
And that song was produced by my producer of the favorite Lupe song, Dinosaurs. So,
Kaylin.
That's true. Yeah. I forgot that. I was so surprised to see that. Kaylin, what's Kaylin's last name?
Ellis.
Kaylin Ellis. I was so surprised because I was already feeling that video, and then I saw him like produced by me. I'm like, because House is a masterpiece.
Yes.
Dinosaurs is also a masterpiece too. I love that moment where where Joe Budden's like, what the fuck is this song about? Nobody wants to hear about dinosaurs. And Lupe's like, the song is about you. He like, what, nigga? I don't need to listen to this shit again.
That was like a high point in hip hop media, I think, when Joe Budden had that conversation, and it was probably probably the absolute high point of Lupe appearing on hip hop media. Like that was just like this really great moment. Yeah, that was awesome.
I know. It's like, it's about you. And then you listen to it again, and like, oh, the dinosaurs that go extinct are the rappers that actually gave a fuck about the game. Shit, you listen to the song completely different. So, yeah. I see you got another one up, Justin.
Shout out to Tour Man the Great. G Malone put us on Rob Galate. Hope I'm pronouncing it. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. On the lunch table out of Texas. He might have my favorite album of the year, validated by The Game. Burnt Orange Slab is amazing. Not sure how old he is, but if he's a youngster, future's bright. I'll have to take a look. Thanks for the rec. You guys want to talk about Nolan Wells? You want to talk about Nolan Wells? You got anything to say about it?
So
I want to talk about it, but it feels odd to do it at this time in the show because I think it needs so much. Because I have questions for you, Justin, because you understand it better than me. So I understand some of it, and then I have questions, and then I want to go through it, and I want to look at videos, and I want to really get into it. Can we do that?
I wonder if I may. I heard quite a few people, I didn't hear shit. I read a lot of people in the chat asking about it. I think just because it was in the title and he was on the thumbnail. So if we could maybe touch on a high level overview and then prioritize for the first show. I think this is going to be one of the defining cases of the decade, or you know what I mean, kind of like a I hate to even say it like this, you know what I mean, crime of the
it's
century.
In that direction.
Where it's cover up of a century, collusion of a century, in the Trayvon, Mike, Sandra, George kind of high profile, Ben Crump is involved in everything. So I think maybe if we could touch on it, just because his face was on our thumbnail, and that just communicating to our community that we're talking about it. But I agree with Elliot too, that it's it needs plenty of airtime to actually flesh out and maybe talk about the broader pattern. So I don't know what y'all think, but
So I mean, I need, first of all, I don't think my input is particularly meaningful. And second of all, I
think your input actually is really crucial to this case, because this case, and I know you probably got to go, so I'm not trying to.
I don't want to be like, oh, here's a real topic, I better go. No, the main thing I'm trying to think about, because I'm older than everybody by a lot, so like in my entire life, like what's the angle? Not of the people who are worried, I understand that, but what's the angle of the mainstream media? Like in my entire life, I have never seen them get excited about the death of anybody like this if it wasn't a white woman. And I'm talking gender and I'm talking race. Like it's always been, oh my God, can you believe this young white woman was murdered? Never a young white man, never a young black woman. It's like, there's something like, why are they pushing? Like, why is CNN? Why is Nancy Grace on here? Is it like, are we actually doing better as a society and we actually care about the humanity of black people for the first time in the history of the country? Or is this like, I don't know. Is it just me? I feel like, how is it possible that it's getting the airtime that it deserves?
Has it been your experience that it's getting positive airtime, where it seems like the news is rallying people together in order to get justice for Nolan? Or has it been your experience that in some ways the mainstream media is running cover by in some ways villainizing him or bringing up information that could make him look like a less sympathetic victim?
Maybe that's it, because or maybe it's just they know it's going to be a wedge issue, so they got to get it out there. I don't know. I've been trying to think, like, because this happens every couple of years, a case like this happens, and it's never been this. And I don't think in my opinion, it doesn't feel the same as, Floyd or anything like that. Because it's like, we knew what happened and it was terrible. And then the whole question was, this is the mystery around it, everything. It's like true crime, but the victim is like the only time in my lifetime that the victim has ever not been a white woman that I can think of.
Well, I think like there's a class angle to this. That's what I've been seeing. I think that like you do see kind of, shout out to Justin's coverage of this too.
Yeah, it was great.
It was great. And I think touched on a lot of different touch points, but I think like there's a class element, right? Like Nolan seemingly, I mean, from my experience being from a small town in the South, when like majority of your friends or the people that particular friend group, because I have seen his black friend group and like them coming out, like, it's kind of the tale of like black in suburbia, whatever, and like straddling these two worlds. But like his mom working like at a physician's office, and like, I don't know, there being this element of like, well, he was on a boat with an NFL prospect, and he was in proximity with people who are sons and daughters of judges. So that must be instructive as to like, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's this class element, but I did feel very weird of like, is it Nancy Grace? Like the Bob? Bob, where,
Bob. Well stated by Justin.
Legendary Bob.
Legendary Bob.
How many seconds of applause did the Bob get today, Justin?
1.5.
Where it being like, well, when I see a split screen of Nancy Grace and Stephen A, and she's like, well, of course I'm gonna investigate. And I'm like, yeah, like that's what she does. But like, there does seem to be a level of like entertainment attached to this. And of course, like Black Death is spectacle. I mean, in an anti-Black world, like if you take the Afro-pessimist view of things, but I think that it's the class element. It's the fact that they also were able to lawyer up quick, and they also were able to tap, Ben Crump, and they also were, I don't know if Kaepernick elected to do the independent autopsy on his own, or was it through his Know Your Rights camp website? Because
Know Your Rights.
Yeah, because I was looking at that and I did not know, like they have a whole autopsy tab where like any family can request an independent autopsy free of charge if their loved one has like died under suspicious causes, particularly in custody. So I figured, I mean, like the triangulation of like Ben Crump, who's really notable, and Cap, who's really notable. And then like also the Wells's personal class position, I feel like that's why it is getting a lot of traction, because like I didn't even know that there was disparaging stories. I mean, I figure, but I didn't know that there was disparaging stories until I saw Justin's video today. If that is being promoted, that's not like the whole of the story. It seems like there's this like, we need justice, and you know, these high profile people are like involved or whatever. So it's always very weird. I think the same thing is happening with the David case, where it's like, do we care about like pedophilia, or like are we just trying to run this story that we know is going to be like the desecration of the body of a Black and brown person? So I think there's a lot of things going on here, but I would go his class position, particularly within Mississippi, would be at play here too. So.
Right, and I also think that is the social reaction, because this is the third one in a row, right? You had Cyrus in South Carolina. I can't think of the young man's name in Texas who just went to jail, and now we have this
Carmelo.
one. Yeah, Carmelo, right? And so Cyrus, Carmelo, and now you have Nolan. And the difference between, Cyrus was the victim, but he was in a situation where he had a gun on him, right? Carmelo was, depending on your reporting or your point of view, he was self-defense, or there was an altercation where that happened. This one is just mystery. And so I think that combination also brings more energy and more conversation to it, right? It's like with Rodney King, right? You had Rodney King. Oh my gosh, why am I brain farting on these things? You had other homegirl, was it Latasha Sterling? The homegirl who was shot by the Korean store owner. And then you had OJ, right? And so I think when you have things in line, that, especially if justice doesn't break in your direction, people who feel violated or people who feel like an injustice was done, they flock more to the next one. And so the online conversation is just loud and crazy here. Now you put it in Mississippi, there's been multiple lynchings in Mississippi over the past year. Like there was kids who, I said in the show, sometimes I laugh just to keep from crying, right? But you have a situation in Mississippi where there was a young Black kid who was found hanging from a tree. They tried to say it was suicide, right? So you have a state who lives, like this is their brand. More than football, this is Mississippi's brand, whether they like it or not, right? And so you have that element of it. And then, you mean to tell me 500 people on this island and nobody knows? Nobody. And they had his phone and his keys and his shirt. And he was so drunk, he said, I don't need none of that stuff. Just leave me over here on this island. Things go bad, I'm sure I can swim 10, 20 miles. No, so I think all of that on its own is what led to TMZ picking it up, to Nancy Grace picking it up. Because first of all, just straight off rip, this is a Nancy Grace case.
Of course.
This is Nancy Grace up and down. You know what I'm saying? So like her whole career
I said, y'all asses out now, boy. Y'all out of there.
Right.
I ain't seen her in hella long. Have you been seeing her, Justin?
I haven't. I mean, look, you need a case like this for Nancy Grace,
Well, also, this has the potential of being like the Murdaugh murders, where it's just small town white organized crime, where it's Netflix doc worthy, it's HBO Max doc worthy, where it's like it's the whodunit, it's the true crimification of news and like Black Death. And I think that's a big part of it, where it's like everyone immediately was like, you mean to tell me like a Gen Zer was like, ayo, no, I don't need my phone? Like immediately everybody was like, record scratch, that didn't happen.
There's no amount of alcohol or drugs that could get an 18-year-old to give away their phone. Like none. Like you kill me first. Like that's that.
Literally.
Yeah. It's there. Like there's just no. Yeah. I mean that everything else. Like you can sort of. I don't know. But really, Justin, your video, if everyone hasn't watched it, it was a really good synthesis, because you really brought in a lot of the different sides of it, and especially the podcasting sheriff guy, the race baiting Johnny. I don't know what his name is. I just
Confederate Tatum.
Yeah, I mean that's just the whole thing is like, even if it's an innocent thing that happened, and I don't think it was, but even if it is, there's still amazing rottenness shown through the reaction and how it's happened. Like there's no good answer to any of this, even if it was the innocent case that they claim. It's just still this rottenness being reflected back to us.
Yeah, and there's a few things that happened today. One, Bart has lawyered up. Bart was the NFL prospect. He currently plays for Wyoming. He went to a JUCO or community college in Mississippi prior to transferring to Wyoming. His father played football. I think he was a kicker at the University of Florida. I think his grandfather played football too. He is also a doctor in the town. He's a doctor that works at the same medical center as Nolan's mom does. And so early reports was that based on a Facebook post that Bart put up saying that he had been in Wyoming the whole year, he looked to social media to at-home sleuths as a potential suspect because people were not saying his name in the beginning. He has come out today to say he was talking about a different date. He was talking about June 26th. So that has changed. He also lawyered up and said he's going after anybody who's trying to implicate him. It says he didn't even know who Katie was, right? And so along with all this, you have what happens when you have people do at-home detective work that's happening at the same time. And so there's so many stories that are going so many different places. That's one of the reasons why I took a while to decide to even talk about it, because when it comes to certain stories, particularly stories like this, I have no desire to be first at all. To me, it is crucial to be correct on anything that I report on. And this is one of those cases that in my bones, I know this feeling so well. I remember after graduating high school, we had senior skip day. No, high school was senior skip day. That was fun too. It was in South Carolina, right? We had two separate senior skip days. We had a black senior skip day and a white senior skip day, right? I went to both of them. Right, and so the white one was over on a lake. It was on a lake. I remember tongue kissing Destiny Abercrombie on the dock. She was the only other black girl there. It was great. But in college, oh no, it's still high school. So after high school, we had first week at the beach, and so it was basically the same kind of dynamic, right? Me, all my friends, everybody would play basketball with football with. Majority black people, we all stayed in hotels on the Strip. And then the white kids, they all stayed in houses, by the beach or some nicer beach a little bit farther away, right? And it wasn't just our school. It was basically all the white schools white kids in the county basically stayed on this one side of town. And so we would go over there to hang out with them for a little bit, but then we go back to the hotels on the Strip. Well, one day we go over there, and in the house across the street, she went to, it was a bunch of kids from the school called Wade Hampton. Wade Hampton was a Confederate general. Okay, I went to jail, man. We were the Patriots, right? Go Patriots. I think my parents probably did that on purpose, now that I think about it. We moved to Greenville. I know my mom was sitting there looking like, all these Confederate schools. No. We're not gonna do that. All these kids from Wade Hampton were in this house, and all these houses are drinking houses, party houses, or whatever it is. And there was one black girl in there. And the black girl died. And she died the story was she overdosed on Whippets. Now, I never questioned it. There wasn't some scandal around it other than it just being a tragedy. But I've seen this up close and personal. I know what this is like. And so that element on its own is a very loud element in the South. I think a lot of things that you're talking about, BK, when you talk about the suburban kids versus the urban kids or the country kids or whatever groups you're hanging with, a lot of things can can spiral in ways that happen faster than you realize. Yeah. But one of the things, there's a kid that's a part of this case. His name is, it looks like Trayston, I think his name is. And he's actually biracial too. So it's him and Nolan are basically the only black kids on record that were there that day. And Trayston very much feels like Ben Crump and all these guys are just turning this into something that it's not. Now, whether Trayston can see the reason why that's turning into something that maybe it's not, I'm not sure. But he says something that has been my only experience growing up in the South. People in that community, Ocean Springs, they watch out for each other. They protect each other, they defend each other, And when it's time to get a story straight, they gonna get a story straight, right? That's one of those towns where the entire government apparatus is local people from the same place, right? And so I think also that is another reason why this is such a Nancy Grace type of story. This is very much a potential Stepford type community of people living down there on the Gulf Coast, right? You've got a black athlete who was probably going to go from community college to a D1 school, because that's where a lot of these kids go because they're that talented. They can work their way into the system and still end up at Ole Miss. That just social societal element of it too, I can't imagine broader media not picking it up. What I have noticed though, and this is where I think the media literacy is a real problem, is particularly local media and even TMZ sometimes, they just echo what the police says. And the police just echo what the kids say. Like there was one of the kids there, his mom or his stepmom is a judge. And within the first 2 days of this happening, she went outside and definitively stated where her kids were, where other kids were, and definitively talked about how they didn't do anything and she wasn't there. Now, I get she is defending her kids. I get she believes her kids. But when you have someone in that role, when you have a local official who is a judge saying something definitively on Facebook, that tends to be the talking point. And that has continued to happen. So even though the media is in here, whenever somebody says, yo, Nolan was drunk, okay, now we got to talk about Nolan drunk. When Confederate Tatum says, Nolan might be doing cocaine, okay, well, now we move there. The thing that Tatum said yesterday that I was waiting on it. I was legitimately waiting on it, because the way the media narrative has gone now, particularly because I view a lot of this as a lack of media literacy, because they just say things like, there's no reason why he would want to stay, but he decided to stay. Like when the media echoes that kind of stuff, my eyebrows raise. But Tatum said that he had a source or someone told him that they saw Nolan and some girl, what's the quote?
Aggressively cuddling?
What was it? Aggressively struggling with me.
Right. Now, whatever, aggressively, whatever it is, right? In my mind, I'm like, okay, they didn't like the cleaned up audio. That's when we started hearing about him doing drugs and drinking, right? Let's say the next break happened. At what point is he accused of assaulting somebody? At what point does that show up? Because that's where my mind went when he started talking about aggressively being intimate, where they were concerned. Like, that to me feels like, oh, they are going to do the Emmett Till if they need to. And so that's the kind of thing that I'm watching for with this case. I honestly don't know. I don't have an opinion on. I don't have an opinion on what actually happened. I just know everything that they're saying feels like it's leaving out a lot of things, and it stands out to me that they keep evolving. The things they're saying keep evolving.
Yeah.
My man didn't know if the water was coming up to his ankle or not as the boat was sinking. Like, that stuff is just weird.
Well, because that part is a lie, right? Like, I'm not, because so much news is coming out in so many different places, and so much of it sounds like bullshit that it's kind of hard, because it's like, wait a minute, that sounded true. And I thought they made the call, the emergency call, as a request, and then a different person called off the 911 call because the boat was never sinking. Is that correct?
The CETO, yeah, like they were like, CETO. Hey, yeah, we need this, and then apparently somebody granddaddy that owned somebody came and scooped them up anyway. And I feel like that's where it just gets into this feels like collusion. This feels like a cover-up, where it's just like, okay, you called this in, you couldn't say. Where basically the dispatch was like, how much water are y'all taking on? Like, you're saying you're sinking, like how much? And he's like,
And I'm gonna tell you this, as the parent of a teenager, that is a red flag that there's a lie. Because when they prepare themselves to lie, they're not that good at it yet.
No.
So they haven't constructed the whole world that has to exist around this lie. So they don't
have theory of mind.
Yes, I'm really good at catching young or new liars in lying.
New liars.
Yeah, new liars. Like if you're a professional, you probably got me, and I can't stand your guts. But
That's
if
a
you're
pretty
new
good.
liar,
That's a pretty good clip show. New liars, and you just
New
go
liars.
find examples of like public
Of people who
situations where there are
tried to lie.
courts or trials, and just young people people just lying poorly. So, oh, they must be a new liar over there.
Justin, you know I am not above taking your ideas and turning them into content.
Go ahead and do it. Do it.
Thank you very much. New liars is hilarious, and
I'll
I've
take
been
it. I'll take a production credit. It's fine. Do your thing.
Absolutely. I've been yeah, you gotta come to the production meeting too, though. But I have been okay, cool. I've been binge watching true crime, I think, most of my life anyway. But New Liars is a great idea because they just lie. But anyway, back to what I said. You have to ask a question that they haven't imagined the answer to yet. Yes, Lil, you can be a producer. You have to imagine a question that you have to ask one of those questions. And that is how he sounded when she asked very calmly,
how much water?
Well, how much water is in the boat? He was
Water?
like, oh, shit.
Right.
My foot not even
What'd you say? I don't know, man. We're going down. Send somebody.
Yeah, I was
It's
like,
Titanic.
I was like, that's a fucking liar right there. And that's exactly how you catch one. You ask them one of those off-brand questions.
But you know what's crazy? It seemed like the question was so mundane.
Basic,
Like he was
yeah.
like, all right, so is it it's up to your ankles? Like where, like how much water is it? Like it gave like people call in for this all the time. And I'm just asking like, well, how much water did y'all take on? And it gave, so you don't know, like you can't look down at your feet.
You can't look down.
Like,
even if you saw it and walked away, you could be like, oh, well, it was a little bit. It was just over. Like you only have to glance one time to be able to answer that question. You can hear him trying to generate an answer.
well, and also too, like it's so interesting. They're trying to paint Nolan as this, like he was so drunk and high. It's like everybody was
4th.
drunk.
I was about to
It
say,
was
first
July
of all,
4th.
let's say he
It's
was. That
too-
means all y'all ass was.
Well, it's July 4th in a small southern town. We're all drinking. We're smoking. We're doing all that. Then you're with like rich white kids. Yeah, there probably was cocaine involved. Like to me, that absolutely was like in my bones. Like you said, Justin, like in my bones, I'm like, we know exactly what went down, and niggas had the resources and connections to cover that shit up. For the fact that Bart was like, yeah, no, I wasn't even, you know. I was in Wisconsin, and then his homeboy is like, yeah, you know, everyone from college came down for the 4th. Yeah, like that's what happens. Like we just, and I think like what Traston, which you know they call him Trace for sure. Like I just was like, man, I've seen this story before. I'm literally from like just such a small country town, but like when he's like, oh, you got Ben Crump involved, and then like all of our small town people defend each other, it gave, why are y'all not obeying to or kneeling to or submitting to this power structure you already know exists? You know Bart's involved and he's a 3rd Edmonton whatever the fuck, you know, so and so daddy own a boat, so and they know the sea tow company, like you know that everyone's gonna go and flood the mom's reviews with like, oh, it's terrible service or whatever. Like why are you drawing more national attention to this when you know we handle this shit in-house? You know we lynch y'all all the time. We know that y'all know that we cover this shit up all the time. Like to me, it felt like the community was having this backlash response to, why are you trying to buck the system? This is business as usual. Why are you putting a spotlight on this? You know, like it's just sick, bro.
Well, that part right there is the Confederacy. That is just that is, you go from Texas to certain parts of Virginia. That is just what you're running into, like just straight up, and that is the organized crime part. Like that is part of what all this is. That's why they're doing it. That's why they're bold enough to say these things.
So I really do have to go, but I want to say one last thing, which is this is why it's really important for all my fellow white folks who are in the chat and who are watching this. This is why the most important thing is when people tell you something, like believe them. So the story that Justin told is like, it's so shocking because obviously if it were reversed, if there were one white girl at your hotel in a room filled with a bunch of black guys who died and they said they died of a drug that you can't overdose on, people wouldn't just say, oh yeah, that's it. But like the amount of outrage and like horror and shock that we should be feeling, and we are feeling it now, but it's still nowhere close to how outraged and shocked we should feel. So anyways, I just, that's a terrible story, Justin. Like that's terrible. Like that is a terrible, horrible, horrible story. And the fact that you tell it in a way that seems kind of matter of fact, is what makes it so horrible, and what hopefully we can learn, we as a society can learn from this whole mess and this tragic life of like some guy who was probably just a normal 18-year-old kind of douchey dude, right? Like they get to live too, you know? So,
Professor Sky, thank you so much. The brilliant mind of Professor Sky graces another culture united. Thank you so much,
yes,
brother. Nice
thank you.
applause.
I love coming here. Bye, everybody.
Our video will be out soon, Professor Sky.
Also, just want to say real quick that I do appreciate when he gets into his bag of like white guy scolds white community. I think that we need a lot more. I've had to say for a minute after I took off like the free labor hat and was like, I'm not finna hold you white people's hands through all this shit. Was that actually white people like with an anti-racist politic need to be the ones schooling their community and being like, yeah, believe these stories. Like it sounds like from a Nancy Drew book or whatever, but like this is people's reality, and it's exhausting for like us to have to do the emotional labor all the time for that. So I do want to just big up Sky when he gets into that bag. And I think like, you know, when white people feel like, okay, I'm not going to touch that because this is obviously like a black story. When it's involving a white person, I think like, no, like you definitely should not be leading the charge probably. But if you do have a posture like that, an anti-racist posture, and you understand the context and like what's going on, like you should be an accomplice in this, and you should be the one holding white people's hand through all that shit. So shout out to him.
That definitely deserves a 1 second.
1 second applause. I want to put this on the screen. I was looking for this, my bad. I saw this when I was using the restroom, on the way to the restroom earlier, and I retweeted during the show. Now, normally during the show, I don't retweet other things other than the show. But I actually really agree with this. White people who aren't racist don't get mad when black people talk about racism. That's been my only experience in life. Legitimately my only experience. I've never had someone, not even just white, not black, who wasn't racist ever get mad. Or how about this? Where I didn't have suspicions, I'll say that. Where it didn't seem like this person might be suspected. You know what I'm saying? Like that's been my only experience in life. And I think that Professor Sky is the definition of this. Like when I think about Sky, like he is someone who gets it. And regardless of whether people get it or don't get it, for any major change to happen, it takes white people. Like it's always been the case. It's always been the case. And that's because, yeah, there's more of them.
The majority, yeah.
They're the majority of the people. I mean, it's not like deep after that point, you know what I'm saying? So just an update on the Nolan Wells case. I want to put this on the screen. Nolan Wells' mother, Christine Wells Wansley, has subpoenaed Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Life360, Snapchat, and TikTok for access to her late son's account data. According to court filings, she believes location data from Snapchat and Life360 did not match and is seeking messages, posts, login activity, GPS data, and other account records.
I think this also plays into like how I'm not saying that the Wells family was like quote unquote well prepared, but they obviously have great legal counsel. They obviously are like very brilliant and like, you know, connected and well-known people within the community. And I think that's playing a big role, is that they're fierce advocates. But also they're like making shit happen. They're like, no, we're going to get the independent autopsy. We're going to get Ben Crump on this. We're going to subpoena for the data. You know what I mean? Like they feel to be the best positioned in combination with the whodunit aspect. And then also what you said, Justin, of like, this is the third kind of in a row, but they just do seem to be in a better positioning. Like, I don't know if that's coming across correctly, but.
Yeah, you know, look, I think about George Floyd a lot. And when I think about George Floyd, the first thing that comes to my mind is Ahmaud Arbery. Because that Ahmaud Arbery case, I mean, I don't know if I've ever watched a case, followed any case, legal case ever. And not even the Drake lawsuit case that you guys watch me read all the time. Like that, I was so enthralled with the Ahmaud Arbery case because I felt so connected to that case in a way I've never been connected to a case before. Here
They
is a
did
young.
go to jail, right? I'm sorry, they did go to jail then, right?
Yeah, right. It was a great
yeah,
thing.
I'm trying to make sure I was remembering the right story. Sorry, go ahead.
But the trial hadn't happened yet, right? Only the case happened, and so Ahmaud Arbery was running. He was visiting his dad, I think, or his mom. His parents went together, so he was visiting one of them, and they lived in a majority white neighborhood. And he would exercise and he would jog. And when he was jogging and running around the neighborhood, he would stop in the houses that were still under construction and look around inside them. That's my whole childhood. My entire childhood was going inside of houses that were still being built, looking to see what they look like, learning how to build a house. You know what I'm saying? Like just as a kid. And so he ran into a house, so he ran, stopped, looked inside the house to see what it looked like inside the house, and here comes 3 rednecks chasing him down. They end up lynching him. Right.
And it wasn't their house.
That case broke me. That case broke me in a different kind of way.
House. Like I think that's very clear to point out. It wasn't their house.
No,
at all.
It wasn't.
So they had no reason to just deputize themselves as if it was their responsibility to tell this black man that where he can and cannot stand or look or whatever.
That case hit me something different. And it was COVID. Like COVID had just started when that happened, and then right after that, what do you get? Breonna Taylor. And then right after that, you get George Floyd, and that's when everything explodes. You know, so you could do the same thing with Latasha Harlins. You do the same thing with Rodney King, and then you get to OJ. I'm seeing a similar pattern here. I see Carmelo, I see Cyrus, and then now we get the reaction here with this one. Now, it's a tragedy no matter how you look at it, but I do think that when you have a pattern of things like this happening in close proximity, the energy exchange becomes something that turns into a tidal wave. And so hopefully we'll get answers soon.
It's just so like it really just shows like the lack of humanity granted to black people, because it's like I'm fully on like the so what if he was breaking the rule, like so what if he was like where he wasn't supposed to be, so what if he cussed, so what if he like looked like that. Like we are allowed to be like imperfect victims. We're allowed to like just get like detained or confronted or whatever without it resulting in like a lethal means. Like to me it is just, I almost did not like, actually your video, Justin, was the first that I like sat down and interacted with the Nolan Wells case, because I just am so fatigued. Like I'm so fatigued with just how we discard Black death, how we sensationalize Black death, how like people obviously are just getting clicks off this fucking story. But I was like, okay, like, no, I don't know. I trusted you as like a communicator to like, bring the facts, but also bring the empathy. And I feel like that was the best way for me to engage with it, because it's just like, it's hard not to be fucking nihilistic. It's hard not to be like to not adopt like fully the Afro-pessimist view, where it's just like the world is on an axis of anti-blackness because at one point we were subhuman and property and chattel. And like, I don't know, it just, it breaks your soul. It makes you jaded and cynical in a way that like, I don't know, I just was more hopeful and optimistic as like a little Black suburban kid.
Yeah.
Completely frank. And now it's just, I don't know, it's horrible.
Yeah. No. 9-second applause to Nolan Wells. I'm gonna keep watching this case. I'm not gonna cover every beat that happens, but I do think we should have another conversation around this. I think there's like the harm, the more harm than good conversation. I feel like that is something that can happen periodically. It could be there with like, react to this or like,
Yeah, and I really like what you said before about wanting to be correct instead of first. I think that's very honorable, because I experienced it where when my friend passed and everybody just wanted to have a story to say something, and they were just making up shit. And that was one of the most hurtful, like it's like I can't even describe how, like it's just, it was insane to just watch how somebody you love can just be turned into a prop like that. So I really fucked with that, what you saying that. So I definitely think we'll talk about it again, but I like how it'd be like at periodic times when we have enough information to say, okay, hold the fuck on now.
Yeah.
This is the next, wave of
Like
this.
breakthrough.
Yeah, I fucks with that.
Right. Shout out to Doomer with the super chat says, anyone else parents told them never go out in nature with the white folks alone? That's actually pretty funny.
I'm not going to testify against my parents on this here internet.
my parents never told me that, but they definitely instilled in me to be very careful.
Yeah, never this in particular, but my mom always hit me with the, baby, they're not your friend. And I'd be like, what? Like what? Like we wear the same bow and like we fucking like, and she'd be like, babes, like I get that like Sarah Grace is like your friend right now, but like she ain't fucking, like she just was trying to on the low be like, I know I put you in these spaces, so that's who you're like fraternizing with, but just don't get too comfortable.
Now that's something my mom told me too. You know what I mean? My mom was like, I get it, but listen to me though.
Right.
That's funny.
My son thinks I am so crazy when I say, you are a big black male. You need to be aware of how you show up in the world. And it's taken him a while, but he's starting to be like, okay, I see what you mean. But, sometimes I used to worry, because some people will say you're setting them up for failure because you're introducing that, like that feeling of not quite inadequacy, but like that anxiety of, wait, I'm here and I'm black though. So but I just felt like, I don't know. I just could not stand for him to be somewhere. And he's like, I have no idea why these people are treating me like this. I can't think of a reason why I could possibly be getting these results of racism. And so, I still remember my son, they were so diverse, the multicultural group. They had Latino, white, Asian, black, right? And they all had bangs. And it was funny because my son had locks at the time. So he would actually try to move his locks so that they were bang-like, because he was like, he didn't say it, but you could tell that he was kind of like, all of us have fucking bangs. And so that's when I kind of knew, okay, you don't really see the difference, which is cool in some ways, but not cool enough for me to let slide. You got different type of bangs, buddy.
What up? I'll be right back. You guys want to take this super chat?
Sure. I don't know what type of currency this is. BK, you gonna read it? What is this?
All right, shout out Paul Williams Jr. 007 with the, we don't know what type of currency, but it got a comma in it. Yeah. Actually, before I read it, I got some sort of currency that it be looking like thousands like that, and on my Patreon, and I was like, somebody donated, but it converts to something different. So
like $19.
Yeah, it was like $10. Yeah. But shout out to you.
We'll take all of that shit. Rubles, whatever it is.
Okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right. He says, if rap culture is a boulder carrying our artists, fans, media, money, values, and expectations, are we pushing it uphill, Sisyphus, or chasing it downhill? How do we unite the culture around where it should go?
Wow. Okay.
Rap culture is a boulder.
Somebody said it's Korean won and it's around $20. So that's fucking cool.
Shout out Korea.
That as a way to space out this outstanding fucking question.
Outstanding question. Are we pushing it uphill or chasing it downhill? If rap culture is the boulder carrying our artists, fans, media, money, values, and expectation, if rap culture is everything,
yeah, I need to conceptualize the boulder differently, because I don't know if I got it as everything. That's the part I need to conceptualize first so that I can answer this question. A boulder. So first of all, rap culture. Yeah, I'm gonna give you some grace on that. I don't know why that would be rap culture. A boulder carrying our artists, fans, media, money, values, and expectations. So do we have all of these things wrapped up into a boulder, kind of like a Ludacris video would have?
Yeah.
Or a Missy Elliott video? Okay, all of these things. We can't really take them apart from each other. They kind of have to roll together because they're in a boulder.
Right.
Are we pushing it uphill or chasing it downhill? I think we're doing both. I'm gonna do that thing that philosophy people do. They find a tricky way to say both. I go hiking sometimes. I haven't been in a while, but I let the people talk me into going outside and actually going hiking, which is crazy because it definitely gives true crime sometimes. I'll be like, now I know damn well my black ass don't have no business being out here in the middle of nowhere climbing up some shit
with no signal,
medium ankle security on these shoes. When I fall, I'ma deserve it. That's a fucked up thing about black people. We punish ourselves. Like when something go wrong for me, it's kind of my fault because I shouldn't have my black ass out here. And when you're hiking, it goes like this.
Yeah.
So I could be hiking up a hill and I will be going up and we will fucking go down. And then we will go up and then we will go down. And the same thing is true coming down the hill. So I think we are hiking and we are moving in a path, and sometimes it goes up and sometimes it goes down. Because I don't think it's one or the other.
It's not
because
fixed.
like it's not fixed, because if we were pushing it uphill, then I don't like how it's this underlying assumption that uphill is automatically better. I know he didn't say that, but doesn't it seem like pushing it uphill must mean that something is going better and pushing it downhill would mean it's a problem? Do you feel like that's kind of inherent in there?
To me, I think an interesting thing is both insinuate that the boulder is inherently flawed. So I think if we're pushing it uphill, that means that like our integrity and moral values are trying to push this kind of like imperfect thing up, like with us. And then if we're chasing it down, that means like it's inherently bad and spiraling down, and we're just chasing behind it.
Yeah, he changed the verb. Yeah, with the verb change. So we're either struggling, either way, it's laborious and nerve-wracking, and we're not sure if everything will be okay.
Yeah, because then the follow-up question is, how do we unite the culture around where it should go? Like, where should it go? Is it inherently spiraling out of control and we're just playing catch up? Or is it something that we can unite around and say, this is the direction it should go? But I think like, I would frame it as I think, please, geologists, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that boulders are created by their environment.
Fact check.
Fact check. How are boulders created? Period, bitch. Because in the sense that its environment shapes where it goes and what it's doing and where it's at and where it's positioned. Same with canyons, same with mountains. It's shaped by its environment. Canyons are literally shaped by like water running through. It starts with a little stream, and that stream like erodes the rock underneath. So again, I think we zoom out and we say, how does the environment shape the boulder itself? Not that the boulder itself is inherently flawed, but that's just my worldview.
I think the plan is what's flawed, not the boulder or the people that's pushing it around. It's the fact that we can't agree on a plan. Because you ever seen ants, even though I gotta be honest, to all my ant homies, which don't exist, but to all my ant homies, y'all are really good at moving shit around together as a unit. So I really shouldn't pick you, but I need to use you to make my point. So if you ever see ants move something around, it's not like they're like, okay, everybody get in line. We're walking this way. They're like scattering. And then the shit is just moving. So maybe it's a bunch of us and some of us are pushing down and some of us are pushing up, and we're kind of arguing about like where it should go. It's like, no, it should go this way. It's like, no, nigga, this way, no, that way. And then different parts are falling out of the fucking boulder. Artists just fall out. Oh shit, we lost R. Kelly. Different shit just falls out of the goddamn boulder.
R. Kelly left us, guys.
He jumped off the boulder.
He left us.
He said, I was faking like I was on the boulder the whole time just to get something out of here. I'm surprised it took me y'all this long to notice I'm not really in the boulder. I'm just holding on the hump shit. But anyway, I think we're debating with each other about where we're going with the boulder. So some people's pushing it uphill, some people's pushing it downhill. Shit's falling out of the boulder. A nigga's getting rolled over with the boulder and he's stuck in the boulder. He like, shit, I was just trying to push the shit. Now I'm in the boulder. And I think that is more of an accurate way. And I do not think it's a good idea to how do we unite the culture around where it should go. I do not think that is a good plan. I think we should have sub communities that specify in a certain thing, and then we click them in. It's y'all turn. It's y'all turn. I need y'all to do this. I need y'all to do this. This whole and maybe that could be a type of unity. But it seems like to me sometimes people are like, we all got to get on the same page. If we all got to get on the same page, baby, we cook. Stop pushing the fucking boulder. Turn this motherfucker to some rocks. Everybody get a piece of rock. Go home. It's not gonna happen. We're not all gonna get on the same page, but we just need to be in the same book. If that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, like it almost assumes that Black people are monolithic, which like you'll never get me to buy into that concept because no group of people is monolithic. That's like, I think 101 the definition of a stereotype. So you're always gonna have different people that are gonna have different views about where it should go. I honestly personally think there should be a balance between the party and the conscious, and that you need some sort of release from like intellectualizing shit, and then you need something that's gonna be a soundtrack to action. Like Elle said, like everyone's gonna, fall into their role, and it ain't always gonna be on the same goddamn page, and that's fine. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I think that boulder might be moving in a good place, even though it looks chaotic, and you're like, oh. It's almost like a hot potato boulder move.
1 second applause.
Yeah, it might be working. Maybe not.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. All right, let's see what we got next.
That's Korean won.
Word up. That's
they got a cool logo.
Shout out to Korea.
Yo, connecting all over the world.
Connecting all over the world. Connected all over the world. That was so funny. The 9-hour episode we did, like the numbers went down, and then after a certain point, they started going up because people were waking up. People were like, "Oh, y'all here? What's up? Good morning." That was funny. Oh my God. All right, let's see what we got next. Okay, we're still in the yellows. What's the last yellow we did? A prominent. All right, so we got 10 of Pentacles. Man, I know what a 10 of Pentacles is because my Twitter is all just hip hop stuff, rap stuff, and political stuff. But my Instagram is all astrology stuff. And it's all those at-home astrology people. And so I look at what everybody got to say about Leos. And they pull the 10 of Pentacles all the time. Sometimes it's upside down. No, maybe it's the Queen of Wands.
Reverse.
Maybe the Queen of Wands is
reverse. Wait a minute.
reverse, yeah. You say what?
It's about to be your birthday.
Yeah, your birthday coming up on the 19th. I have it on my calendar.
Oh, yes, yeah. We got some time. It's not even the month yet. So we got 2 days before we get into the month, But it is Leo season. And today, I think the moon goes direct. I think there's a full moon and goes direct. We just got out of retrograde. We did. And so I made it. Congratulations for y'all making it too. 1 second applause. And then, so now it goes direct. And I think Jupiter is squarely in Leo's sign. And the trine is here. We're going to be straight. We ain't been this straight since, maybe 7 years ago or something like that. And I learned all that on Instagram.
When I say you better tell us about the goddamn stars, black man. You better tell us what is trine and what Jupiter is doing with a straight face. You did that. Thank you very much. Made my day. We're gonna be straighter than we've been.
It's all happening.
Do you know you're like big 3? I'm wondering if there's any Virgo in your chart.
I have it written down. Where did I put that? I gotta find it.
I ain't gonna put the people on your like birth time, birthplace type shit. That's a little bit too fabulous.
I have all that written down. Where did I put that? I haven't looked at the big 3 yet, but I just like the big Leo. Leo's dope. Yeah. Let me see what you know what? That's homework assignment for next week. We come back to that. We should have like a weekly astrology reading.
We should. Why not?
We can just go to Instagram and just go pull up one of these people and see what they say about us.
Shit,
they're motivated. They make me feel good, except for this one chick named Jalissa.
Justin, I am actually blossoming with joy. I just don't know if I am with it.
Can we have a black astrologist on to like talk about?
That'd be dope. I can't remember her homegirl's name, but actually there's a bunch of them. I know Jalissa's one of them. Jalissa's always good to let me know when people are out to get me. She's like, I can tell right now that somebody, might be a Virgo, might be Sagittarius, maybe Pisces, Aries, Capricorn, but they over there, they over there plotting on your downfall. I just saw it the other week when I was thinking about Tyler Perry. I was watching Tyler Perry, somebody always wrong. And that person might be a Cancer, might be a Gemini, might be a Taurus. We never know. She consistent.
I love that. I'll be like, keep them devils off.
I'm like, thank you for making me aware.
But like even Ronald Reagan and a lot of like high profile individuals always had like astrologists on hand, just to give their perspective on like their interpretation of what was going on above, to like help us make sense of what was happening in the physical world. So hey,
yeah,
maybe we dip into some like black esoteric astrology moment. Like, why not?
Maybe 10 of Pentacles can be our in-house astrologist. She says she does tarot. That's her favorite card.
Now, how do you vet like the fugazi from the real? I feel like I'm not spiritually tapped in enough to know like who is, because I'm sure there's a grifting tarot out there, like, right? I mean,
my first answer is, in general, I think that we have way too much religion and not enough faith. You know what I mean? So I think energetically we can gravitate towards things and everything will be okay. Now, away from that, maybe she can explain it to us, right? Because I did think about the business model. Like if I decided one day, this is what I wanted to do. Let's say I wanted to get into tarot. And while I was working my way up to actually be good at it, go to tarot school and learn from some of the tarot greats, what would I do? Well, I'd probably go to like some of the popular tarot pages, go see what they're talking about with everybody, and then I would do my own version later that day. So then I started thinking, I wonder if a lot of people do that. Like, I wonder if a lot of people are like starter tarot people. And perhaps maybe that's why there's such similarities between all these different people. Like, I think the big themes, I think everyone gets, right? Like, they understand where the stars are and the planets are. But in terms of the micro ones, like when they do like, okay, we need your energy reading for the next 24 hours. I still see similarities between different people. But I don't know. I'm not telling people to be a grifter. Don't be a grifter.
Please don't.
But let's get back to 10 of Pentacles, because there was a super chat. I believe capitalism is bad and flawed, but we also have more power than we give ourselves credit for. As creators, do you believe your collective voice can change it? What's your piece?
I mean,
hey, capitalism?
Wait, what was your question?
Is the it capitalism? Do you believe your voice can change it? Is the it capitalism?
Let's see what she says.
Let us know in the chat, 10 of Pentacles. More broadly, I will say I do think that organized people always beat out organized money. Like, ultimately, when we think about all of the it is capitalism. I do not think that our collective voice can change capitalism. I think capitalism is inherently exploitative, and we need a whole other economic restructuring that's based on compensating labor, like the proletariat, for the value we create, and dispersing the wealth more equally. And I don't think, I think that our collective voice doesn't change that. I think like you have to replace the system totally. I don't think you could achieve like equity or equality or egalitarianism within the system of capitalism. I think it's inherently flawed, but that's just like my worldview. But I do think that under the system of capitalism, we see grassroots campaigns, even if we just want to talk about electoral politics, we see grassroots movements popping up all the time. And that these campaigns that have like 20,000 unique people who are donating versus like 2 corporations that fill up your coffers. Like, we see them overtaking the corporate class. Like, I think we can have like small wins. I do think that like we need to raise class consciousness in this country and globally, and understand that like pulling our money together, pulling our labor together, doing collective action does work. And like, I'm not dissuading anybody from that, but I think that capitalism has to go. Like, I'm not interested I'm not interested in reforming capitalism or trying to change capitalism. I think the system just doesn't work if we want like equitable distribution of wealth and capital. So I do think that we have more power than we give ourselves credit for, but the system like disempowers you, right? It's like I vote, nothing really changes. I speak up, I get arrested. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a lot of things that incentivize you to be like, well, fuck, my voice doesn't matter. So I do think that like we have more power than we give ourselves credit for, but that also like should not be a slogan that we use to kid ourselves of like the inherently unequal and exploitative system of capitalism. Like I don't believe in like the bootstraps. Like if we just band together, we can reform capital. Like no, it just hasn't happened. I don't think it could. So I just think we need a whole new system.
Elle, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I don't have faith in the idea of being able to dismantle capitalism all the way. I know as a failed revolutionary, I'm not supposed to say that because you're supposed to keep the faith of a mustard seed. And then one day we have the perfect storm of things that allows us to completely get capitalism out of here forever, which I would love to see. I just do not believe that it's possible. So I think that we just need the ability to opt out. And I think the lack of opting out is the part that I think kind of solidifies the problem with capitalism. It's completely exploitative, maybe not completely, but it's highly exploitative. And I know some people look at it as freedom, which blows my fucking mind. Some people be like, thank God for capitalism because now I have the freedom to go out and make my own money and I'm free because of capitalism. We're like, you just learned about it. New capitalism, huh? But
I was talking to a friend of mine, very close, probably my best friend. I was talking to my best friend. He was watching a Culture United we did like February or something. He was like, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I think I get it. You know what I mean? Like capital and socialism is different because you have a profit margin in capital. Like nobody else has a profit margin. And I was like,
new capitalists. Because what I realize is you don't actually understand even what the argument is, what they're talking about. You don't really get it. You just know that you've gotten enough vibes to know capitalism is good. All that other shit is bad. And I know exactly where you got that from. So I can't act brand new like, oh, nigga, how'd you come up with that? Oh, I know exactly how you came up with that. So I just feel like Lil said, damn, I ain't your best friend no more. I know that's right, Lil. Let's get it together. That's why he struggled, Lil. So I just feel like you should be able to opt out. The people who want to do that should be able to go out in the field of niggas that want to eat poisonous food and live in small ass houses for thousands. Y'all should be able to go over there in capitalist land. And maybe this is far-fetched too. And we should be able to be over here saved, maybe not safe, but safer, collectively organizing our resources, collectively distributing the profit from our labor. And it's fine. Even if you want to have socialism as your base, like this is how you get your food, your housing, your clothes, your healthcare, and your electricity, and everything else you go compete for in the capitalist. Like I would love that kind of blend, like socialism for the basic like the things you need for basic humanity. Then if you want to compete for a motherfucking flat screen, have at it, buddy. Whatever. If you want to compete for a PS5 or to have a bigger pool from the house that you were supposed to have, or to have whatever fucking Lexus or whatever do people are Lexuses. I'm getting into my auntie era because the fact I said Lexus is funny as shit. But it used to be good. If you want to do that, that's what I would prefer, a blend. So I think you should just have the ability to opt out. And the fact that you can't have that is the biggest problem.
See, like that's the whole goal of socialism as a transition economy on the way to communism, right? Is that we don't want niggas to be broke. We want everyone to have the opportunity to make as much as you want. That the basic goods are covered by a functional, competent government, and that any extra that you want to make, if you want to buy a second house, everybody has one. if you want to go beyond that, do that. And like that is well, that's more like a democratic socialist, model. But like that is, I think, a fundamental misunderstanding. Like I remember Hassan Piker and academics actually had an exchange some years ago, and he was like, "Ain't your whole thing like being broke?" And he's like, "No, I think everyone should be able to have a McMansion if they want. I think everybody should be like, if we were able to distribute the wealth in the way that like for the labor, for the value that we create, like everybody was straight. Everybody would be straight. Like that would be, it's just the baseline functions would be like, you wouldn't be able to commodify housing or commodify healthcare or water or air. Like that
to me is just such common sense. Like I was really into law once upon a time till you start leaning in there and you realize all them people is full of shit. They're not actually following the law or give a fuck about it. They're just professional liars and they present it like it's illegal, whether it's illegal or not. But I was really into law at one point in time because sometimes you would read some of that shit and you'd be like, this is fucking common sense. And I found it to be beautiful. I think I was on my path to realizing philosophy is really my thing. So some of the shit like, this is illegal for A, B, and C reasons. And I forgot my point. I forgot the point I was gonna make. Well, I forgot what it was. I was making some connection, then I started thinking about fake ass law shit. Now I got annoyed, so I don't even remember what my point was.
1 second applause. It's a fake ass law shit.
It was something. What was my point? What did you just say, BK? Because as I started thinking about the fake law shit, I got a little annoyed in my mind.
We were saying the common sense of it all, that like the basic goods would be covered, and then if you want to go beyond that, yeah.
So that's what blows me about the idea about people not liking the blended socialism and capitalism. Because to me, it makes common sense the same way some of those laws, like when I would read some of those laws, like when you go into torts and they start talking about like trespass on property, all of these different things where it's like, of course, that makes sense why that would be a problem. And it makes sense why you would need some restitution or to get paid back for that. It was so common sense. And I was like, well, isn't it fucking common sense that you need a house and food and healthcare and clean air and clean water? So we should make laws against companies that try to poison that or take that away from us unless we trade our labor for less than its actual value. So that's the part that blows me. The same way capitalists and the people who love their alleged democracy look at their laws like common sense. I look at that layout as common sense. Sorry, I started getting mad because
like basically what you'll hear from socialists of today is that no, I think that like socialism is sensible, and I think it's radical that the minimum wage is $7.25. I think it's radical that like you would not care for your citizens in terms of education, air quality, environment, etc. Like I think caring for the people is a sensible baseline, even for like for long-term,
especially if you're taking their money. Like that is the part of the conversation that I just really get frustrated watching, fellow members of society act as if our money being spent for things that can help us is a bad thing. It's our money. What are you talking about?
You're like, y'all just want free stuff. I just want free stuff with my money.
But yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. And it is funny because that same money can get spent on some not stuff for the average person. People like, yeah, that's just the way it goes.
Oh, well, also too, I will say that like we gotta because we're seeing another reiteration. I mean, we see this like the trend cycles, but what the McCarthy era and the Red Scare era did, where if all the propaganda that you're consuming from the 3 radio stations you got or the 3 TV stations you got is, communists are like rats and they're evil and they want you to be poor. And then you take basically all the authoritarian takeover examples and say, yeah, you're going to have a dictator. You're going to be poor. This is what communism gives you. And then they drill that. And you have, you incentivize neighbors snitching on neighbors for being communists or having a manifesto in their house. Like that I think the stronghold is starting to break. I'm sure y'all have seen the Cauchy infused stats and graphs on CNN that show that the average, American is like more, amenable to socialism than capitalism, because like capitalism fucking failed. And so people are like, yeah, no, like things cost more, I have less in my pocket. Like this experiment obviously failed. So it's starting to break because the contradictions are so sharp, but you can't discount what McCarthyism like did, to generations of people. And then now they're coming back and saying like the biggest threats to America are left-wing lunatics that have anti-American sentiment, and those are the people we're prioritizing. Like, I think that has a lot to do with it.
That was actually a pretty. It's pretty serious how they did that, because they announced it at the State Department. Marco Rubio announced it. Did I send this to you, Elle? Who did I send this to?
I don't think so.
Let me pull this up real fast. Let's see.
While you look for that, I just want to say my favorite part is how they say socialism doesn't work, and they bring up all the examples of countries that capitalist countries specifically sabotage just so you could believe that socialism doesn't work.
Yeah, or you could just look at them. Go look at the corporations. Go look at the wealthy people.
Yeah,
like they legitimately live off of socialism. That's
government subsidies. Like
those are 100% socialism. They're socialist programs. They're just giving them to private capital. So they're giving public wealth to private entities, and and the citizens are supporting it because they're scared of an alternative, you know what I mean, or ignorant to an alternative. But that's what happens when you burn books and you defund schools and you leave all the children behind. Yep. This is what I saw. So after political terrorism summit, U.S. names 43 Americans and groups. Rubio report on Cuban subversion names Zohran Mamdani, Amy Goodman, Hassan Piker, organizations like the DSA and Amazon Labor Union. A new State Department report on Cuba's campaign of subversion against the United States is virtual government blacklists against left-wing Americans and groups. Linked to last week's Rubio-led summit on political terrorism, the report is unusually candid about the government's targets. Excuse me. Many of the most significant upheavals in recent American political history, from George Floyd riots to the rise of Antifa to the explosion of pro-terrorist activism on American college campuses, can be linked in some way, shape, or form to Cuban influence, the report says. As for who those supposed agents of Cuban influences are, the report is remarkably explicit. It names people like Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's ice cream fame, Mayor Zohran Mamdani and Karen Bass, media figures like Amy Goodman, who I love on PBS. She's so good. Yeah, Democracy Now! Like Amy Goodman and Hassan Piker, and organizations like the DSA and the Amazon Labor Union. The implication is clear. Secretary of State Marco Rubio thinks there should be a modern-day blacklist of the political left in America. In fact, the report explicitly mentions the blacklist, McCarthy-era investigations and prosecutions of the 1950s, and their effectiveness at dismembering the Communist Party USA. The 100-page report titled Cuba, the Capital of 21st Century Communism, was released this morning. All right, and so on this list, there's 43 names. So you have Susan Adelaide, Amazon Labor Union, Antifa, Asada's Daughters, Association of Investment Popular Action Committees, APAC, a different APAC, Karen Bass, Medea Benjamin, Black Alliance for Peace, Black Lives Matter, including Global Network Foundation, Grassroots and at School, Chesa Boudin, Changing Frequencies. You said what?
Also, the Claudia Jones School. I was literally about to bring up Claudia Jones. Like, I had to stop this book because I had to switch to literally textbooks, but I'm about to be back on it now that graduation's coming up. But Claudia Jones was, there's a book called To the Left of Marx. And this woman was a Black woman communist who is literally buried to the left of Karl Marx, and she was ideologically to the left of Karl Marx, and she was deported for being a communist. So like, it was genuinely like they jailed her on some weird like sedition and conspiracy against the United States or whatever. Like, this is just a remix of what we've seen before. Like, but it's crazy they have Claudia Jones even on here. Most literature doesn't even include her.
Code Pink, Women for Peace, Ben Cohen, Claudia De La Cruz, Manolo de los Santos, DSAs, Eve Onsler, Flatbush for Equality for Flatbush, Jody Evans, George Floyd, Alicia Garza, Amy Goodman, Haitian Women for Haitian Refugees, Isra Hirsi, that's Ilan Omar's daughter.
Omar's daughter.
Yeah. IFCO Pastors for Peace, Paul Larudi, Zoran Mandani, National Lawyers Guild, National Network on Cuba, Ilan Omar, Party for Socialism and Liberation, People's Forum, Hassan Piker, Ayanna Presley, Never Roy Singham, Christian Smalls, Thousand Currents, Antonio Villaraigosa, former mayor of LA, Viva Palestina USA, Maxine Waters, of course, Diane Wilson, and Witness for Peace Solidarity Collective. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting. I'm definitely paying very close attention to how these midterms play out.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like the intent is to scare and to get citizens to tell on each other for suspicious anti-American. It's just, it's spooky. I mean, as someone who like is very left-wing and very black and very obvious, I just am like, how far does this go? Like, nothing's encrypted. Nothing is like, I'm on all these people's servers. Like, I don't know. Where does this lead?
And if it should start with encryption, I think it's probably a good place to start, you know? Like,
Yeah.
Maybe get yourself a VPN, I don't know, you know, so.
Okay, we'll talk.
You know,
I
just,
need to know.
you might as well get it started, you know? You got ideas, sounds like you got ideas, like just start with those, see where it takes you.
Oh shit, we got a fact check.
And I'm on signal, so,
Oh yeah, we got a fact check on boulders. Most boulders are created by crystallization of water volcanoes and glacier activity. Normal weathering over time is also a factor. Paraphrase per geology Professor Sean Wilsey. Thank you very much. One second applause.
Okay, you cook, no geology.
Environment.
Yeah, okay. Cooked over there. All right, so got another super chat from our man NPC John Smith. What's up, brother? 1 second. Where is the distance between spiritual and quote unquote spiritual? How do you know if someone is actually tapped into something and not just an AI print of a book shredded by capitalism? How do you know it's not Gwyneth Paltrow?
I don't know the Gwyneth Paltrow reference, but do you guys know the AI print of a book shredded by capitalism?
AI print.
Because
Yeah. I've definitely seen that. We can put that on the screen actually if you want to break it down.
Yeah, right now they're saying that AI companies are mass buying books, scanning them, and destroying them.
Mind you, rare books. Like centuries old rare text that you can't really find if it's not on the bookshelf.
Right, and there's a very specific reason they're doing that. The reason they're doing it that way is because a judge, they actually were sued, the AI companies were sued for copying the entire world history, stealing it, right, and running models on it. So they were sued for it. And the judge let them do it as long as there were no other copies available, right? So, because that's the theft part. If there's IP out there that you don't own and you're just copying it, that's actually theft. So they say, well, if you just buy all the books and destroy them, then it's fine.
Wait,
Tomato. I just feel
Right.
like, how do they not have a fiduciary responsibility to the public good? Like, to me, I understand loopholes exist, but it's like, how did they determine that? Like,
Well, it's called corruption where I'm from, and so I'm pretty sure that's probably what they did here. If you just think
the law and it makes sense, and then Justin just said this shit.
it's because I really agree with what you were talking about, right? The thing I like about law in general is that at the core it comes to interpretation, right? And so the thing that that has been probably more prevalent than most of us have realized throughout our lifetime, but definitely one of the craziest things I've been alive to witness this century, is watch these crazy interpretation of these laws. You know what I'm saying? Like Citizens United is such a crazy interpretation, right? They're saying the First Amendment gives us the freedom of speech, right? And so Alito and the guy who died, they decided that money is speech, right? So if you have more money, then you can buy more things, and that is actually the equivalent to speech because you can freely spend your money how you want to. So money is speech, right? So that's how they came up with Citizens United. They said, well, since money is speech, you should be able to spend it on elections too, right? But then they go the other way, because this is what you were talking about, BK, earlier, where there's just vapid, obvious contradictions in our face every day, right? So if money is speech, and we can spend our money any way we want, right? And we have the freedom to protest. We have the freedom of protest, the freedom of petition. We have the freedom of boycott, right? All that's around the Bill of Rights. But when it comes to certain entities, if you wanted to boycott, divest, or sanction, you will lose your government job or your government contracts. And so, you know, there's probably the whole country now, but there's a number of different states where there's certain countries you just can't boycott. So money is speech, except for when it comes to certain things. So the First Amendment literally stops. You say what?
Spending money is speech. Withholding your money from me so I can't spend it is a violation of my. You holding my speech, Justin. I was gonna spend that money you were supposed to give me. Now I can't spend it. Now I can't have no speech.
And that is definitely a capitalist interpretation of law,
And
right?
it does not make any sense.
It all comes back to law. It all comes back to legal interpretation, right? You find yourself arguing these things.
Like I thought, I don't know, maybe it was like movies that did it. I thought I was paying attention to real law, real court cases. Maybe it was movies that did it, but I really thought there was like a war of the minds over which thing is legal and which thing isn't legal and the interpretation of it and all of that. No, they are in there lying like shit. It is sleazeball versus sleazeball. Who is able to have a tabloid-esque false representation of reality to make it fit this so-called law, not what actually is the law, what actually happened. It's not that at all. And so I was like, oh no, I can't fuck with this. I'm gonna lose.
Right.
I come in there trying to be righteous and stand up and this is the right thing and this is what's true. And somebody come in there and a full-fledged liar paid off a person to lie, did all of this shit. They gonna look at me like, you ain't got no fucking chance. You coming in here trying to tell the truth. Fuck out of here.
Right. There was something I was trying to pull up here though. Oh yeah. Is it on screen? Did I put it on screen? It is. Yeah. So
the AI labs thing.
So AI, yeah, so here it is. AI companies are bulk buying rare books, scanning them through high-speed machines that cut off the spines and shredding the originals. A service called ISBN-DB facilitates orders of up to 1 million books and keeps buyers anonymous. Pre-2022 books are premium because they're free of AI-generated text. A federal judge ruled the practice is fair use because eliminating the original means only one copy exists at a time. Anthropic hired the former head of Google Books Partnerships to obtain all the books in the world.
Where is that quote from? I would like to know, where is that quote, all the books in the world? Where is that from? I mean, I know it doesn't say it, but I would like to know. Like, they put that in quotes. So where did they say, hey, we would like to have all the books in the world?
Yeah, you should. Let's ask AI. I'm sure it'll tell us.
Oh, good point.
But yeah, but that's happening. You know, like we are literally burning books. We're going to rewrite history.
Yeah, it's given, and you know what? Probably won't be the first time.
No. This happened a bunch of times.
I was about to say, it's given Library of Alexandria. Is that the right library?
It's given American history.
Yeah, but we still kind of know. Like,
I think we severely underplay what the indigenous population was like. I think that, you know, I think the diversity of this entire hemisphere has been written out of history in a number of different ways.
Yeah, I could never bring myself to push back on that. That's definitely true.
Yeah. And I think it was intentional, you know what I mean? I think it's not even just what I think. There's different reports and things out there that I've read that talk about, which president was this? I can't think which president. His goal was to go and photograph everybody across the continent while America was still expanding westward. So they took all the pictures of all the different people and all the different indigenous peoples and everywhere in the country. And then they destroyed the black ones because black people were not humans. We were not citizens. We're not actual people, right? And so you have the indigenous population that reflects, the diaspora, and they looked a lot like the actual slaves. So I'll tell you, man, sometimes you gotta laugh to keep from crying. I wonder if I still have that. Let me go see if I found that. I had that somewhere. Well, maybe another episode. Did we answer this, John? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. How do you know it's not growth? Yeah. So how do you do that? How do you?
I don't know what's the difference between spiritual and spiritual.
Well, someone who's really spiritual is someone who is like stylistically spiritual. Someone who's spiritual, for the vibes.
Okay. Well, I can tell
spiritual for the
somebody
cosign.
being performative. I can tell. But can I synthesize how I can tell and put that into words? Let's see. I'm finding this to be troubling. People who are really spiritual actually seem much more grounded than you would think. So I think that's one. I find actual spiritual people to be very grounded, very faithful, very much, okay, even if this is some work that we have going forward or some demon that has to be slayed, not in a literal sense or even a partial literal religious sense. They seem very calm and steadfast and like this just is what it is. So I think that's a good sign that I can actually synthesize out of my spidey senses. How can you spot a performative spiritual person? You saw that shit in the movie. All right, fuck it. I don't know. I tried to be educated with my thing. They do shit that you saw in movies. It's almost like you can pick out the source material from what made them dress that way, from what made them say this cliche, from what made them wear a certain type of costume. And I will call it a costume. It's almost like you can see the source material, and then when you ask them questions, they can't really validate why they chose this particular path or thing besides the fact that it's like they heard it somewhere. They don't have like the deep reverence for especially Black spirituality. Like the history of that is just so fucking deep and getting to the point where a lot of people feel like Black women specifically have some eras of psychic senses and things like that, and the grandma's dreams and all of that shit. Like we have a long history of spirituality and esoteric superpower, some people would say, in our history. And you can tell the people who come from that or are summoning that, materializing that in their life, and people who are like, I saw an Erykah Badu video a couple times and I could tell that the nigga I was with thought she was fine. So I kind of started to cosplay Erykah Badu-ish type of chicks. And also it made me feel good because I could fit into that role better and talk down on the Barbie girls or the girls that seemed outside of that. It also, in a way, gave me a hierarchy to practice being elitist on other people. You can kind of tell they're performing. So that's the best I got. And that was hard. That was hard to try to say.
I don't think I'd fixate on trying to spot that. I think more so I'm more focused on genuine energy, genuine connection, and how that feels. And for me, I feel like the best protection for myself that I've experienced throughout my life has just making sure my energy's in check. Like, especially, like I said, I've told the story when I moved out here and everything was just basically the opposite. Like, it was like moving to a dark room. I couldn't tell if people were being honest when everybody's an actor. I couldn't tell if someone is like being genuine and their job is to be someone else, right? So the only way that I could really maneuver was to be as energetically centered, as honest, as open, as vulnerable as I could. Because that gave me a new interpretation of that phrase, when the grass is cut, the snakes will show. Sometimes I'm the grass. Sometimes I need to check myself, right? And then once I'm in alignment, then other things that just don't serve me or aren't in alignment with me reveal themselves on their own. And so that's probably how I would respond to this question. Make sure you check your spirituality first. And then when you run into other energies, it'll be very obvious.
Sometimes I'm the grass.
Yeah, bars. That particularly made me think of the phrase like boundaries are for you. And that totally shifted my whole, because boundaries are always talked about as like rules you enforce on other people. And so when like this therapist, oh my God, I forget her name. I'll think about it later and let y'all know. But she was like, boundaries are for you. Like, they're your rules. And if someone like pushes up against them, then like that is now like spurning you to act. What are you gonna do in response to that? And like sometimes we're the ones like acquiescing or like not really enforcing the boundary, and like that's why things are occurring. So I may be the grass thing is very much like, if I make sure I'm in check, then maybe other things will kind of fall in place as a result. So
it definitely gives you one less thing to worry about. Because on the other side of that is like paranoia. Like if, I'm not saying this for everybody, but the times in my life that I was most concerned about the people I was around, when I look back at those moments, I was most I was the one that needed to be checked the most. My ego was going crazy. Like my self-importance was overflowing. You know what I'm saying? Like those are the moments where I look back. My fears, my insecurities. My insecurities had me looking at whoever the way that I was looking at them, And so I think just a lot of it starts inward. Big shout out to M. Reed, member for 2 months. Appreciate you, brother. I do 13 sign astrology. It's more aligned with actual astronomy. Astrology is foundational spirituality. The stars were the first books. We now have 2 in-house astrologists for this new astrology series.
Allegedly. We'll figure out our vetting process, but yes. But yes. No, there's like so many people that are like, yo, if you got a reading from this person, that was an account impersonating me. I don't know. Like I've seen it all.
Wow.
So,
that's funny.
You got once we vet, we dead ass have to like, have the astrology corner.
Well, they are already members, you know what I'm saying? So I feel like, that is a great place to start.
It's an indicator.
It's an indicator. Shout out to Miss Booked and Busy says, I did a video using Gemini energy as a lens, Drake, Kendrick, and J. Cole, the contradiction at the heart of hip hop. Yo, can you drop it in the chat? I want to check that out. Let's see what we got. Paul Williams, FYI, that's Korean won. I'm a Black American who's lived in Korea for 8 years, so y'all keep me tapped in. I was PJ and L's live yesterday. I was holding the trophy. I have been watching since day one, rooting for y'all. Thank you so much. 9-second applause.
Oh shit, I was about to sneak away and do something right quick. I had to come back. PJ, we had so much fun. Like, I know y'all wasn't there. I don't feel the way that y'all wasn't there.
I was there. Was that who you were talking to at the end of the show or in the beginning?
No, PJ is he's one of the guys who sent the picture through the scroll, and then he had a trophy, and we were all like, the people in the chat was trying to figure out if his picture had the trophy or if he added the trophy with a prompt. But the guy was
okay. I remember seeing this picture.
The one with the trophy?
Yeah. Because it was scrolling. It was in your scroll, right?
Yeah, we were having so much fun in there. Like I really, I don't know. I'm excited about having a play place to do creative stuff and all type of shit. So shout out to you, PJ. We had fun.
You should drop your link in the chat. Drop your link in the chat so people.
In the chat.
Yeah, to yourself.
I might be getting sleepy because, like an old lady, I looked around at all of the screens. Like, I saw that. Y'all saw it? I felt it like.
Find your link and then put it in like the studio chat, because Lils will then distribute. That's usually the mods be like spamming our shit in the chat. I appreciate y'all. But also,
drop my link to what in the chat?
Your channel.
Oh, my whole channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or the video. I mean, drop both. I mean, or Lils. I think Lils.
Oh, yeah.
Wills or Said or whoever else is name. Big shout out to my brother Donwill. Says, what's an album that's probably only an artist's third or fourth best, but it's your favorite anyway? Mine would be Jay-Z's Volume 2, for example. Good point. I love this question. Let's look around. Oh, De La Soul. Easy. AOI Bionics. Oh my God, I love that one. That's my favorite De La Soul album of all time. Yeah, it's still my favorite. It's between that, Grind Date, and now Cabin in the Sky. But when AOI Bionics came out, and I told people that was my favorite one, everyone looked at me like I just didn't understand De La Soul. So, but I think a lot of times an album just speaks to you, and it connects with you where you are. And that's the one that did that for me with De La Soul. So I would say AOI Bionics. But I can do this with a whole bunch of albums. I probably got a bunch of options up here. Let me see what else you got.
I know. I'm trying to think things.
I know. I want to say Lasers so bad, but I need to pick something else. But definitely Lasers. The way the Lupe crowd looks at you when you like, I really like Lasers. They be like, blasphemy.
That's his best album.
Justin, you better watch out.
Oh, I know Lupe fans. We know each other really well.
Like, what the fuck?
We know each other well.
The first time I said that, they that went around the room, I was like,
yeah, it's the best one. Ghostface Killer, Fish Scale. That's another one. Fish Scale is amazing. Everybody will tell you it's not Iron Man, it's not Supreme Clientele. I'm not even sure if it's Bulletproof Wallets. Whatever. It's amazing. My man is getting his hair cut. My man is swimming underwater with SpongeBob. My man is chopping up fish scales, selling all the drugs in the world. My man's at a bus stop hollering at a chick and his gun falls out. All on one album. 1 second applause.
I love the question, and I don't have enough brain processing power to like answer that, because like it's what the general audience thinks of as their third or fourth best, but it's your favorite.
Yes, and this is a great question. I too wish I would have got this question when my brain had more tenacity. Like that was interesting.
Yeah, how'd that happen? I don't know. Huh, look at that. Oh, look, when I put a chat on the screen twice, it goes back to the last super chat. Interesting. Huh. Okay, well, let's take that off. Okay.
I want you to know I froze because I wanted to make sure, like, I'm not accidentally doing this shit, am I? No, I was not.
Shout out to C-Dub. C-Dub said Starline by Chance the Rapper. I'm not mad at this pick at all, actually. I'm not mad at this.
That's a good pick. Like,
it's
that's
a good pick. Yeah. I'm not mad at that one.
Oh my God. I don't know.
I'm going to go Renaissance Beyonce.
Okay. That's a really good one too, because her early work is like, people are like, it's untouchable. But Renaissance touched.
She fucking cooked. When I say she was cooking. So
talk about another, like, to Sky's earlier point about like the embracing of like genre-lessness, considering like when King Green was on, he was like, well, the whole genre thing was like a race music thing. Like this is literally how you like label like music. And so I don't know, to see her, a legacy act, embracing the genrelessness as well and being like, no, I'm just gonna warp all this shit and it's gonna sound good. It's fire.
I kind of like it because I like the idea of being able to do whatever you want to do because it sounds fun. But I don't think that Beyonce is a good example because she's fucking Beyonce. So at this point, you can kind of do whatever you want to do because you're Beyonce. As a matter of fact, you're kind of the best person to do it.
Yeah.
Because to get a Beyonce house dance electronic album, that motherfucker is going to be Renaissance.
Yeah.
So
like the mastery of all the other genres to like give you a for sure. It's
the
not a
people who are
good,
going to show up in the room are going to be those people.
But she does have her finger on the pulse in order to even go that direction as a legacy act.
Yeah, you think she's gonna do rock? You think Act 3 is rock?
I hope so. She has the lungs.
Tina Turner should be compared to Tina Turner forever. That'd be amazing.
It has to be rock. I want y'all to know.
It'll be another blend though, I think too. Like it's gonna have some funky ass elements too. But I hope I want Beyonce to even just give me her rendition of like her rage rap, because she do be rapping like, you know, whatever. Like if she's gonna go there, like give me a rage moment. Give me a ring the alarm, but like in the language of rage rap or some shit.
That's
like
so
a loud
funny
ass
you
fucking
say that.
song.
Yes, just screaming out. It's so funny you say that because I was kind of going back and forth with myself. Like, do I want it to be rap or do I want it to be rock? Because she can kind of fake rap, you know?
Right.
And the more I go back and forth with it, it's like, please be rock. Because I actually like those I like Tina Turner's music, but I do know that I probably only know a certain amount of songs, whatever songs my mom was playing, my grandma was playing, or what all of the shit. But them fucking songs is great. Them Tina Turner songs are great. So I would prefer for us to get another wave of that over a Beyonce rap album. And that feels a little
But it's from the same root, and I feel like rock and roll, like soul, blues, work songs, blues, soul, funk, rock and R&B, rock and roll, that it's all from the same root. I definitely want her to fully lean into rock and maybe just touch like all the I don't know how I know the rock community is very like precious about their thing, as they should be, but and it's ours too, so I'm saying they, but whatever.
I don't did you see the squint? I felt the
Right?
squint.
I did, but I felt, yeah, but
we're sensitive about
ours as well, but there's so many different subgenres, right? Like there's the divorced dad rock, and there's the soft rock, and then there's the rage, and then there's the screamo, and then there's the punk, and then there's the metal, and then there's the so like she could give and that's all under the rock umbrella. Like same with what we talk about with the
so you saying you want her to touch on all the different kinds of rock?
Maybe.
Oh, that'd be fire.
Maybe
she touched on
because
all the
Tina Turner is like rock and roll, but it's like it sounds different than Green Day or like fucking Alameda from TDE or like Avril Lavigne. Like it's, I don't know. Like I wonder what aspect is she gonna give us? Like
I know, and I really like soft rock. Soft rock is my shit. Like I like Infinity Song.
They're so good.
They're so good. And like I think they're also doing very well. So this is another thing I mean by I got to come up with a good word for this. I don't want to say the blindness of the algorithm, but I see Momo Boy, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they must be having an amazing career. Like they must be really going fucking crazy. Those songs are great. I always see them out performing. I'm guessing she's dating Baby Keem or something. They at least have some, I mean, which is fucking cute.
It's so cute as fuck. It's
her
so
whole
cute.
Look is cute. The fashion is cute. Obviously, you're coming out now as a solo artist. I think I saw one of her songs on some sort of soundtrack. The songs are starting to get picked up.
Yeah.
The fact that she is not all over my timeline with all type of information about her and new things about her, to me is almost like the algorithm choking me from the type of things I would enjoy. Like it's gonna give me a little bit of Momo, but it's gonna give me hell of the bullshit. And so that's why I say I think they really get too much credit when they like, we know all your data, we know exactly what you want to see. No, you know what would terrify me or completely piss me the fuck off. And because you're a capitalist, because you're a capitalist and the way you gauge success is by excess. You feel like because you have my attention the most, because you made me the most upset, then that is actually the most successful. But the way I see the world is making me the most happy and fulfilled, even if I spend less time getting to that space, is actually a win, not you had me for 20 hours pissed off.
Well, we think of it as that. That's why I am a proponent of like degrowth. Like we have like just optimized a little bit too much and we're in excess a little bit too much. And I think we just like scale it back because they have now decided that no, like the 20-hour rage is more valuable and profitable than the 15-hour or 10-hour joy. Like they have made that decision. And I feel like, I don't know, I agree with that. Like Momo is so, talk about star power, talk about like her pen is crazy, her aesthetic is crazy. She still like released music under Infinity Song this year, like with their album. I think it was like a self-titled, like a Infinity Song. So she should be all over. And like, I think maybe she's still bubbling for that, but I think, you know, you just struggle in this era with that. But Yeah, I don't. The rage they've decided is the preeminent thing. And like, I think I agree with your point that they aren't always accurate with what they're serving you up, but I think their metric is a little bit different. Like, I would view it as inaccurate because I'm like, what the fuck is this? But they would view it as like, oh, good, we got a ping of anger or frustration or strife. And like, that's what they're striving for. Like, they're collecting data on what pisses me off too. And like what annoys me or what keeps me longer too. So like, they're pushing that more, it seems like, even more than like, this is what you like, so.
Yeah, because that's what I mean by it's like the measurement scale is off. Like you're not measuring as this is success because it made her happy. This is success because it taught her something. This is success because it helped her solve a problem in a way that she didn't even know she needed. It led her to a product that she actually needed, not something that's going to kill her or something that's going to pour into addiction or something that is overpriced, things like that. That is not the measurement of success. The measurement of success is, did I stress you out enough to keep staring? And as a matter of fact, now that you upgraded your iPhone, how big did your eyes get while you were looking at it? Which part of the screen did your eyes stay on? Did it stay on the part that we targeted it to stay on? Okay, so that means this content is more the type because I'm training you. I'm slowly training you. Justin, you didn't know they do that? Now your iPhone, and this is a couple upgrades ago. This is actually old now.
Yeah.
It's looking at where your eyes look and it saves that data and sends it back.
I was a part of a AI project 22, 21, 22, 21, 23, 22. Our app did that too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. And like, that's the thing. It's just creating that, what do they call it? Like a psychographic profile of like what you do and when you do it and why you do it and what makes you do it more. And that's, I don't know, that's why it's just like, I don't buy the whole social media is bad and we're going to like restrict it. I think like we got to talk about the specific dials that were turned up on it. Like we're going to do the endless scroll. We're going to do the refresh. We're going to give you a notification for like, even y'all ever get notifications on IG for like stuff that you're like, that I'm not actually getting a notification. Like you're telling me that maybe I should follow this person because they follow so-and-so or whatever. Like it's just, it's an onslaught.
But I turned all the fucking notifications. I'm very funny about who can send me a notification. I be acting so brand new. Like notifications. Yeah.
Are we doing the Romango's super chat?
You guys do it right quick. I'll be right back.
It feeds into it for sure.
Do we think we're also overstimulated? We have unlimited access to music now. We've already experienced so many classics and quality feels less consistent. Maybe listener fatigue is part of it too. I think we did talk about this on the panel. I think we ended up actually getting to this point.
Donwill, I feel like emphasized that a lot too, where he's like, you're basically getting your music from the same, it's competing with all these other things you do, on the device. Yeah.
Mokimfe, question for everybody. How much of this perspective is shaped by comparing? Oh yeah, we did this one. Yeah, we did this one. Okay, we did that one. I think we might have done those already. All right, let's see if we did these. Oh, that's right, because there was another one. Here we go. A prominent again. I agree with BK's point. As a Gen Z, I lack context of back in the day. Apple Music, Spotify just tells you that it's a good album, but doesn't tell you what it did to the culture when it dropped. And all of the publications, not all of them, but a lot of them that were out covering these things have been taken off the internet.
Yes, and all this work has just been vaporized essentially. So it's like, okay, we're supposed to go Wayback Machine and know what we're looking for. Like they are strategically making it difficult for younger generations to access like knowledge and like, you can still do it. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just like there's a concerted effort to like remove context and remove history and like, I don't know, just literally journalists' work. Like, how is that not their own? It's their IP.
Well, most of these places, when you sign to, do your freelance deal or to work there, it's not your IP.
It's not. It's literally you writing. It's their IP. Like
it's their IP. Yeah.
That's sick.
That's why certain publications to me are. I mean, look, not everybody has this policy, right? I mean, you can have an agent, and the agent can do the deal for you, and you still own your own stuff, right? It's not black or white in that regard. But some of the places that have shut down had that policy. And it's insane to me that shutting down a publication is cheaper. It's a better way to go than just letting the legacy live and just collect page views from everyone who ever searches something that's probably here in the talisman in the history of this pioneering online publication.
Right. That's, I don't know. And it's led to the degradation of like journalism coverage, editorial control, vision, structure, like infrastructure. Yeah.
Shout out to A Prominent. I agree with BK's point. Oh yeah, we just did this. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, wait a minute. This got redundant. I was like, wait a minute. Let's see what this says. This one says, DH Rava the through line. DH Rava.
I don't know.
The through line. For King Justin's AC Fund. I'm a longtime fan since I found your channel in Charlotte in 2018. Doing real hip hop essays that no one else was doing. Appreciate y'all. By the way, my name is Groove. There we go. Appreciate you, Groove, man. Thank you so much, bro. 1 second applause. That's funny.
I love that. No, it always tempers out, but then in the very beginning, lately with the summer cooking up, it's like profuse sweating. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That window is. You're gonna have to get some curtains eventually.
I'm at that point. I'm legitimately at that point. Like my AC is like, I don't know what you're doing now. It works on one half of my spot, but the other half is just like,
no, it's just like too hot. Like the heat index over here was 116 the other day. Like,
ooh, I wonder what it was in LA. It feels like it was crazy. Index LA today. 76 degrees was the heat index, but the high was 86. And it's dry heat, so it's like oven stuff. Mango. Dom, they did a blackout with TikTok last year for like 2 days, and people were crying when they lost access. They left for a bit, but eventually everyone went right back. Are people still over there since they've changed the algorithm and they're not making, and the monetization? I guess maybe people are making money again.
People are definitely over there still, but I will say like I was heavy on TikTok when I just didn't have like the time to do long form, and that's like where I got like. I mean, LATM was like a podcast, like audio only podcast, but like where I really like blew first was TikTok. And then from there, I was like, okay, if I could funnel my TikTok people to YouTube, like I'm gonna do that. But when and I did one of my first like videos on YouTube was about like the TikTok sale and like the fact that Trump accelerated it, but Biden set it up. Like Biden absolutely set that shit up. And like, just, pointing out the bipartisan nature of this shit and the fact that like, Democrats alike were like, there's too much exposure that unraveled decades of propaganda, like, quite frankly. And the young people don't know what they're looking at. Even Obama was like, TikTok activists, like, hey, we all have blood on our hands. And it's like, wow, like, this is the type of justification you're going to do for us seeing, like, what we're seeing live streams. That's when they were like, let's shut this down. So I post there every once in a while. I'm more on YouTube now, but I don't know. TikTok's fine. It's just, I also was one of those that was like hitching a fit because people make money on TikTok. Like you can't just fucking shut that shit. Like you just can't just shut that shit down.
Right. I mean, that is really, I don't even want to bring that to the zeitgeist. We'll come back to that. We'll talk about that offline sometime. Doomer 253, my brother. Not mad at artists making some money via endorsements. It's a matter of how egregious they are shilling. Example, crooning about chicken or hawking gambling. I agree too. Like it's when Jerry Rice had that football helmet with the chicken wing on it spinning. We don't need that. Ain't nobody asked for that. You guys see that? Let's see. Jerry Rice Popeyes helmet. Of course it was Popeyes.
Oh my God.
Of course it came out of Louisiana. Where else would it be?
Please stop. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. Me too, though. Actually, I really do. Look at this. Look at Jerry Rice.
Oh no! There's a wing. There's a drum.
Yeah.
As the.
Yeah, we don't need that. Nobody need that.
But
Here's
also,
another angle.
guys, oh my god.
Here's you on the set with other people. Okay, nobody needs that.
And he's got a biscuit.
Yeah, of course. What's the other one? Mary J. Blige, Burger King. I think it was.
McDonald's. She hates it. Or was it?
This one right here, right?
I think it was was it Burger King?
Yeah. They were just thinking of Mary J's Burger King commercial.
Oh my god, yeah. I know she was recently asked about this and she was like...
She apologized again, right?
Well, she just was like, that shit was so hurtful. I hated that. Like the host was trying to like kind of make light, with her about it.
Yeah, no, this was bad.
It's like, no.
Around this time, I worked for a publication called The Tanning of America. It's a book written by Steve Stout, and his whole book was about how hip hop was going to Madison Avenue. And when this commercial came out, everybody thought that Steve Stout was behind it. And so he basically went on a press run on his own just to tell people he had nothing to do with Mary J. Blige and that Burger King commercial.
Yeah,
but
we actually bought that, or my mom bought that book for us because you mentioned it on this, and Morgan's reading it right now. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's dope. Oh yeah, how's he like it?
Loving it. Like
it's good. It's good.
Talked about it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. That's what's up. Hey, and Brown Girl L read it. That's what's up.
Yeah,
One second applause.
About like the Coca-Cola and how they did like the different Coke and that flopped and he's loving it though.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Jellybean 0009, my BTS expert. Let's see what she says. She says BTS announced they will not submit Airang to Grammys after the Academy created an Asian category. I hope music itself can be heard and loved rather than being distinguished by region or language. I mean, look, we just talked about how young people are moving to a genreless appreciation. You've got BTS saying that they don't want to be in an Asian category. Is there an Asian Grammys? Like an Asian Grammys on its own? I know there's a Latin Grammys.
I don't know, actually.
I don't think there is. Asian Grammy Awards.
But I don't know. I think they also would benefit from recognizing region and origin.
I mean, to a degree. I mean, I don't know. I guess some of our genres are still like American folk or whatever.
Well, yeah.
But I still think about those as regions. But I know what you're saying because they do Latin, right? They just gave Bad Bunny. He won that Latin Artist of the Year and Album of the Year. I think that they're trying to do more of that, especially with like K-pop, J-pop, C-pop blowing up. I mean, there's billions of people over there.
But also, like, I mean, how do we name the mimicry of like? I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I like watch it. Like when I first saw, I'm like, what am I missing? Like, is this not just an imitation of what Black people are doing over here? Like, I'm like, I mean, like, you don't want to be put in an Asian category, but it's like, okay, then what are we what are we doing here? I'm sorry. Like, I just need more clarification, not to be disrespectful at all, but like, I'm a Black American, so I'm kind of like confused about the draw.
Paul Williams, if you're still in there, if you have any insight on K-pop and how it's received there, if there's something that we're missing from the Korean perspective, seeing that you're in Korea, drop it in the chat. Let us know. I'll put it on the screen.
And you're Black in Korea.
Right.
That intersection is like important. Like,
right. Look, I could say that the music and the performances are really good. I could also say that, from the reports, especially reports we've even looked at here, people are a fan of the bands more so than they're fans of the genre. And so they are leading the league when it comes to that because the success of BTS or the Hive model has pushed the whole music industry in that direction. But I think ultimately it just comes down to identity, right? People like to see people who they identify with do cool stuff. Mm-hmm. If I had a reflex as to what the broader appeal is, that's probably it. I mean, that's what the Backstreet Boys were doing. Everybody was trying to be New Edition, for a while. And so
once again, we're talking about like mimicry of Black American art. So I'm not discounting particularly anyone in particular. I don't know anyone enough to discredit them off of their artistry, hard work, whatever. But like, I'm just supposed to not acknowledge the obvious? Sorry, like that's not. I'm actually not sorry about that. So
you know my favorite, not my favorite, but one of my favorite Dave Chappelle jokes is.
What?
He goes, "This is my impression of the presidents writing the Constitution." Get in there and write that Constitution, nigga.
Yep.
I thought this was such a great joke.
Well.
Yeah, it's apropos. Thank you for that, Jelly Bean 0009. And we got High Level Tales. What up, High Level Tales? Says, hey, CU, still struggling to find work, but I did see J. Cole last week in Montreal, and considering everything, the interviews, he delivered an amazing performance. Glad I was there. I'm hearing the shows are crazy. I mean, his performance is always, his stage presence is nuts. And I know being in there, he's got the catalog to do just an amazing show. But that's awesome. Where was the venue? What venue was he in?
Yeah, I've been enjoying the J. Cole videos where he picks one person out of the crowd and they put the light on them and they try to rap that. On the day I was born, lightning strikes, lions came out their cages. And every time the person is like super hype. Like, did you see the one where the girl did? Just means I ain't that confident with y'all with lion.
No.
So basically so every show, the verse from the song that he has with Benny the Butcher. You know what song I'm talking about? Benny the Butcher,
Johnny P's Caddy?
Yeah, that just means I ain't as comfortable with y'all as lion.
Yeah, that's one of them songs that got him in trouble, didn't it? That's one of them verses. One of them verses that rang a little different.
He was talking too greasy.
What did he say about
Trying to
Steppers?
revive a sport that's dying. That just means I ain't as...
He said, what did he say? He said there's a couple of things that read like slights, I think, in there. But that's, I mean, that was a classic. He was on a run. That was one of the best Future runs we'd seen at that point in time, just to be honest. Like, that was...
I mean, I think Benny had a
Coca rap.
I argue with a lot of people about it because they say J. Cole obviously won. I'm like, I don't know if that lightning strike shit was better than Benny the Butcher's verse, but... So every show, they put the spotlight on one fan, and the fan gets to perform it with J. Cole. It's really dope.
That's dope. I like that. Shout out to Graduated Thought. The curriculum for teaching reading is over 200 years old in most states. That's why programs like Reading Partners and Tandem are so important. They help kids before they fall between the cracks. Over 200 years old.
Yeah, like the ECE, early childhood education, preschool, like 0 to 5, like kids need to be reinforced way before they get to fucking college to be, well said.
Right. Shout out to NPC John Smith. Do y'all think Forever Story was a one-off? That album is in my personal top 10. Do you think he can do something that impactful again, or does the attention economy hurt artists too much? That album is probably in my personal top 20. I can say that. And Cody Blue. You know what's funny? Someone asked me, I can't remember who I was talking to. I legitimately can't remember who I was talking to. But I was having a conversation about hip hop, whether hip hop saves your life. Like that song legitimately, like in a very real way, saved my life. Like, because that song got me through my mom's passing, and that was the darkest I'd ever been. I'm with you on that when it comes to Forever Story, and I think he could do it again. Honestly, I personally think that he sacrificed simplicity for depth. I think this last project, he tried to do too many things, and because again, if you really look at I don't know if winning's the right way, but if you really look at what has driven conversation in music over the past 2 years or so, 2-3 years, it has been Easter eggs and things for superfans and side quests and layers and metaphor and allegory and all these things like, well, this really means this, it connects to that. And I think he tried to do too much of that, right? And I think it's very easy to fall into that pattern because you see Kendrick do it so well, right? We saw J. Cole just do an album like that. We've seen Drake do an album like that now. Like, everyone is trying to have all of these layers and things to show the artists that they are. And I don't know if Jid needed to do that this time. You know, I think that artists should just be I mean, look, I'm not going to say the music is bad. I think God Does Like Ugly is actually a really good album. I don't think it's nearly as good as, you know, Forever Story. But if you really look at Forever Story, it's layered in depth, but it's just a story about family. Like, it's just, this is me and my family when I was going on a recruiting visit. This is me and my family fighting all these people in the club that tried to disrespect us on our recruiting visit. This is like that is the story. That's the forever aspect of it. You know, family is forever. Like that is a concept that is both direct enough and deep enough to provide all the layers anybody's gonna need for the rest of their life. You know, I don't need Easter eggs and side quests on a JID project necessarily. And so I think that a pivot or a return to simplicity gets him right back there, you know. But that's just my thoughts on it. I definitely think he's got the talent to do so. And I think more than anything else, it's really just, you know, temperament and consistency that keeps people on the straight path or returning to the source, so to speak. That's a good question, though. I love that album. Do 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 do. As I lay myself to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. The pressure makes me, the journey takes me to places where history can stop or break me. And you know it rains for something. You know it rains for something. I hope a change is coming. Keep on swinging on, swing on, swing on. That's my joint right there. 1 second plus. Great question. Great
Justin
question.
starts to get sleepy when he starts to sing. I gotta be honest. I love it.
Oh, I'm tired. Time for a song. What we singing next?
I know. Around this time, this is when you will get a song. He'll bring it in slow too.
That's crazy. I love that song though. That song, woo. Man, I get chills just thinking about that. Man, great call. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that as soon as we get off. I'm gonna go ahead and play that as I eat the rest of my gyro. I got a gyro over here has been holding me down.
I mean, maybe I snuck off at 8. I'm not gonna.
Right. Right. No, nobody needs to be lightheaded up here on Culture United. That's terrible. Big shout out to Spartan. Accepting mediocrity is what's happening, amongst other things. Yeah, you know, it's only mediocrity if you recognize it. If you don't recognize mediocrity, you might think that you're winning. If your aspirations are regular, you might have already felt like you overachieved. But that comes with perspective and education. That comes with the opportunity to experience new things. And people just don't got that much time. They got to go to work. They got no money. They don't got time for their phone and to gamble because that's where they get paid. I saw that. You guys saw that? Did you guys see that? That was the craziest thing I've seen. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I do think that's a worthy detour.
Wait, did we see what? I don't know what. I don't know if I saw it because I don't know what it was.
This gambling thing I saw. Where is it at?
Everything's gambling.
It's like so much gambling. It's like it's gambling to a whole nother level.
You know what I did not anticipate, but like obviously what happened is just the whole like Kalshi of it all and polymarket of it all. But like the Kalshi slogan being like trade
Which is
on
crazy.
anything. You could trade on the weather, world events. Like
It's a racket. Like that is the definition of stuff that should just be illegal.
right.
Like legitimately. Like it's ridiculous. Why is this not? I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me see. All right, well, I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna share this tab instead, and it's dark, but you should be able to see the headline. If you can't, I'll highlight it. Let's see. Why is it doing this? Oh, here it is. Gambling becomes America's pastime as Americans spend more on sports bets than movies, arts, museums, and music combined.
I did see this.
This is crazy.
Yeah, what
This
the?
is crazy. And this is Fortune. It's not even like a broke magazine. It's Fortune. They count. You know what I'm saying? That is insane.
But it's like literally it is the logical
It's the economy.
conclusion. It's the
Yeah.
economy. Our entire economy is speculative.
Entire
Of
economy.
course. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, well, it's all happening.
And
So,
then to
you're
say
right.
art, it's like it got to be a shit ton of things under the umbrella of arts.
Yeah. It's all of it. All of it. It's crayons. It's everything.
art.
Yeah. It's all of
Like,
it.
damn.
Think of all the kids. Think of all the crayons that were bought for all the kids around the world. That's art. So it's the Mona Lisa and crayons.
Right.
And people gambling more. That's crazy.
The crayons they don't want to supply the classrooms with.
Right. The teachers bought the crayons.
Right.
Okay. Thomas Fanto, what up, says, audience and DJs have become so dumb there is no more facade. Drama looks like a DEA informant up there. No dancing, phoned-in skills. This ain't fun.
Damn.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I know that's a word. You said a word right there.
But I think that there was something to what Screw was saying about how like the getting dunked on thing is a part of it. I was saying that like I feel like they factor in rage bait with they shit now. It's weird.
I mean, if it keeps people employed, I guess I understand the decision making.
Yeah.
I just also feel like there's other ways to keep people employed too. But whatever. Imagination is tough to come by. Opulent Light Being says the new generation of musicians are products of the internet and social media. It's not organic, and neither are they. Dang, man, you just took a shot. Whole generation, huh? Whole generation got it. Let me see. I know there's got to be a soundboard. There's got to be a sound effect for this. Let me see. Do I have a sound effect for that?
Of shots?
I do not.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I do. Let me see what I got. I'm trying to see what they got in here. I do not. That was, what's the equivalent? Okay, let me try this. Okay, that was a punch. There's no shots, but there was punches. So that was punchy. I am tired, y'all. All right, what we got next? Opulent Light Being, we did that one. Thank you very much, Opulent Light Being. 1 second applause. That does sound like that sounds like a character you meet in an RPG game. Like you're playing Zelda, and then after you get the sword, you run into the Opulent Light Being and you teleport.
Oh shit.
To better days and better lands, you know? That's fresh. I like that. A Prominent says, but where are the OGs of rap teaching game to the newer generation?
Somewhere screaming at a brick wall.
I think they're all online interacting. I think that there's all kinds of interactions that happen. And I think some of them are really positive. You know, I don't know if this is black or white, like there's this generation gap in the same way, because I think a lot of people show up in the same comment section and stuff. You know, so I don't know. I think it's interesting. And I think it also depends on who you are and where you are. Because, you know, LA, for example, they keep a lineage. LA all about a lineage. Like, you ever watched Next Friday? And the neighbors, there's Joker, Lil Joker, and Baby Joker. Like, that's all their names. That's gang lineage. That's like OG, triple OG. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are actual things, right? And so all of LA is like that. And I think, like, you know, there's some OGs probably targeting some Baby Jokers. You know what I mean? Like, I think, you know, you can extrapolate that across the internet. I think that, you know, people do get a lot of game from people. The number of rappers that I know who are now executives or managers, you know. My point is, I'm not sure if this is as black or white as it used to be. And maybe it never really was.
I mean, you also have to question the OG Like, is it a bullshit ass OG or what? Because like I often think about Birdman and YB and how he's like hanging around, but like he's also wielding the guns and also drinking the lean and also allegedly, and also doing all this shit. And it's like, what are you fucking lording over? What are you fucking even mentoring in this bitch? Like, so I mean, just because you an old nigga don't mean you got some wisdom to pass down. So that maybe just question the source too.
What's that
That's one of my favorite disses too. I love to diss somebody OG. Like, look at your OG. That's one of my favorite disses. Like, look who you look up to, nigga.
That's what a lot of people got mad at Game about during the verses, you know, like in terms of like, I looked at that verses and I had a great time. I thought the music was fun, you know. I like seeing Hood Day on Apple and Complex platform. You know, it was a cultural thing, right? But I actually enjoyed myself quite a bit. Okay, they played songs that I love, even if they didn't perform them that great, right? But then there's all the other people saw a drunk OG with a washed out wife beater, sweating on stage, fake drinking a bottle of tequila while really drinking a bottle of tequila, hunching, grinding like it was musty in there. Somebody looked at that and said, man, look at your OG. So I get it. I get where you're coming from. I enjoyed it. I said that, hey, that OG did that right there. I loved it.
It was entertaining for sure. It's definitely going up in the zeitgeist.
For sure.
That was
You know?
it. Yeah, for real. We gonna remember that
You were
one.
born that
Like,
night.
remember when Game and fucking YG went like that's
Yeah.
yeah.
We gonna remember that one. Big shout out to I Am Benny J. Can the decline in music quality be correlated to rising mental health issues in addition to declining literacy? I would say so. Especially that literacy one.
I mean, we also don't think of the opioid crisis hitting Black youth, and it fully fucking does. So
Right.
we think of it literally as like a white addiction. So I don't know.
Right.
There's a lot of depressant use and like speaking about downers and uppers and like literally pharmaceuticals. So it's like, yeah.
Oh, mental health issues should give us better music. Damn, I'm probably not supposed to say that.
Brown Girl L, shout out Brown Girl L talking about Katie Beth ain't really your friend. That was a cool story. I like
I gotta
that
drop you off
story.
here.
Katie Beth. They do be
Katie
having the
Beth.
dual names like that.
They be doing that. I know there was a Katie Beth in at least one of your classes. You had a Katie Beth somewhere. I know I had a Katie Beth. There was a couple of them. Different cities.
Beth did numbers in their hood.
Beth did numbers.
Numbers.
They're
in
a
their
great
hood, boy.
for sure.
Yeah, my friend. I had a friend named Mary Benaway. Like shout out to Mary. One second applause. My best friend in the world.
Do you miss her since she's been away? Sorry, I'm getting sleepy. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I do actually. She's been away for a long time, but we were really close friends. She had another friend. Legitimately called her all the time. Oh yeah, it's my black friend Becky. Only black Becky I ever met in my life. She was my black friend Becky.
Yo, my cousin's name is Becky.
Is her name Becky? Is her name Rebecca?
Her name is Rebecca with a K and a H.
Yeah, see, there you go. No,
Like,
her name is Becky
her
with a
name is
Y and a CK.
Her real name is Becky.
Right, it wasn't a nickname. Right, it's crazy.
As much flack as we get for like our names, I've seen some spellings and some pronunciations with them. Which
Right.
is like, that's crazy.
And some of them are just so common, but they're still stupid, like Michael. That's just dumb.
Wait, what?
Because English is dumb, right? English does a lot of stupid stuff, right? Why do I need a GH for an F? Like, that's
English is kind of a YN. It's a YN language.
right.
Like the PH, yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing. Either way, Brown Girl L says music and art have been taken out of schools. Creative writing used to be mandatory. Big facts. I did an interview. Who was this? Mathematics from Wu-Tang Clan. He's the one who designed the logo. And he was having, we were talking about, what movie, one of these Wu-Tang albums that he produced. He was talking about how he remembers vividly when he was excited to go to middle school because his older brothers and sisters, when they went to middle school, they got to like take music class and like learn all the instruments. And by the time he got to middle school, and this is like the 80s in New York, by the time he got to music school, by the time he got to school, they took the music classes out. The only thing you could do was band, right? And so that was the 80s in New York. It moved to LA in the 90s. In the 2000s, it was in Atlanta, and now nobody got him. And like, I did a whole video about this. Like, well, what do you, and I actually thought, what's it, the 80s? I think it was 70s, 80s, whatever it was in New York. But that's one of the things I actually thought was actually, might have been pretty good for hip hop, right? If you take music class out the schools, well, what's left if you just beat on the table? You know what I'm saying? Let's get some bars off. Because that's what mathematics did. He said once he got to school and they took the music classes out, he was just banging on tables, and that's how he became a producer. So,
that nigga was a savant. They needed to break down them quarter notes, half notes, whole notes for these children.
Yeah, for real.
Instant scales, immediate notes, like dead for real. But also, like, there is some of that, like, if you formalize it too much, then they lose the fucking, like, essence of it. So I like the idea that, like, we banged on tables, but it, like, put the arts in the fucking schools, bro.
Shout out to Ms. Hummus. I see this now. And Screw is gone. But I did take a screenshot and text it to him. So if he responds, I'll let you know once I get close. Let me see. Did we do this one? Shout out to Mambo Sauce for the Uncle Alert. We got Brown Girl L again, says the oldest Gen Alpha will be 18 in 5 years. The rap industry will be super localized micro genres with way more AI tools. Yeah.
Damn, I could definitely see the super localized micro genres, like the Twitter communities or like Discords or channels or just the hyper focus on the super fan, and it'll be like, this shit is cool because this group of people with buying power and attention thinks it's cool.
And that's an extension of the superfan model. You know, I mean, even regional rap, the return to regional rap that we're in now, I think, is a signal of the future success of these super localized microgenres. Jan Viernes. Is that like January Friday? You think?
Yeah, because I was like,
I was trying to put some.
Listen, we are sleeping because I was in here doing the same exact thing. And then when it was still quiet, I was like, oh no, am I supposed to talk? Because I'm thinking about, like, these are the days I stream. Jan Viernes.
Right. That's funny.
Oh my God.
Are you still here, Jan Viernes? Let us know. Let us know what you think. There's a K-pop conversation going on in the main chat. Let's get back to the super chats. I can't tell. It looked like it was going.
You know what?
It looked like it was deep.
The person to bring attention to it, but
I'm seeing it as well, and I hate that. Like, there are certain things that I feel like it's a larger conversation that I really think we should have about K-pop, because I feel some type of way about what's being said, that Black people are being accused of like upholding institutional racism that literally makes no sense. that makes no sense. Like, Black individuals cannot uphold institutional racism. That makes no sense. Like, that's
what institution? What institution do we control?
The cookout invites. Why are we so racist with the cookout invites? That's our institution that we're upholding against other people, and people are
But that is not how power structures work. That's not how racial hierarchies work. That's not how the system of white supremacy works. So, like, we can actually flesh that out, but actually my point was never engaged with. That there is mimicry of Black New Jack Swing, of Black R&B, of Black hip-hop style, slang, culture. That was not engaged with. It was like, oh my God, you're racist. Oh, and they do songs in English. The language was not contended with at all. The language was not brought up at all.
What is the logic of saying that it's racist to say this?
You
Like, I
black
know it
people
doesn't
can't
make
be
sense.
racist.
You guys hold it down. I did not look at the exchange. I just saw K-pop and a bunch of them in the row, and I just kind of moved back over here.
It was going down. The squad started jumping in too. Like, yo, chill. But
I'll
no,
be right
what is the
I'll be back.
logic of this is racist? Because if we're not talking about Koreans and their inclusion in the Grammys, then I have no idea what we are talking about, mon ami.
Well,
First of all, ain't that French? I mean, go ahead. I'm listening. What is the logic? I'm sure it falls flat in some ways, but what
I'm speaking about in regards to K-pop, me personally, is K-pop bands doing identical sounds, styles, and dances to previous Black R&B groups, Black New Jack Swing groups, Black hip hop groups. Like, it is a one-to-one, and we know because like we are a part of the culture that it was created from. And so like that element has to be engaged with all K-pop groups, not just BTS. And Black people cannot be racist. That is not how, and I don't even blame folks. Like, I don't even blame folks because there is education that needs to be had about like what is racism, what is prejudice, what is discrimination, how does like white supremacy work, how do power structures work. But please know, I need you to know, walk away with nothing else but this. Black people cannot uphold institutional racism under a system of white supremacy. Like, when our ancestors were actually chattel and property by the institution, there is no way that we can wield that. And so I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding of like what's going on. We can disagree, we can have different points of view, but like for you to not be able to engage with the fact that like you're just misnaming systems, like let's start there, and then we can have a conversation about how BTS and other K-pop groups have literally mimicked what Black people have already done. I have eyes. I can
I'm
see
scanning back through your comments, and you are crashing out. You are tripping.
Do you see what I'm like? I've been seeing the whole
inspire and touch lives. Y'all say you want to dismantle institutions of racism, yet you're perpetuating it. I'm 63. Your purpose. Wait, hold on. I'm 63, and I learned about BTS during COVID because I like new music. Yeah, Jelly Bean, I don't know where you are or what is going on to be 63-year-old, find BTS during COVID, like it so much that you are now talking to 3 Black people about how you've been fighting against racism your whole life, as if that sets up some sort of authority for you to now be able to tell us that our complaint about mimicry is invalid. And then you have the nerve to put, I get frustrated at times when I do not understand the unwillingness to learn and so quick to discount. That is what you're doing, Jelly Bean. That is exactly what you're doing. So thank you for sending your frustration our way. I'm going to repel it back to you. I'm not going to take in your frustration because what you're saying didn't make any sense. And I just scanned through to see if you had any logic line in what you were saying, and you don't. So, nope. And I'm not making fun of their age. I'm just saying we said sometimes people need to learn, and that's what made it relevant, because it's one thing if you're 23 saying this and it's like, okay, maybe you just need to learn, maybe you need to be informed. 63 saying this is different and relevant to the context of COVID fucked everybody up. This motherfucker heard BTS during COVID and didn't hear no Black people, and now he feel like if we say, all right.
You know what? And shout out Professor Sky for saying, yo, if you didn't experience COVID as a school child, you don't get it. Because COVID fucked everybody up, from the old adults to the so think about like the impact that it had on the kiddos. That's all I'm saying.
My son did freshman year when COVID hit. He loved that shit.
Really?
But he's not the like, he went to an art school. I was telling my friend too, her child is about to go to high school, and she was thinking about an art school, and I was explaining to her that her child is very much in with the society. So I think a standard high school is kind of better for her because, like, cheerleading, captain, things like that. So I was like, she needs to go. My son is not. He just wants to do artsy shit. So when I say his freshman year, it took all the anxiety away from him. He was excited about not having to go to school, and he's good on the computer. So he's like, wait, so I'm going to do school on the computer? He was excited about it. But when I look at it years later, I'm like, I don't know if he was ever going to get the social skills in the first place because he was already that type of kid. But buddy, you're missing him, buddy. You're missing him. He'll be like he'll be in a room with somebody and be like, well, I'll just text you and walk away.
Like, you need the forced socialization, damn near.
Use your words. I want to head out. I need to head out for a second. Can I oddly leave before BK when BK was definitely supposed to leave before? Did I awkwardly stumble out?
No, you can. I had a spike in like cortisol, so I'm definitely here for a little bit right now. So yeah.
I want to still listen in one ear, but I need to listen to another thing in another ear. And yes, because I'm on the spectrum, I can do both.
Congratulations. It's all happening.
I see it as a superpower.
Great.
I really enjoyed talking to you all today. See you Wednesdays is always the greatest day. I love our show. I think we do great things. I think it's one of the most important shows on YouTube and in hip hop media. I love how much deserving attention I believe we get. I'm very proud to work with both of you, lovely Black individuals. I think we are very high in ethics, high in making sure that we are competent in our commentary. And I'm proud to be on the team. It just really, it makes me feel so validated. And I appreciate the community for kind of, not even kind of, but standing strong with us throughout it all. So I just wanted to say that before I lazily head out before the show's over.
We love you, L.
L undefeated. Make sure you check L every morning at 6 a.m. PST for brand new thoughts.
Yes. Random drop my other show.
She'll be up tomorrow, 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
with brand new thoughts. I love that.
All right.
9-second applause. Word up. Word up. Oh, we got a response from Screwface John. We got a response from Screwface right here. So where is that one? So Ms. Hummer said, Screw, thoughts on the state of hip hop right now. Do you think it's thriving despite the genre not being high on the charts? Screw says, hip hop doesn't need the charts and it's not a metric to see if it's thriving, but as of right now, hip hop is a little quiet, but it's still thriving. I'm with it. I agree with that. 1 second applause. All right, let's get back to January Friday.
All right.
Maybe it's Jan. Maybe it's Jan Friday. Maybe his name is Jan Friday.
Maybe so.
Where you at, Jan Friday? Well, here's Romango on the way. The art will always reflect the times. Yes, that is very true.
Yes.
Here's Bonafide MC on the way. Hip hop is optimistic. It highlights everything. I agree with that too. Thank you, Groove. Appreciate you, Groove, for that one. That's beautiful right there. Thank you. Where was? Did I miss it? It's hard to find. I try to get these in color-coded order, you know. High Level Tail says, also, thanks, BK, for your encouraging words 2 weeks ago, and congrats, L, for the launch of your YouTube channel. Hey. 1 second applause. Where is Jan Viernes?
Yeah, we were just on it. I don't remember what color it was. Was it bluish?
It was blue. It was a blue one. Let's see. Mambo, brown girl. Oh, here it is. Jan Vienners, how does gender influence music consumption? I'm curious about the female audience in hip hop and pop. It runs everything. Everything. How many parties you want to go to where it's just you there?
how does gender influence music? I mean, like, it influences everything.
It is
Well, I
everything.
will say, maybe the question is, how does the social construct of gender influence music consumption?
This sounds
And
like a question for you.
yeah, like, it's, like, people are marketed to along lines of gender. That's always going to be like, that's always going to be there. That's always going to be there. I think it's like hyped up in this like data driven era. So I don't know. I'm curious about the female audience in hip hop and pop. I don't know. Like, I wonder what the data says.
We have to look at that.
Like, and I wonder what the gain from like what would be the what would you extrapolate from that data?
Tune in next week. Hashtag See You Wednesday. That's something to really think about there. I'm going to think about that over the course of the week.
Yeah.
Rakim the Great. Peace, Justin. Want to recommend Dr. Jared A. Bell. He's a professor, a BS professor that focuses on hip hop and the capture of it beginning with rappers alike. Would be a great guest on either See You or Third Verse. I love it. Yeah. DM me or email me if you know the person. Put us in contact, but let me know where I can find them. I'm definitely down.
Yeah, we definitely got to have Dr. Ball on. That would be awesome.
Yeah. All right. We did those. We did this. Okay, we did that one. Jelly Bean back. What Jelly Bean got? FYI, BTS started as a hip-hop group, and two of the rappers, including the leader of the group, RM, came from the underground rap scene. Yes, Korea has one. Yeah, everybody got hip-hop. You know, one of my favorite books is called It's Where You At, right? And do I still have this? No, I let my cousin borrow it. He never gave it back. But it is a book. It's called It's Where You At, and it's taken from the Rakim lyric. Even other states come right and exact. Even other states come right and exact. It ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. And it was, when I read this book, I must have read this in like 2003, 4, 2, something. And what it did was it was my first time reading documented coverage of hip hop in different countries. So it did.
Okay.
Chile, Cuba, South Africa, Japan, Korea, America, Paris, I think. And so every chapter was on a different place. And so one of the things that I learned from that book was, one, sort of the lag in hip hop culture in other countries. So because hip hop came from here, everyone is sort of modeling the US. So when hip hop, so when hip hop scenes start, they start just mimicking what we do in the States.
Yes.
And then you get 10 to 15 years down the road for them, and now they get into their own golden era. So that's where you have other people who've now taken the ethos and the tenets, and they've applied it to their own cultures, and that's where it comes from. So,
but like, Justin, I feel like if I could just tease out just a little bit of nuance briefly, it's that's not what I'm seeing. I have an incredible like humility for cultures different than my own, and I absolutely love cross-cultural exchange. And hip hop from different regions, like having an international lens is really important to me because I understand how easy it is for Americans to become like very US centric. But that's not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is mimicry. It's exactly what I said. So Korea can have an underground hip hop scene. Any other country can have a underground hip hop scene. I would love to see what that authentically looks like, and not the most commercial, widely consumed version of hip hop and R&B acts we've seen before. That's what I'm seeing. I'm literally, listen to what I'm saying. Like I
must have missed this back and forth. I didn't realize this was directly connected, but I guess it is. I thought it was just a comment, sharing BTS from Jelly Bean.
Now the comment was, but the chat commentary colored a lot of things.
Oh,
but,
okay.
I used to live literally in the same neighborhood as K-Town here, and have seen like the rap scene in a lot of these places. And from the video, the hair, the locks, the faux locks that I've seen, like the straight up just like, no, I'm going to mimic black people. The fact that still hasn't been addressed, that's still being like jumped over and being like, Yeah, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the no. We are talking about that. We are talking about that. So, yeah, we could flesh that shit out. I think Mark Batson had like thoughts on K-pop. Like we could. I would love to hear Dewan's commentary on K-pop. Like I want to, like, let's go there. But I support the international rap scene. But what I see with mainstream K-pop is mimicry of black bands. So.
Yeah, it's all happening. Doomer253 says, do the daily maths. See you. Do you know the day's mathematics?
No.
Oh, I wonder what today's mathematics is. Let me see.
What is that?
What is today's mathematics?
What is that?
Let's see what it says. Ah, okay. Today is Supreme Mathematics. So today is knowledge. Well, let's see. Today is knowledge, freedom. No, today is knowledge, wisdom, born, understanding. Knowledge, wisdom, born. Might be a little off.
What is
so the Book of Mathematics is written by Clarence 13X. He is the founder of the Nation of Gods and Earths. Nation of Gods and Earths, 5 percenters. And so every day, 5 percenters, you do the day's mathematics by every number gets a name. So I'll give it to you right now. 5 percenter mathematics. I used to know this because my cousin taught me this when I was 5. I haven't looked at it in a while because I grew up with a lot of gods and earths in my family. So
you didn't have like a Christian upbringing, or did you?
No, I did. Like, you know, I grew up Black Baptist. You know what I mean? Okay. But then in my family there was also like my older cousin Shaw, my cousin Swain, a bunch of my aunt's kids who were older than me, teaching me what cool was. They were part of the 5% Nation. And so, excuse me, so then all of their friends, you say what?
Your daddy's side or your mama's side?
I'm a mom's side. So, so I'm young, and they would teach me this stuff, show me these things, what they meant or whatever. But I wasn't a member of the nation myself because I was a child, and my parents took me home at the end of the vacation. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, but like when I'm kicking it,
like convert at like 5, 6.
Right. So, but here it is. So 0 is Cypher. So any day that has 0 in it, that's Cypher, right? Completion in an unknown circle, a person, place, thing, or completing a cycle. 1, anything with 1 is knowledge, 2 is wisdom, 3 is understanding, 4 is culture, freedom, 5, power, refinement, 6, equality, 7, God, 8, build, destroy, 9 is born, right? So if you want to do today's mathematics, so today is July 29th. So it would be, let's see, it'd be God, 29, God, wisdom, born, right? So that would be what it is, like to a degree. I mean, I might be off in terms of how I'm looking at it, but that's what it is. So it's a day's mathematics. So Wu-Tang had a whole bunch of 5% references, 5% ideology in their rhymes. Blue in Exile. Blue will drop stuff in his raps. You still hear it in a number of different artists. You'll hear it in different places, but that's what I tell people. I tell people all the time, man, Black people, we are spiritual people, but also religious people here in America. We love Bibles, dollars, and guns. We love Islam so much, we created 2 of our own. We got the Nation of Islam and the Nation of God and Earth. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
also too, like I have a lot of I grew up obviously Baptist in the South, and a couple of my cousins are now Hebrew Israelites. I feel like
word, okay.
The foundation of what like the Black Baptist, like the dogmatic nature of it, is like a direct pipeline to Hebrew Israelite for sure.
That's what's up. That's dope.
I guess.
Did you learn something? Did you like pick up anything?
I was shown a library of sorts, and I was like, Yeah, the misogyny part is hanging me up. Like I never could.
Okay,
I was like,
that's good.
like that's how I just could never. I was like, wait, but what about? So like we're cursed because like, and that's no disrespect, but I was just kind of like with a minor in like African American studies and like a BA in poli sci. I was like, yeah, no, like that doesn't. I don't believe that like we disobeyed, so we're cursed, and now like white supremacy has to happen to us because like of some shit. Like I don't know. I just couldn't work it out in my mind.
Right.
But the books, the literature, like I know exactly what verse to like turn to. And,
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, it's all this stuff is just part of culture and community to me. You know what I mean? And anything that brings unity to people, I'm generally in support of. Now, if that unity comes at the expense of my neighbor's humanity, now we have a problem. But, you know, when it comes to, you know, because I did have family members who were part of the Nation of Islam too, you know what I mean? And so, and yet the family reunions went off without a hitch, you know? Everything was fine.
It is like the Black cultural experience, but also
Right.
it's like, damn, like me, it was rough coming up as like an opinionated left-wing Black woman in these spaces where it was like, girl, you ain't even supposed to like have a fucking thought. Like, you're not. So I just could never, like, maybe if I was a nigga, I could have participated for real, because I would have been staunch as hell, like just how my brain works, but the whole woman thing kind of interrupted that.
Word up. That's what's up. And let's see what we got here. Oh, we got another one right here. I thought it was the last one. We got two more. Big shout out to D says, check out Amusing Ourselves to Death by Neil Postman. A lot of these societal ills are a byproduct of the rise of TV and internet. Put down the phone and pick up a book. 1 second applause. He's so right about that. And our last one from Ro Mango. Oh, we got two more. Well, I guess one more. Ro Mango says, as someone into K-pop since the 2000s, it's no secret Black creatives have shaped its choreography, songwriting, sound, and aesthetics.
Thank you, Romango. I'm not discrediting like the fucking one underground K-pop artist you know that's doing some real good shit. Thank you, Romango. You know what I'm talking about. Don't gaslight me. That's not even the actual definition of gaslighting, but just to use psychology terms, like, yeah.
And appreciate the GOAT trophy with 1,000 jewels. Al Glenn, thank you very much. All right, cool. 1 second applause. And that's it. That's the show for today. You got anything you want to leave people with?
I don't know. Do something this week or weekend that's gonna raise your class consciousness, Black people. Justice for Nolan. I love Black people. Words to Dante. And check out my video on Jay-Z. I cooked that nigga. I did. And I just want to know your thoughts on it. But I don't know. I'm working on shit. I'm trying to figure out how to do this quick thoughts thing. Members only, Patreon. Like, I'm just trying to figure it out. But also check out BK Mogo, the reaction channel that I have with my fiance. That's when I'm able to just like listen to music and give my thoughts. And like we really just like deep dive into the music. Like that's what we could do there. Versus like LATM, I'm talking about politics. I'm talking about like, you know, we can go in so many different directions. So I'm still trying to hone that creatively. But I also passed my licensure exam.
Hey, congratulations.
Yesterday.
9 second applause.
So
that's what's up.
I can now be like a licensed social worker in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
I graduate August 7th. So I'll be able to just, I don't know, relax a little bit more and produce a little bit more here. So
we should do a debate between you and Elle on Jay-Z, because she just did a video on the Target stuff.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. We should do a debate. I can moderate.
Can you?
Yeah, I'll moderate fairly and awesomely. And then we can come up with like rules and guidelines, and everyone gets like, okay, you get 90 seconds, you get 90 seconds. Okay, 30-second rebuttal, 30-second rebuttal. Okay, next question.
I think maybe if we do like, maybe we do like a quadrant and we have like 2 sympathetics and 2 opposing. I don't know. We need a little bit more bolstering for that, I think.
And then we can have a poll that runs. And we can put the poll on the screen. and then we can crown the winner.
Like keep it as balanced as, you know.
Yeah. Man, okay. I'm gonna put that in the group chat. It's a good idea.
But I ain't gonna be participating in a blood sport with my sister for fucking views.
That's why it'll be organized.
Okay.
That's why, like, I'm sincere. I'm not interested in certain types of views either. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things I'm not about. So, but we do it organized because y'all make great points. Okay, well, we'll play around with it. We'll talk about it. We'll see what happens. Thank you to everybody who tuned into Culture United today. Thank you, Screwface John. Thank you, Donwill. Thank you, Professor Sky, for joining the discussion today. Check us out tomorrow morning. We have the Third Verse Morning Show. We'll be right here with the same art gallery background. And then tomorrow night, we have the music show tomorrow night. And somewhere in there, I got to make a video for Friday morning. But it's going to happen. And I want to give a big shout out to my DoorDash delivery driver for the 2 super dope gyros that I had tonight for dinner. And thank you to everybody who's just been showing us so much support and showing up every week. We appreciate you. We'll see you next week. # see you Wednesdays. Peace.
Bye. Culture United. Culture United. Culture United. Culture United. Connecting all over the world.